characterless.
Yes.
I'm watching them play. I'm not feeling like the meta operators, the lack of a solid snake, the operator band selection wasn't super decisive. We had two players maybe playing an offensive play and two other teammates playing a defensive play. So they're splitting how they want to play the game in the middle, and that's not going to go well. So I want to see a bit more conviction and more character today from MIBR Lows.
Yeah, for sure. And with the Rebellion Alula game, I think in particular we were talking about, you know, the #1 favored team out of the entire play-ins in Rebellion going up against,
good morning, Mason.
in theory, the underdog of all underdogs. Alula Club is the only non-tier 1 team here at this event. Of course, every other team competing plays in the BR6 ecosystem for one of the 5 regions. Alula are fully a tier 2 team. The fact that they lost the Shopify Rebellion but then came back and beat Chiefs later in the day to stay alive is huge. But of course, this was our upper bracket match that we saw in Group B, and Fnatic MIBR Lows.
So the YouTube node
about them. Let's flip onto the Fnatic side for a minute.
That's right. I am starting to stream on.
Once upon a time, this roster was called Rogue, then they were
Red
called
app. You're right.
Then they got picked up by the organization.
Am I playing ranked tonight?
And they have been a
Maybe, honestly.
of Europe for many
I want
years,
to.
but not a mainstay at international
because
events.
yesterday night
struggled massively.
Yesterday night was a longer stream. Sorry, yesterday morning was a longer stream.
This is the first time they've qualified for an international event since then.
But
and thankfully,
you know, shorter stream in the morning at least right now, and then
they have performed incredibly, and they are through.
I recorded and I edited. I made the new video. It drops at 10 a.m.
I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, hopefully I have enough energy to play tonight.
And if they win it,
we'll see.
The group stage.
It's pretty nice.
That's pretty good.
I guess on the CNL train a little bit. Tyloo unfortunately going up
actually,
what is by
probably will
far,
playing. I probably will be playing
it's
tonight. I have the new mouse coming in.
I think that's the important note
I gotta test it out.
Is that when we're looking
Did you watch it? Yeah, it appears in I set it to premiere in an hour. What's up, Sawyer? Good morning.
They were good, but good is not
Who's
enough
playing
to
today? So the first game we're gonna watch is Lows versus MIBR Lows versus CAG by Varel, and then we're gonna watch whoever wins that game go against Shopify Rebellion. And whoever wins that game against Shopify, whichever team whoever wins that, makes it to the group stage, and they'll play tomorrow.
We still have Edward Gaming.
Yeah,
I haven't seen them yet.
Yeah, well, that's the beauty, isn't it?
Wow.
That is the beauty of it all. However, I guess for us, one of the big storylines coming into yesterday, CAG by Varel.
Yeah.
They haven't won a game internationally for like over a year. And they have recently just been taken over by Varel, who is an organization in Japan. So there is currently a transition period between CAG by Varel. However, we were really happy, Nick, with the fact that they actually managed to win, and not just win, but then go on and continue that.
Yeah, it's the was it CAG no more, as we sort of say, right? Star of the day right
I'm gonna
now.
be
445 days.
pretty real with y'all. I think Lows beats
victory back in Reload in Rio.
I think Lows beats CAG by Varel, and then
first map. They go down 0-1. I'm thinking
we'll
that's
see.
it. They're gonna keep that streak of going winless, but no.
We'll see them lose to SR.
On the international stage for being the team that always overpromises and underdelivers.
Yes.
They've never made it out of the group stage in all of the years that they've been playing. I believe their debut event would have been 2018, the Raleigh Major.
A long time ago.
8 years ago now, and it's been a hell of a long time. They've been coming to these international events. They always do extremely well in Japan and Korea and in their home region, but they do not perform at the international stage. The exception being Reload in Rio 400 so days ago. They made it to the grand final, the first APAC team to ever do so, but there's a bit of an asterisk over that event because the format was different. It wasn't a major, it wasn't an esports world cup, wasn't a Six Invitational, but of course,
imagine having that guy's job.
Stage, we've been casting the APL, and CAG by Varel have been looking better.
Your only job is to pick up other teams'
This is a clip
names
from
and crush
them,
and then pick up their mains.
Zero's emblem after defeating them and knocking them from the tournament. Didi, the former coach, now turned player, has been an instrumental part of CAG upgrading, becoming a better team. We've been talking about the playstyle changes, and yet we just haven't seen that so far at EWC.
They dropped 3 maps on the entire
Do I know when the good matches are?
3 maps, 2 of them.
They should start at 12, so in 3 hours.
Talking about good storylines.
Just gotta get through the bad matches to see who has the bad matches playing in that good match.
We're talking about international events and the fact that they've just won. Is it against a team from APAC, James? Maybe not APL. but wider APAC. So, CAG.
Thank you for the follow. I can't
look,
see your name, but thank you for the follow,
man.
man.
Good game against Fnatic. Now, whether that was good enough to beat them, obviously it wasn't. However, when you look at this matchup, they are going to have to bring their best, because I don't think, Dev, that a limping CAG from what we've seen in the past is going to be good enough for a Brazilian roster.
100%. Look, CAG are a team that we've seen them domestically playing against good teams like D+, and they are phenomenal. They really have invented this new play style of Siege that mixes in the CAG of old with the aggression from players like Sharip and Chibisu, the spice from players like Anaton, but also the methodicalness of players like DD. They are a very well-rounded roster and capable of great things, but here at international events, they drop the ball what seems like every time. Clearly, the biggest enemy for CAG by Varel is themselves. It's the mental warfare that they have to play when they're up against opposition, and they did not win that battle against Fnatic. They almost lost that battle against King Zero. They're going to need to win it against MIBR Lows today, otherwise they are done.
Make sure I'm doing this right.
Not like Sparky now. You know, we see the players right here, but the supporter staff behind the players is Sparky, the Italian coach. He said in interviews after a victory back in APL,
you said nice. Yeah, I was able to. Our biggest
enemy isn't D+.
I was able to.
It's not anybody that is against us. It is, as
you know,
said, ourselves, the mental warfare and the pressure that we put upon ourselves.
A year and a half.
Devastating, because I feel like that has such a
don't know if Shopify played today? Yes, Shopify will play not in this first game. They'll play later on today.
Find their footing, they will do so. If we were to take that same
we're gonna watch the first match. We're gonna watch the winner of that match. We'll play Shopify.
Oh, it's a hard one, right?
Nice,
I really feel like yesterday
they
just let me down, and I lost so much faith in them, and I hate to be like overly negative about it, but I want to see just more today. We're talking from the get-go, whether it's gonna be the map veto, the operator bench, the conviction the server, playing the meta operators, getting on the shield, the solid snake, the Deimos, the Dokkaebi, playing Brazilian Siege. I need to see it from them today, because it is, like we said, no parachutes.
I think one thing to remember 6 months ago. Nice. It's
a grind, huh?
Roster change in the last year. MIBR Lows actually changed most of their roster just a few months ago, and they now have 5 players.
Dude, we're gonna see Nighthaven and Chalet. I didn't see a Nighthaven or a Chalet game yesterday. Actually, it's gonna be nice.
Varel's not gonna be an easy game.
No, they certainly aren't. So we kickstart on Nighthaven Labs. We move over to Chalet. And I mean, this is I want to say this is a pretty big if. Cafe will be needed, but it is there as the decider. I do feel as though if CAG bring their best game, if they are on top of their form, if they find their early kind of engagements and then manage to play the CAG that we know domestically, they could go toe-to-toe.
I'm a little bit worried though, because yesterday the matchup against King Zero, they did lose in Shadow, start off that BO3 series, and MIBR obviously they saw that and went, we're gonna beat them there as well. I feel like this is gonna be a classic CG fashion. We gotta have a third mapper, we gotta go Cafe, no question in my mind. For CAG side, on the other aspect of it all, for MIBR Lows, they can take it in 2. I genuinely think that they could, but they gotta be sharp on Chalet, and they gotta have a strong start here on Nighthaven and not just lose the first 4 rounds to weirdness.
Of course, CAG by Varel taking us to Nighthaven Labs for the first map. They played this just less than 3 weeks ago in the APL against D+ Kia, and they lost it 7-4. And as you said, Chalet, they also lost that yesterday to King Zero. Very strange to see a map veto come out from CAG where they've lost the first 2 maps, both in the last 3 weeks, the last time they played them. It's a bit scary if you're a Japanese fan here, but for MIBR Lows, there will be a lot of Brazilians back home looking for them to win this game and move on later today to take on Shopify Rebellion.
I did peek a double shield ban, by the way, to start things off, and it's getting pressured already.
Classic.
But this is the thing, right? When you have a player that can soak up
I need to get the diamond. I need to
off the rip. You're opening a dangerous door now if you are the enemy, because you're leaving everything else open. We speak about power operators, right? The Solid Snake, the Deimos, the Capital, the Glass, the third shield is still there.
I've just been playing on it all season.
And we know CAG, like, historically, they've been an aggressive team, playing a bit of, like, the APAC meta, whatever's fun, whatever's exciting, some Ying shotgun, not the most efficient operators, but in recent history, with the more structured play, like you mentioned, they can play your Capital, they can play the Glass, they can play a very slow, methodical style Siege, and just tear them apart step by step. And Nighthaven Labs top 4, where we're starting right now, it's one of those bomb sites, where if you use an attacker, just go step 1, breach the wall, step 2, gain top catwalk control, and step 3, utilize the Glass in the Capital, you get a round victory. So I feel like it might be our lows. They're forced into this opening round at disrupting CAG. Don't let them get to the side in a 5v5.
Very much so. Something Fnatic were phenomenal at yesterday in both of the games that they played. You've got to prevent the teams from executing. This is a very early start, though, from MIBR Los. They peek aggressively. Perez gets injured. He might be savable here. However, Dash is looking for the re-peek. Actually, sorry, that's Daffo. The drone comes out. Unfortunately for Shurip, he didn't commit his Flame Bolt quite early enough, but he should be able to win the fight here. Dark actually able to take down Zaka after finally Perez was finished off. That's a pretty big cost here for CAG to try and confirm that kill. However, now two MIBR Lost players are actually trapped off the site, and because of this connector breach here, DD has them trapped.
Awkward though. No easy to take this gunfight. A softball is still there. Keep it pushed up against it. DD finds Dash as well. So this is it. Already, it might be Alos is bleeding. Wallbang comes through as well. They're stuck in the hose with the third player looking for another fight. I don't know if this one you want to take, but Dapo's forced to take it now.
Hang on a second. 2v4, very dangerous for CAG to lose this as both Nux and Daffo get aggressive together. Shuri finds the final 2 kills.
It's just so rare to see.
That is a perfect example of a snowball.
Whatever that was in Pro League. What is that?
All it took was MIBR Lows to peak a little bit too aggressively at the start. CAG punished it, and then MIBR did not give up. They pushed further and further, deeper and deeper, trying to redeem the advantage. And Cag by Varel punished them.
The whole round played out in meeting hallway or in the meeting room. I've never seen that in all the years that Night Lab's been in the tier 1 map pool, but it happened today. And I guess on one side you can say that MIBR Lows, they did the right thing on paper. They played the game of disruption, but they lost in the gunfights. DD was a bit better, hit a wallbang as well, disgusting shots from him. They didn't want to let them execute, but it starts off with an individual player of Perez getting injured off a too early peek on the outside window, and the entire team trying to support him.
Are they going to do rehost?
The confidence from CAG though, taking that fight, not slowing down and brute forcing the issue, that's going to be very confidence inspiring. And we saw the player camps after they won. They raised their arms and went, "What are you guys doing?" Bit of mental warfare already in the server and outside in the arena.
Very much, yeah.
Do you give a tech pause one round
very energetic
into the game?
Inside and outside the server. But DD, funnily enough, you know, being the quietly spoken coach now turned player again, you don't expect him to be bringing that energy, but he clearly does do that. He clearly does have quite an impact on the spirits of the team.
in the morning,
I really love that for him. I really love that for Cag by Varel.
Since they were taking so many
now, one thing we
breaks,
didn't get a chance to talk about in that Wicked Fast pre-show, Nick, was the fact that these teams have actually met each other.
You know,
quite
I was going to ask
recently.
you if you fixed your sleep schedule,
City
but
Major, MIBR
guess
Los, and Cag by Varel, both under slightly different names.
Oh yeah,
we've got Cag by Varel and MIBR Los. They played against each other at the Major in the group stage on Border, and it was actually quite a convincing win for the Brazilians, a 7-3.
Watching, so we're watching Cag versus Los,
in terms of, you know, going to
and whoever wins
Major,
that game will go up against Shopify
to qualify for the 6 Invitational
later today.
For finals?
They'll definitely be looking for
you get to call it the play-in finals,
and they're off to a good start. But as we set the stage with that map veto, I'm a little bit scared for them. I think MIBR Los have the map advantage.
I would say so as well. And I mean, looking at it, you know, realistically, as I said, I think Cafe would be necessary for CAG, whereas MIBR Lows could maybe end the 2-0 at a strong start to things. Also, now that we're on the second day of the event, we're starting to see the other teams that are already in groups fly in and arrive. So this morning at breakfast, at lunch, etc. We've seen some of the
new event.
I saw DZ yesterday briefly.
What did you?
I saw EP.
Like, my packs are good.
Yeah, EP I saw as well. I saw Siegfried Noah this morning.
Yes.
I spoke to Noah, who mentioned that Fabian is here, so I made his rock up.
I saw Savage from M80 walking around. Yeah, no.
So the band is getting together. It's been a bit lonely the first day because only a couple of teams that are here.
Yeah, the high rollers have been rocking up, that's for sure. Which of these teams will join those high rollers to form our top 16 for the group stage?
I've
It
restarted
is
my
such a
game. I
savage
don't know.
format here at the
It's
Esports
glitch.
World Cup. We've
It
been
is.
talking about that ever since it was announced. Like, I personally love
Just a
having
game
play-ins.
glitch,
I
then.
think it's such a great idea because, especially when we add new regions
Need to
like the
fix that.
CNL,
Yes.
especially
Yeah,
when
they'll
you know,
fix
people
it. They'll
love to
fix it.
criticize the APL.
Are we back? Are they
because
back
the
in-
teams haven't performed to the
It looks like they're
standard
gaming now.
of Europe, or EML, I should say, not just Europe, because Twisted Minds have performed very well. You know, EML, NAL, and Latin America.
Well, there's so many people that use
Of course, we
that
do
orange
need a chance
artisan.
for these teams
I
that
finally got
maybe
one.
can't
I don't
quite
know
hack it. They're
what
not necessarily
company
championship
that
contenders,
is.
but they deserve to be at the event to face each other to decide who makes it
Experience and whatnot,
into
yeah.
the
Oh,
top
that's the
16.
company
yeah, and
name?
Look, actually, I spoke to the Chiefs guys today. They've been eliminated. I saw a few
Oh,
of them
okay.
I have this
around the venue. They're spending all day scrimming.
got
They're
one.
spending all of
Oh,
tomorrow
are they?
scrimming
From,
before
like,
they fly home.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
It's so
idea.
valuable for teams that
Link.
go from overseas.
Even if you've been eliminated. And I think, you know, that really resonated with me way
They're
back
pretty
many
good,
years
but
ago with
they're
Fnatic. Because
expensive.
being from OS, you know, like myself,
You know what mousepad I
it's
have?
very hard to get good quality scrims because even if you want to scrim
you
the
got the
rest of
logo.
APAC, you're still playing
Yeah.
on over 100
Or
ping.
gaming.
Like, if you're in OS and you want to play against Southeast Asian teams like Weibo, it's 100 plus ping,
Yeah.
right? So your scrim quality is terrible back home. If you want to scrim some of the best teams in the world, you've got to do that at these major events. And Fnatic did that. That's what set them apart from every other OS team. There were actually other good OS teams back in the Fnatic era, but they didn't have the funding to get those teams to boot camp. Funnily enough, the same thing happened this time. Chiefs didn't have a boot camp before this, but EP did. Right, and that's the case with a lot of these organizations and a lot of the teams here. Thankfully, it looks like CAG and MIBR Lows have warmed up a little bit after yesterday. We're back into the server.
Got a clash in the board as well for Daffodil. Meanwhile, CH is kind of poking, prodding, not doing too much just yet. They got very execute-heavy lineup right now. They can get in the building with their aura, close off the flank, shoot at the glass with the smokes, Solid Snake for map control. And you're seeing MIBR Lows right now thinking, okay, we don't exactly know where the pressure is being applied. We're going to reinforce some walls, cut off some of the angles, and here it comes. And it's on the blitz, on connector, looking to make the first entry.
There's
Has to be aware of
3
having
top
below him in case of
floor.
an impact rate of C4, and in front
That's
of him,
crazy,
he's right.
honestly.
I sure hope that they drone out Perez here. Otherwise, he could deal some serious damage with the SMG-11. He wants to try and drop down the hatch. I think he was faking it, making it sound like he dropped down, but he actually has decided to stay. Quite a crossfire here on the top floor on this roam. 3 players holding on the line for ML. And Zaka will go down.
Left.
No response as CAG went elsewhere. Now Anaton is about to go straight into the waiting arms of the Bliss. Doesn't get much worse than that. However, a quick shot from the Zafir does concuss the clash, force him back for a brief moment. Now the exchange from DD, but Perez comes in and finds a triple in the round. Massive moment for MIBR Low, says CAG have essentially lost this round.
Oh.
It all comes down to Shurip, and he surely will not be able to redeem himself here.
It's a lot of nothing there from CAG. No real push, no real,
Tag lose
I don't know,
yesterday?
strategy
Look
really
for
come into play.
They
It was
lost
just gonna be
one
Anaton
and
walking
then
in,
won
hoping
the
to get a
other.
couple of kills, but they had no information because Shurip, who was playing the Solid Snake, was in a completely different location on the map. Couldn't utilize the gadget at all. He was getting exit fragments of Paris, but in a second, I guess. But let's be honest, guys, there's much more to be found from this round. Bomb side isn't even here.
Wow.
3 more defenders.
By the way, Los is the same team that got absolutely absolutely pissed on by Shopify.
He's lost that yesterday, okay? Relays in a 1v5.
Bro, Isaiah, Isaiah, you know I do day streams now too. Come on now.
1v5, enemies trolling. They don't care.
Come on
1v4,
now.
Okay, guys, whatever. 1v3. Okay, guys, it's about
And I got
time to
enough
lock
sleep.
in.
I got enough
1v2,
sleep.
you
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah. I still can't believe Dark peaked that in the 3v1 after 2 of his teammates had died. That's MIBR not taking any prisoners, they're not holding back. And that's something that I think is really important, especially here in the play-ins. We've seen a lot of teams not play up to snuff because they are scared. And I think, funnily enough, talking about Chiefs, they are a perfect example of that.
Yeah.
You know, Chiefs didn't play very scared in the OS League. Of course they didn't. They're the second best team in that league. They even beat Enterprise in the upper bracket final to earn their spot here at the Esports World Cup. But once they actually made it here in Paris, they were really scared. And I think CAG were a little bit scared yesterday as well. They finally warmed up. But yeah, they're very much not out of the woods. Today is a massive task for both of these teams and anyone who is playing this morning. All 4 of the teams who are on the verge of elimination, they have to play just to earn that spot against Shopify Rebellion in the case of these 2 teams, or in the case of Tai Lu and Alula, it's a Fnatic that waits for them. And
what a reward.
I mean, to be
stronger opponent.
I mean, Shopify Rebellion look like they shouldn't be in play-ins. Right?
Yeah.
Like, that's just, they are like potentially a top 5 team at the event.
Why not top 4? Why top 5?
Look, I think DZ, FaZe. Who else is good? Falcons. Maybe top 4 then. Okay. Maybe Shopify
Wildcard. That's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
I think Wildcard's top 4.
Top 5 once you count Wildcard.
Oh, that's an ugly one.
Oh, there we go. Traded.
That's so aggressive.
Yep.
What the hell?
It's one of those, guys, how did he... Oh, you got the kill, don't worry, or whatever. Oh, second wallbang. Chibi's was wallbanging 2 separate players.
These might be our lowest players, just like cannot help themselves. They love peeking. This is like CAG from 3 years ago. Yeah, I mean, it's Smoke dying early. It's Valk with a C4 and Pocket dying early. It's not ideal. But, and they took down DD, who's playing Thermite. And they got Ace as a backup. It's not going to get you the most amount of value, that's for damn sure. Hey, Boogie Drone? Oh, it's gone. Well, if you was really quick there, maybe you can pick it back up, but don't want to risk getting shot from the breach, so -1. It is what it is. But MLBR low is forced into maybe a plan B. They had it all verticality. The Valcams have paused the C4, so they've lost most of it. Lose another. Nox goes down. We're just kind of peeking right now. Too much. This is where CAG have to lock the hell in though. Like there is there is no reason to lose a 4v2. But we've seen a lot of 4v2s be lost so far.
It's fine.
It's the most cursed.
Oh, I said it.
Okay. Okay.
They still got the blitz. It's still fine. Okay. Tertiary bomb side. They got Toffle. They got the Verd, and they can just like drop on down. Maybe use that smoke grenade. Get inside the bomb side.
I'm scared,
the big question is, do they leave an attacker upstairs looking at the Vert and risk the retake, or do they do 3 people below? Because that's the big worry for me, is do you play much together, or do you try to split the attack?
Well, the big thing here is that Dash is going to be below on the pulse, looking for a Nitro Cell or a shotgun in the late round, and also feeding information to Daffo.
Where's Bro going?
I don't know.
He's getting into position.
If CAG lose this, that's a big tilter. They really should not.
Surely not.
They're tunnel visioning way too much on this plant. They are tunnel visioning way too much right now. They need to go for kills. Daffo gets flashed. Here comes the kill from Aniton. Now Dash has to clutch up all by himself, but they know exactly where he is. Zaka looks to try and contest him, while Aniton forces down this plant. Out comes the Nitro Cell. This might indeed deny the plant. It gets shot out in midair, and Chibisu will go hunting down below. That is a perfect way to play that 3v2.
It's very, very smart. And again, faking the plan to get the information.
I guess you can tell these teams didn't have like a day yesterday.
They watch the C4 and he gets off the plant. In case, you know, you miss it, playing it super safe, super smart. CAG soaked up 2 shield bans already. Could it be a third? Probably not.
Is this
worth
BO1
it.
or BO3?
But it might be a low
this is BO3. All the games today are BO3.
Wouldn't hate a Solid Snake ban or a Capital or a Glass.
I think I'll
do some. I'll be back for Shopify's game.
No, Thermite.
Gotcha.
Bro. Again, it's that 3rd ban. That's a spanner in the works, just like Cafe.
That's very strange.
I do think that Thermite is worth banning on 2 maps in particular. Nighthaven is one of them in my mind.
Okay, what's the other one?
Clubhouse. For top floor, you can pop the CC wall, connect the wall, Jacuzzi wall single-handedly, circumvent the mute jammers for the wall denial with the Bandikaid ban, and you get smoke grenades, secondary shotgun for the hatches. Like, you get so much value.
You know what you can do on Clubhouse? There's this operator called Maverick, and he's actually pretty damn good.
I don't think we've seen Maverick this event. I don't think he exists. I don't think
people have forgotten that Maverick exists in the last 2 years, and he is just insanely good. Like he's still good.
Bandikaid ban, just play Maverick.
Yeah, I mean, don't worry about the Bandikaid ban. In fact, this is we were talking a little bit about the double shield ban at the start of this game. I personally am so sick of seeing the Kaid Bandit bans. I think it's a massive missed opportunity. I think there are so many better bans that we could have seen from CAG here, and the Azami is certainly one of them.
I think there are certain teams where it makes sense. Like, I think back, there's a bit of a throwback to the PSG Talent days, right? Yeah. The first ever time that PSG Talent played M80 after Fabian left to join M80, M80 banned all the Heartbreachers. They banned like Thermite, Hibana, Ace on Nighthaven. And PSG Talent, as a Korean team from APL, they did not reach because they have never been in that position before. I think there are teams where they will struggle against Bandikaid, and then there are teams that it will not matter. Like, think about FaceTime, right? They're not going to struggle against Banditry. They got 5 different ways of dealing with it. But I think you're right. I think there is some value to be gained there for sure in some matchups. Here also, something you can talk about, of course, is with the Thermite ban, you're now going into more ranged heart destruction. Pair that with the Mayor window, you can throw impact grenades or C4 through it. I
don't know what that A charges.
Typically, when the Thermite ban comes out, though, you end up picking up an operator that brings tin can openers, which, you know, one of my favorites for that is actually the Ying, which hasn't been banned here. And
what is his positioning?
Haven't brought it as of yet. A little bit of a surprise to me. They do love their Ying.
I don't think they're going to be expecting to push a lot against MIBR lows. I think that's why they haven't played the Yings. If I'm holding the angles,
less execute focus.
I don't know what that positioning is.
Yeah, exactly.
Los is playing right now.
In there, but I don't think that's going to work because they bring the fight to CAG. Like, they're peaking the breach again.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, that's why you bring operators.
Reno, thank you for sharing the live.
That was a great usage of the Flores, by the way. Like, really impressive that he managed to get into that position, dodging the mute jammers. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Lion as well when teams are being really, really aggressive. But I think Lion, just because he doesn't bring as good secondary gadgets, doesn't bring. If he brought Tin Can openers, I think he would have been a better pick than the Nook here. But at the moment, it's Didi who's on the floor and going to get finished off there by Dark. But he was pushing solo, and MIBR Los have actually lost a lot of bodies on the bomb side. So I don't think CAG are going to be too worried about that loss. However, Dark is actually still down
below. Mirror, you haven't cleared.
Sharif spotted him, does quite a lot of damage and finishes him off.
I don't think they know he's injured. That's the issue. So in their mind, they're still fearing that pulse downstairs, but at least there's no C4 in play no longer.
It's 3v3 now.
Yeah, it's possible to play this out. Last C4 just tossed out, so now very safe inside the building for CAG.
There's no entry breach on IT.
But now they would like to have that push. Now the Ying would have been nice. Instead of the glass from Annie, looking to get aggressive. Smoke up in the door. No walk and no real counterplay. No C4.
The pre-fire from the shotgun just gives away the position of Nux. I have a feeling that Anderton should be able to get in position, but no, he swings out.
Oh, what a shot.
Great shot from Nux. I don't know if Anderton was exposed outside of the smoke or what, but it doesn't matter. Now CAG are in a very awkward spot. It's a 2v2 though. I'm not sure if they're aware that Dark is injured. Still offside in the close range fight. Nux will win with the shotgun. Dafo to support long range with a DMR.
I don't know how Los came back from that.
Los are able to tie up the scoreline.
Nox just hitting the smoke bang onto Anakin. I mean, that wins you the round. That's the only way you win that gunfight, is hitting that shot, and he did.
That's why the Ying is better than the glass.
That's why the Ying is better than the glass, I guess. I mean, it's a shame because I do think CAG, if they time that final push a little bit better, you know, the flashbang with the push right here, one guy vaulting the breach, one guy walking the door, right here, you get the kill. But it's a guy swinging the door, and the guy doesn't vault the rotate till his teammate dies. So he's in a 2v1 or 1v2 effectively.
Probably needed a flashbang to try and get that mute out of position as Anaton peeked it. But that's the funny thing about Glaz, right? Like, to be the best and the worst operator at the same time. I really think that, like, if CAG had every operator up, you know what operator I think would have been best for Annie there is actually the Blackbeard.
I can see that.
He can just peek it with the shield up, put the pressure on, and then as soon as the mute has to look the other way to contest the player at the breach, he goes for the aim down sights fight.
Yeah.
But, of course, that's why MIBR Lows banned out two of Anaton's favorite operators and most powerful.
And I think if you look at CAG's performance yesterday, I mean, Annie didn't have the greatest time individually. And I think if you want to try and target his comfort operators to, like, really play into that, that could also be a way for MIBR Lows to get an upset there.
For sure. I mean, I was actually looking at the stats this morning.
Yeah.
Of course, CAG played 2 games yesterday. They played against Fnatic and lost, and they played against King Zero and won.
Yes.
The most notable thing by looking at the player stats comparatively between those 2 games, Anaton, in the game that they lost, he got 9 kills and 10 deaths, which is fine for his role. Like, that's not the end of the world. What was very notable was he got 4 kills and 9 deaths. I was getting him confused with Zaka, which is not great, but still, like, not the end of the world if he's playing shields. But we know he wasn't playing a lot of shields, and in fact, the real scary thing for Anaton was his opening kill rate.
Yeah.
1 kill and 5 deaths.
He died for so often.
You compare that to when he played against King Zero, he's got 18 kills, 13 deaths, and got 3 opening kills, didn't die once as the first blood. That is exactly what Anaton needs to do.
There's so many angles where Anaton becomes the playmaker. It's often on the attack, on the shields, on the entry, find that bit of map control, find that opening pick. And it's why when MIBR Lows, they aren't not a wall bank. There's like a 4th one for
somebody.
CAG.
Check Cat's boss files, bro.
Like, is DD good, dude? He's got 3 kills and 3 wall bangs. Like, come on now. But okay, let's say DD doesn't find that wall bang. It has to be Annie now, making the entry, looking for that pick instead. And if he's not successful, there isn't really a second man right now that can take that role, because everyone is playing a very important operator, right? Dokkaebi can't risk dying early, the Heartbreacher can't risk dying early, the Nomad has 3 air tips in pocket, also cannot risk it, and Ying is saving util for the plant later. So it feels like a lot of pressure, a lot of responsibilities on Annie as an individual. Thankfully though, they did find the wallbang kill, they have the 5v4, and MIBR Lows have surrendered the entirety of top 4. It's just about the primary 4 right now, and of course, any potential player in the basement. That's the big question that's left.
Vertibility, though, is very weak here for CAG, so actually eliminating players on site would be quite a challenge. Ooh. That's funny, though, because MIBR lows aren't as much sitting on the bomb site. They're looking to try and contest. Do not peek this, Amundsen. That would be very ill-advised. He decides to fall back, does dash, but Daffo actually lashes out, takes down Zaka. It's a retake from Daffo upstairs, supported by Perez as well.
Wow.
It will go down to Amundsen.
Wow.
Daffo also overextends on his flank. Now it's a 3 versus 2 in favor of CAG by Varel.
Imagine if Lowe's just sit back and just kind of wait for the push to come, right? But no, they want to play that game of disruption once again, despite having...
Is he going for a retake? No shot he's going for a retake.
Popped one, has another. They see the blitz pushing in, that's going to be the pressure point. Where any goes, that's where the real play is going down.
And this is where the focus for CAG has to be. The plan as Shuri rotates back to the breach and finds one. It's all up to Dash.
I don't know.
But of course, he's actually gone all the way upstairs. But I'm going to deny the plan. No, it's just at the wrong moment. 1v2, though, is winnable for Dash. He had a tumultuous day yesterday. 6 kills against Fnatic to 13 deaths. Now he must redeem himself. Time to answer the phone, but you got to be quick. Chibisu can keep on calling him once that cooldown subsides, and both him and Shuri are separated. The SMG-12 comes out from Chibisu, and he simply does not miss those fights.
Bro, what is this game? What is this
matchup? Great moment for CAG to
matchup?
find a third round on the attacking half and take the lead.
It's been some very back and forth defensive rounds here for MIBR Lowe's. They're fighting back more often than they need to, and also biting off more than they can chew.
That's a crazy wall bang.
The retake on paper is pretty good, but it's a Clash pushing forward with the shield.
Yeah.
With the gun being on the other side of the play, they cannot help each other. So it's just a drone saying, hey guys, I'm over here, I'm super loud, and he dies for nothing.
Yeah, the problem is MIBR Lowe's strength is... It's a very strong strength. It's peaking. It's getting aggressive. It's retaking. It's getting up in their face. It's playing disruptive. It's a very good skill to have, especially against execute-heavy teams like CAG. However, it's also the kind of playstyle that can get read into, which means that the longer this game goes on, the more CAG are going to counter MIBR Lowe's, which means that if MIBR Lowe's are going to win this, they've got to win it in 2.
You know, so it's also a matter of, like, if they're going to do it right, I'm all for it if you do it
Predictions?
together. If the play is there where you have
the only 2 teams that I had making it were Shopify and Fnatic.
But it feels like an individual player gets bored and goes like, I'm going to pick this guy. Yeah. And we'll see what happens. And then they die.
But in terms of this matchup, I think Lowe's...
I just want to see a bit more prowess as a team.
I think Lowe's wins it. And then whoever wins this game is going to get absolutely, like, it's going to get absolutely destroyed by Shopify.
Here into play.
Yeah, I don't know if I rate it, by the way. We're not seeing any info ops being brought out here by...
Said CAG's winning. Both teams are like...
Often on bank.
It's a toss-up, dude.
As well.
Yeah, I mean, Zaka was running it earlier as well, but I thought he was running it for the tin can openers. I mean, Shuri, he's just like a lurky guy. That's the way he likes to play. He gets in so many opening engagements. Yesterday, he was 2 and 3 in openings against Fnatic, and then he was 9 and 7 against King Zero.
Oh, okay.
He dies a lot, but he gets a lot of kills, and more often than not, he does have a positive opening KD. But that's his role. It's to play aggressively, it's to get in the face early, often to do a bit of lurking. And to be honest, like, at that point, I kind of say just play whatever operator you want, because you're not going to be using your util for the push anyway.
Yeah, that's a fair point. We've seen the
really, you think that plane?
Here from Chibisu, using for a barricade, for a bit of distraction, a bit of chaos, stuns, doesn't connect.
Very strange.
Downstairs play on the Baba instead, going to the cargo hallway.
Oh, Chibisu though actually contests dash as Shuri comes up from behind. He's about to get met though for the drop of Perez. Out comes a shotty from Nux. Big kill on the Chibi. CAG had a nice idea, but it has completely been thwarted here by MIBR Lowe's. And as we say goodbye to the half, it's an even Steven setup for the Brazilians.
Mason, thank you for following.
I like that.
Plan. I don't think they've been really,
I saw the vision,
really sloppy, honestly.
Circumvent the entire setup by going straight for the bombs.
I thought they played decent yesterday,
you do it by using this,
but they're not going to, go all out after going to. They went up against whatever that team was, the Ala Club, and then
nobody's vulnerable, no one's feeling pressured, and they still committed to the push itself.
They played a BL3 against Los, actually.
And it's a nice
the playmaking has been super sporadic. Well, you know Shopify, man. It's like, they start off really good and then they let the team come back. I saw a little bit of that yesterday, but they shut it down. But I think they'll be more locked. I think they'll be more locked once they get, to the group stage.
Chance to go defense.
Playing. Thank you for the follow.
There's a lot of time here to talk with the team. I'm interested to see who's doing most of the talking. At the moment, it is Sparky here for CAG. And as we talked about before, obviously Zaka on the far left, he is fluent in English. His English is impeccable.
It's really good.
My knowledge is that Didi also has very good English. I haven't spoken to him personally. Is that
no, same actually?
Is that true?
But
Didi has quite
if
good
you're gonna
English?
stomp on their throats, why that off?
Okay, pretty good, says Rob. So yeah, I mean, it's the classic thing.
No, Super's fine. No, Super's fine.
Sparky's first language is Italian. He's speaking English.
I mean, remember, this is a Shopify that was, you know, they were runner-ups in
definitely a disadvantage
in SLC.
compared to Hugs or just talking in Portuguese to his entire roster.
Yeah. Well, it's always
I think they're gonna do perfectly fine. You got to keep that. You got to keep that thought from for tomorrow. We're watching Pro League. We're watching.
And that's the thing, like,
it might be our Los versus CAG by Vero.
That sometimes on Weibo.
And then whoever wins this game will go up against Shopify Berlin.
6 months together, maybe a little bit longer. You start getting a feel for how you communicate.
Spoil plays later.
Yeah.
You couldn't hold down a conversation maybe together necessarily, but you can talk about the game theory to a certain point.
Did you feel that back in the day? Because some of the Penta guys, like, their English wasn't perfect, was it? Like,
it wasn't great, but
Junis'
English was pretty good.
Okay.
But it was more like his pronunciation. He couldn't say like.
Should we just use his timeouts well? Look at how FaZe handled their timeouts. Well, playing, I'm not gonna lie to you. I think he does that. I think he does that based off of Canadian. When you have such a good and kind of and more experienced IGL, you're gonna rely on him more than rely on, you know,
when you're talking
calling your own timeouts.
All the different, like the Finnish and the.
Like yesterday, he didn't need to call any timeouts. I don't think he called a single timeout.
And the Swedish accent, like,
the thing is, like, if you have never played, and I guess it only really goes
but
for
we'll definitely see that. Like I said in the group stage, because remember, SR's a really good team against international teams, but against NA, they struggle.
I love that.
So let's see. You know, when they verse their first NA team, let's see what happens.
Brazilian roster versus full Japanese roster. A little bit of a language barrier for CAG. Just with their coach, though.
They kind of multi-band here. Again, I think against like half the teams at the EWC.
Yeah, he uses when they're up. Yeah, and if you listen to the timeouts, it is a reset from when they're up, but it's also just to make sure that they don't get too cocky. Because that's the thing. That's the thing with Shopify is they tend to go up. They tend to go up, and then they tend to give it back. Right? They tend to go up 5-1, and then it's 5-5. So he knows his team. Look, I got you, John.
That the floor is low. Because it's a very small step.
Sorry, yeah.
So it's a high ceiling and a low floor.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure.
I often think about this with like musical instruments as well. For example, like the piano.
So he's just making sure that his team doesn't go up and then get too cocky.
And click a key.
Which is good.
Guitar's a bit higher because you need the calluses on your fingers.
You do need the calluses.
Violin and any of those classical string instruments, incredibly high floor. You can play for 5 years and still sound like a cat is it.
CJ, thank you for liking the live.
But the ceiling is extremely
high.
Jay-Z,
thank you for liking the live.
It's like chess, you know?
Oh man! How many queens do you need to be Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, we got suppressor on Zosca. All right.
Now we should get Magnus for our content piece, the seat test, because I think chess is next week.
I am playing.
If we explain the bit to him, I'm sure he would happily play along.
How many R4Cs does Magnus Carlsen need to beat UNC?
All of them.
I would love to see Team Magnus versus Team Pengu, and like you have to play with 4 chess players on your team, and he plays with 4 pros on his team.
That could be something. I mean, EWC all about collaborations, all about getting those different games mixed together.
Let's do it.
You know.
Let's do it.
And we're a tactical game, that makes sense. We had a content piece during SI where pro players are setting up defenses and attacks as counters, a bit of a chess match almost.
Yeah, I like
that was
that
pretty
idea.
fun. But now that's going to be the side swap. Nox, who's been sometimes a shield player, sometimes not, is right now on the Twitch. Getting a counter intel, looking for something, but not finding anything just yet. Of course, it's a mirror.
Oh no!
Oh, this is the canister.
Mate,
unlucky.
Didn't spend enough time in the shooting range.
All right, thank you for the.
Twitch drones, they work different than any other aim mechanic in this game. I swear. C4 doesn't find Magic's Kairos. He'll just swing.
Bro, that is very ambitious from you.
That is.
That's not going to work out. He does lose his mirror window eventually, but.
And he has no fear, I'm telling you.
I love that, though. That's exactly how CAG need to play. It's how they play in their own region. They understand the win conditions. They don't throw away advantages like CAG used to.
But they're falling apart right now, right? They've lost meeting control. They still got any connectors. Okay, they have no idea.
Oh my god! He
finds everybody! You gotta check your corners.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh my
from
gosh.
CAG. MIBR Los not realizing how exposed they are as they jump in. CAG, Lash, straight back out. Now it's Daffo in a 1v5.
Speak of disruption, speak of playmaking. I mean, it looked good. They were taking media control, connector, they had the IT breach, they were applying pressure on Catwalk, but then Saka and Anderton together, they find all 5 kills.
Bro, what was that?
They will take back the entire map.
What
into
the
their own
hell?
control, and they get a comfortable, dominant first round on defense.
Yeah, and here's a replay. Anaton had managed to sneak on past, and that was the mini game. I believe it was actually the Wamai
You mean like
disrupting the
people there.
Bet that, bet that.
I think what was happening, because Nux, I think it was, on the Nomad. Dash on the Nomad.
Dash.
He was throwing
First
out
thing
the
you left in
air
life.
jabs and the flashbangs, because one of the unique things about Nomad on this map is you can essentially lock players into the bomb site so they can't retake electrical, right? But I think there was a mini game between the Nomad and the Wamai, because the Wamai can catch the air jabs, right? And impacts the air jabs, or C4 the air jabs, or do anything like that. And so that mini game made Dash think that there was no CAG player in electrical anymore. Anaton had actually snuck through while the air jab had been dismantled. Really clever little mini play there.
Thing about playing certain maps like Nighthaven is that in almost
Where can
every
you watch this?
region at
Go
every
on,
level,
go
it plays out
to
very similar
Twitch
fashion. Even in ranked play, it's
or
a very similar map to
YouTube and
play.
search up
And how you take
Rainbow
top
6.
one in particular, you need to
R
try
A
and
N
find a
B O
victory
W
in a
and
team
just the
kind of
number
ethos,
6.
like Annie and Saka
You should find the
together,
official live
or
stream there.
You gotta just be better at the late stage, right? The C4 plant denial, the flank timing, something like that. Knowing when to push back. Whereas on Clubhouse, I mean, you can win rounds just in operator phase selection, the counters, understanding where the plant should be going down, etc. Nighthaven is a little bit more finicky and much more small detail oriented.
So Pengu of Siege was chess. Which operator would be the queen? The best piece in the game, you know? The one that everybody fears.
I mean, at one point you'd say Ashe.
It was Ashe.
It was Ashe.
She was the queen.
Historically, probably would be Ashe.
It was Dokkaebi for a while.
Dokkaebi for a while. Maybe Hibana when she first came to play.
Oh, come on, that's way too nerdy. Pick a more interesting operator than that. It was Ella. I feel like Ella's
one
of the most overpowered
I think Ella might have been the king. It was like if Ella died, you lost the round because Ella was crazy on the leash.
We don't really have a single operator that is like that much more powerful than everyone else right now. I think we just have so many really powerful operators.
Who was peeking that?
Like it, I mean, I'd rather have... I think I'd rather have a multitude of strong characters than just that one person that defines everything.
Oh, yeah.
Also because when you have operator bans like with you now, if you ban it, then you have nothing that's strong.
Yeah. Oh.
DMR, have fun, guys. Swing it, yeah. As they shoot out the Sami fallback, you have to swing it.
Yeah.
I'll find a different avenue.
Maybe don't make the same mistake that Chibisu did there. See, a second player was tempted to go for that swing.
Yeah, these guys are not in the building.
They're playing slow and steady. Zaka actually goes for a re-roam, gets spotted, takes a hell of a lot of damage. He's not likely to get back safely now, as the buck from up above can catch his rotation through the vert. Zaka's just hoping that he can find a kill before he retreats, before they find him first. But his teammates have been pushed on back. Anaton still roaming in cafeteria. Shurif not too far from him.
Oh, the dope call.
Zaka actually able to sneak by. He does have to answer his phone. As you said, the damage comes through. He might actually be able to sneak on through, but no, never mind. Nux has been watching the angle. MIBR Lowe's playing this very slowly, very steadily, and they have done a phenomenal job of flushing CAG back to side.
Just playing for kills, stop playing for map control and playing for a plan. That'll happen naturally as you find these couple of roaming players. The Dokkaebi Deimos combination super lethal, double vertical, and the ram in the box is double down. The C4 rip, not tossed them out just yet. CAG, I feel like they have to land 1 or 2 C4 kills to have a realistic shot at this. Desperate for it. And it was tossed in, I thought, but no, they keep ripping it back and forth. It hits the ceiling, doesn't find the kill. 20 seconds to go. It's time to push here. They're screwing fire, covering most of the side.
MIBR Los have played this very well, but the clock is against them now. 12 seconds, they have to get into the action and find the plan or find the last 2 kills. Anaton will go down. It's DD and Shurif now. It's DD all alone in a 1v5, but all he has to do is deny this plan. He has no gas, no util, and no hope whatsoever. MIBR Los bite back And the scoreline is once again tied even.
Nice style. I like it very much. Again, just playing for pick after pick and everything else will come with it. That means you don't gotta be perfect. You don't gotta set all these small pieces. See, guys, is there a roamer? Yes. Let's find him. And they're also playing those more meta-esque operators. They're on DMRs, they're on the Deimos Dokkaebi, and they're making their own lives so much easier having strong operators. Unlike yesterday's game, where they were playing off-meta, playing Nomad Gridlock on Cafe and not having any way of getting information. No way of finding the kills.
I also like the way that MIBLO's had a lot of redundancy there.
Thank you for the follow, man. Thank you.
Right? If you lose one of your third operators, you can always flip onto the second one. Such an important and underrated thing, especially in ranked. I will say, I think redundancy in your lineup is more important in ranked than anything else.
Things are bound to go wrong in ranked very often.
Like if you're solo queuing ranked and you see that your team has, a thermite and a ram, and maybe a sledge as well, maybe just play the Hibana, play the ace, like just add a second one.
Play the striker.
Play this.
Hand opener, soft reach charge. You could both.
Chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss.
Striker is one of my favorite operators. Also, I think Striker is the
team that's here to do it. To play Striker and recruit Sentry more than anybody else in the world.
And who is it?
You don't like have
this ringing a bell. This is from
makes sense. Makes sense.
SI.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Which means
is it FaZe?
Yes, FaZe.
Yeah.
FaZe play by far.
Is it Handy? Handy is like a striker man.
Yeah. I think he's the most one of the most played operators. And it's funny because if you talk about the most Maestro team, you would know this one, right?
Oh yeah, it's Kinotrope.
Yeah, I know that you know it because you passed them so much. They play more Maestro than anybody else by far.
Yeah.
So I love when teams have that little
got some CAG fans in the building
saying, "Oh, we do this differently than everybody else." This is why I want to ban the Thermite, by the way. Circumvent the mute jammer. Wall is open.
I love
little
that.
grapple angle. Works in the upstairs walls, the downstairs wall for garage. And it makes the mute on those reinforced walls completely useless.
Yeah, bit of a wasteful pick from here. Hopefully in future CAG realize that it's not worth bringing the mute, at least not for that purpose. Maybe more so to counter the Solid Snake.
Yeah. C4 was tossed out,
wow.
gets the kill as well to Annie, so he's downstairs, up into the mirror window, clips it, and therefore gets stuck and gets the kill. Beautiful. And this is why the Thermite is tricky to play up against the mirror, because there is now vulnerability. Same thing if you play the Maverick.
I've just checked the stats. Globally, in the last 365 days, Handy has the one of the highest EPSs in the world, and he's played Striker 56 times.
I see a lot of Legion for League.
#1 operator.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's more than I thought, actually.
Yeah.
There you have it. And the thing about the
got you. That's right. That's right.
That you can just mix and match any two secondary gadgets. The flashbang and the grenade, the EMP with the hard
breach and EMP. Yeah. That's my way
to play. It works for every attack, and it works probably for most defenses too.
Perez should win this fight. Anaton up in close range with the Vector. There's no match for the F2. It has the fire rate, but not the same damage. Sharif on the long angle, about to be met by Daffo on the Striker.
What are these flashes?
Outside of rafters. Meanwhile, Zach has actually lashed out and finished off the Solid Snake. And while Daffo will win his fight, his teammates have dropped. It's just him and Dark now in a 2 versus 4. But again, we've seen many times throughout this tournament, teams forfeiting 4v2 advantages. CAG cannot afford to do so here.
Two players who are low on health in Saka and Annie, so it's very easy to fall to the F2 of Dark. The issue is intel, 30 seconds, they have no clue these defenders are playing from. Doors are barricaded, Guman's on the ground, and time is ticking away. They're waiting right around the corners.
Oh, nice shot.
Good aim.
Showing out the second here. He goes
Good aim.
down, the power of the F2. But Dark now quickly falls back. He knows he needs to get that
4v2,
but now
2v2.
he's left all alone. And upstairs above, watching that defuse, Chibasu and Annie are waiting. Out comes the smoke grenade. Dark actually could clutch this. He doesn't have a lot of time. He's trying to bait for the first kill before he goes to the plant. Does get one, and now will go and look for the plant. It's up to Anaton now. But this plant is going to have to be committed to. Round in the corner.
Wow, he almost had it. He almost had that.
1v1. CAG once again take the lead and immediately a tactical timeout.
Beautiful attempt though. Had a few more seconds to go for the plant, not hitting that 0 mark.
That was close. That was close.
They're in a 2v4 deficit on the attacking side, but not to be. CG playing it smart. One defender drops downstairs, seeks where the plant is going down. Second one peeks the verticality and stays alive. That way they're kind of playing the timer as they should. It's a very common tactic that when you're in a 2 versus 1 and timer is sub 10 seconds, one person kind of try and go with the fight, force him off the plant. The second guy will win on 0.
Yeah, that was smart play, but still a little bit scary nonetheless.
It was certainly scary.
Anaton in the 1v1. But yeah, no one would have been as scared as Daffo trying to clutch that, but no time left on the board. Tactical timeout.
Miro Thermite ban.
My screen said it is called by MIBR Los, but I saw Sparky call the tactical timeout to the admins.
Maybe they're both fighting for it, huh?
Maybe they both wanted a tactical.
Is it a back-to-back?
Oh, wow. Here we go. He's definitely Italian. He's talking with his hands.
Oh, yeah. Boom. Forward. And come on in. In the door. I think it's a handshake deal here, though, Mirror Thermite, because it's such a heavy interaction, right? We saw it how Nox died before. You have a mirror in the breach, C4 goes up, he wants to go up in the wall. Now that's gone for both teams. This also enables the mute jammer a bit more because Ace is banned and Thermite is banned. Hibana doesn't work with interaction. You have to, you get jammed, obviously. So can opener is the last thing you have open now.
Can openers no longer get affected by mute jammers though, because you don't have to detonate them. Same with Ace.
Internal mechanisms.
Yeah. So that does mean, of course, that the mute jammer won't counter the tin can openers, but
we'll stop Hibana if they want to go for it.
Yeah, and you have to make a choice for the tin can opener. Do we want a crouchable breach or a vaultable breach? You cannot make a sprintable breach.
No.
Which means you can't play as aggressively around it. So it's a good move there from CIG, just changes a little bit about the hard breach.
And in this whole conversation, we still haven't mentioned Maverick, because we know no one's going to play it, right?
Which is funny, because, like, God, Mav is so good, man. Like, I'm telling you, he is so good. He also has a DMR, if you prefer DMR over Assault Rifle. Also, the M4, I think is like a top 3 assault rifle in the game.
True. That's just the doodle.
No, M4, R4, not R4C, M4, AK-12, and F2. Like, what else?
That's your top 3?
What else is there for ARs?
I would put SMG. It's not an AR, but
SMG-11.
That's a good gun.
Yeah, it's okay. Pengu.penta.
It works like an AR. Go.
Yeah, sure, but it's.
Wait, Commando on Grim and IQ.
Oh, yeah, Commando's better.
Yeah,
Commando's better.
Thank you. I agree.
A little aggressive play? No, he's gonna go for a rat.
It's gonna also
M4's faster than Commando, by the way.
Faster as in fire rate? Or?
Faster fire rate.
Okay.
Good same recoil. I would say like 0 recoil.
I'm trying to find a counter argument.
F2, sorry, 552 Commando is more damage.
Yeah.
But M4 is really good. Okay. And also, Maverick just slaps, bro. Like,
they just buffed him as well. The patch that came out yesterday.
He's got like, what, 30% more ammo now in his canisters?
It's a 30%. I think you're being overzealous here.
Okay. I mean, that's just some like vibe maths.
I think it went from 144 to 162 in ammo count, which is not 30%. It's not even close to 30%.
Yeah, just stop.
Stop.
Just stop, bro.
I'm hurting now.
Yeah, you're not digging my vibe maths, and I don't appreciate it.
Sorry. You know what? 35%. Screw it.
Ain't nobody using all of their ammo in Maverick in 2026. Ain't nobody even playing the operator. So that's the buff doesn't matter. Nice knife, boom.
Wait, you actually killed him. He was in the rappel.
And that is why you ban out that thermite. It forces MIBR Los into these narrow positions where you only have a small breach on the wall, and it enables C4s like that. Dark's also taking a hell of a lot of damage, but Shirip will go down. Anaton is roaming down below with your favorite assault rifle, the SMG-11, in hand, and he does indeed get his kill. Finish him off with a shotgun, why don't ya? As Perez finds one of his own onto DD on the bomb site, getting weaker for CAG, but MIBR Los, meanwhile, are dropping like flies. Chibisu will shut down Dark, and Perez completely shut out of it.
There's a 1v3 with a Blackbeard.
From the smoke, Babe looks to
it's
take
actually
the fight
winnable
with the Blackbeard, but he is surely not going to win in the 1v3. With full info on his position, he takes the fight, and Chibisu with that SMG-11
He's such a good Howard. I'm doing good.
Down. It's a 2-round lead for the Japanese.
You know why I knew that CG were going to win that round? They had both SMG-11s on defense. The mute and the smoke, the C4 and the toxic babes. No way to win that with Nox.
So what you're telling me is MIBR Los just need to run Amaru with the SMG-11 and then they
made it. I recorded and edited.
I do believe in
the video for today.
It would help their case.
Comes out in 15 minutes. Set the premiere in 15 minutes. Fancy thing for like live. How's the stream been? Pretty slow, honestly.
Yeah, they could also go back in time and look for when the
I mean, we're watching
had an ACOG.
Los versus CAG.
I don't remember that. I was watching Pro League when that happened, like when you were playing. And were you a Sledge player back then? I can't remember.
I mean, both teams are making a lot of mistakes.
Yeah. But yeah, I remember people used to run Sledge with the SMG11 as their primary, and they would use the SMG11 and then switch to the L85 after.
We'll watch it in between games about that. And then we'll have Shopify play whoever wins
and nowadays
this.
we got SMG12, and we have Warden players like Stumpin, who makes the gun look like a 0 recoil. And
Chivas is the same.
Earlier, yeah.
Yeah, no, the SMG12 is very good. I was a Dokkaebi main with the old Dokkaebi. I'm ashamed to admit it, yes, but you get to be a DMR clutch and an SMG12 clutch and a global ability clutch. It's like, and you have stun grenades. Bro, it was a dream.
And when they nerf it, you just start crying because you're going to D-rank 3 different ranks now.
No, that unironically happened to me when they removed the 1.5.
A lot of people felt
I was a 1.5 crutch like crazy.
Everybody was. They gave the 1.5 to like different Thorn at one point, and Thorn's pick rate and win rate.
You're playing ranked today. Good luck.
I was a Yana Ash G36 1.5, and I was like, it was my best KD season.
Gotta reload. I'm curious nowadays what that would be. We're talking about like a Solid Snake or the Deimos or
it's the F2.
F2. Honestly,
F2 and SMG12 are the two, and DMRs.
They gave the vert grip back. That's the only change they made to the F2. They gave it a grip.
You know, my least favorite thing about the F2 is that I still suck with it. It's really good, but I still
It does take some time to get used to it. Same thing if you play the Clash, which is Eniton's favorite operator right now. You're sure they're finding to dash elsewhere on the map on top floor, and this is the thing. When MIBRLOs can find an opening,
that's one vert off.
Work it step by step. They actually just fall apart.
Oh.
Does need to get escorted back by the Clash Shield. Not to take the gunfight himself.
Yeah, this is really flipped on its head now. MIBRLOs really kept pace. This entire game, by the way, it has been 1-for-1. CAG won the first round, Los won the second. CAG third, Los fourth, all the way up until just last round.
What your friend
That's the first time either of these
got
teams
you,
have won
baby.
two rounds in a row. CAG got themselves that advantage, and now with it, they have match point.
It's sort of in replay mode, so like
Chalet will be up next, and they struggled there yesterday for CAG.
recoil control sometimes isn't as accurate.
Stall out your opponent, make them a bit more tired. If you can push the OT right now, look for the 5th round to start that.
But
perhaps then the Brazilians can conquer them later on. They drop down the hatch in single. They have limited verticality because the Boogie Drones got impact grenade, I guess, early in the round. But they've almost not broken any of the floor.
Yeah. Also, Nitro Cell still available for DD on the Wamai in the late round. By the way, not running the MP5K, but running the AUG.
Oh, interesting.
Very rare to see that happen. Out comes a smoke from Nux, but it does get caught by the Wamai's Magnet. He does see Zakar, but guess who wins the fight? It certainly ain't gonna be Nux.
Nasty shot.
Now
nasty shot.
Make it a 1v4 for Perez up against the might of CAG on their map pick. He needs to do everything he can. He will need to pull his weight. 1v4, he finds the first, but quickly, Shurip is there to trade.
That is rough.
CAG
That's a rough.
make it 3 in a row. And with that, cap off, Nighthaven Labs.
The Zach is floating. Yeah, he's in a flow state. That was a nasty shot.
They played well together, and it is a different look than how they started yesterday's tournament, or how they started yesterday in this tournament, rather. And I saw a tweet from Shui by Annie saying they came into this tournament just feeling very stiff in the server. Like, just not playing very smooth together, not finding the solution to the problems. It feels better so far.
Yeah.
This map.
Yeah.
No one was playing on the other
for
stream.
CAG compared to yesterday, but MIBRLOs, of course, they put up a decent fight there on Labs. Next up is Chalet, and we saw CAG struggle on that map yesterday, so anything is possible.
Anything might be possible. Who knows? But I'm going to weigh in on probably the most important conversation of that entire matchup.
Okay.
SMG11 with an iron sight. Thank you very much.
Track. Thank you for liking the live.
You're going to remember the Nico from what would he have been playing on back then? Melon Cat, maybe?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, a
Nico.
super niche reference, by the way.
Yeah, MW, hilarious, bro.
Probably. I don't know. It sounds like the kind of thing you do. Like the only valid reason to play Iron Sight, aside from Aura, is for Blackbeard for the aim down sight speed buff.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, different counterpoint. If you play the Bandit, if you play Iron Sight, you're also doing get EMP'd.
Unironically, Bandit and also the ARX, so Nomad and Yana, has the same Iron Sight as the Bandit does. And I know that back in the day on Penta, Eunice used to run that Iron Sight.
He did?
I switched it because of it. I used to run Bandit Iron Sight. It is iconic.
What have I done? I literally just sat there shaking my head for like 2 minutes straight listening to that conversation. And I've only gone and made it worse.
Hey, it was you who brought it up.
It was 100% me, and I will take that and I will run away with it and never let you play with that ball ever again, because CAG had a phenomenal map this time around. Like you were saying, James, back and forth. It didn't look like anyone really had the momentum. That side swap, Nick, changed
What I recommend for warming up?
And that's the big question for me, right? Is CAG
shooting range,
consistency on both the
get your recoil down,
and the defenses like they had in APL.
Clear house,
that we know and love.
and then team
right
deathmatch.
Internationally, it feels like on certain maps they're solid on their attacks, weak on their defenses, and vice versa. I will say though, from a team coordination perspective, there are a lot of mini plays happening from CAG with Anderton and Saga playing that offensive play together, a lot of C4 kills, finding victories in small moments, and that's exactly what they need to try and establish some consistency. Winning in the small areas, you'll win the big areas.
Do you know what it felt like, James? It actually felt like, ironically, when CAG went defense, they dictated the pace of the entire second half.
Yeah.
They found the opening picks. They were the ones aggressing. They were the ones forcing C4s out through little breaches. It's all of those kind of things that I think CAG of old, when we went to international events, they didn't have that same grit to them, whereas now it feels like that has translated really well into this matchup.
For sure. I think the real secret for CAG on the defense is having a little bit of that grit and aggression. Let's toss out some C4s, let's go for plays, but at the same time, if we're winning, let's not overcook the round. Let's just sit back, play our 4v2s the right way, because that's the thing that MIBR Lows actually struggle with. They
Who plays after this, Dom?
Defense,
we still have another game.
And I think CAG
we still have another game between CAG versus Lows. But after this, the winners
against King Zero, they only won a single attack out of 5 attempts. They only won 3 defenses. So they went 3-3 on their defense.
They go up against
switch to attack.
I thought they go up against Shopify, but I'm honestly not sure. They either go up against Shopify or Fnatic.
However, I think are really starting to take control of this series. But with Chalet up next, we have no idea what to expect. So
but the bracket doesn't tell you.
We're going to try to collect our thoughts. We'll be back after this.
But no, it says the game isn't finished. Not just yet, Dom. Thank you for follow. Running a Claire house right now for the blood flow, as a wise rabbi told you. Sweet. Alright, let's check up on this stream.
Tuber out position. I like this a lot, just stalling out the main breach on CC.
I think I'll watch like a round of this.
Side right now. It's only one person right here.
What's
I
wrong?
want to see if they're just kind of putting this pressure solo and putting pressure on the other side of the map so they can just layer this position since they are using the tube, or if they actually want to go for this master right now. And oftentimes, too, you saw how they were extending Rafter with the Azami early, and they're using the tube early. That was
I can't figure out what's wrong with the ball.
Kind of make them waste that tube round, Zoto canisters, and they actually just come back in the mid round here.
Well, Garage Control was taken by Bazooka after it was early given up by Songla, so they can start to make their way forward towards this construction side and these players that are roaming over on Cash. Jackie Wu, he's quite stuck at the moment. If he doesn't... way back into construction. Valentino some early damage, but it's Yovaker who goes down. Mahogger's gotten 2 big frags in the midst of this and was traded out by Songla. Outside the windows, Abe is able to take down Valentino too. It's a flurry of frags here around construction in those highway windows. Another one from Bazooka. It's just Doha on the 1v3. The captain with everything on the line. He'll take down the first, but a good trade from Bazooka. It all falls for Alula.
Yeah, they're looking good right now. A lot of good trade games right here because you see Tyloo, they get caught whether they want to actually fight it or layer, and when you're not committing to both, you just get kind of caught in that competition, and you're just in a kill box really.
Right.
You need to make a play either on the windows, either a play down red. You can flank the people below because most of that pressure is going to be coming through garage and through top red. I just need to see Tyloo try to pick a point that they want to fight because there's always going to be a weak person in the attack. You need to find him and isolate him with 2 people.
Do you feel that they're getting maybe a bit too stuck on some of these roam extensions?
Yes, for sure. Because a lot of the time, too, if you are just stuck in these positions and the attack lets you sit there and you kind of keep running out of this utility, it kind of becomes... Oh, wow, what a play.
Nice.
That was very nice.
That was a double kill, too.
Yeah, that was. So, yeah, like I was saying, it really does affect it.
Well, we're going to start seeing some more play coming out from Alula. They look red hot today. 5 rounds that separate just them and moving on to play Fnatic. That's what this is all about. If you can beat that Fnatic team in the second best of 3 of the day, you'll be moving on to top 16. You'll continue your... So, lots on the line. CCTV Cash, the last hope for this first rotation.
Yep. You're going to see double denial with the smoke and Chanka here. Maybe you could see a zombie coming out, but I still do like this lineup. They're going to bring the castle down below to play lounge side. They're doing a heavy master extension. You usually see teams opening up this column.
Oh, wait, hold up. This is map 2 of this series.
Garage side here.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
They have the gridlock. Gridlock 2. Listen, I might have created this play, actually, but you usually go dirt, and then you walk up to oil pit. You know the gridlocks you nade. Listen, I won't say I created it, but hey, I wasn't seeing it before I...
Okay, I like that creativity. This mirror window and can opener tech went on basically the same time, but that will work out from Mahogger as he does get the angle on the wall that they wanted. This mirror window is not going to provide too much value for the defense. It was a little bit slow coming onto the wall and now shattered thanks to the melee from Valentino. Definitely feels like they want to go garage for this one, yes. Dave. They want to be able to get this player out of the Raptors position.
And doing this at defense, you have to be very careful because you can't give away too many kills trying to help the Raptor player, because the Raptor player, if he gets one, that's amazing. But if he dies, you know, it's kind of expected to be in that 4v5 situation. But the worst thing to do is go to a 3v5, and they have that strong execute up here. They're gonna go for sight right now.
Lots of utility being thrown in.
They're gonna ace his wall from here. Okay, that's nice too.
Pressuring in onto Songl. They know that this pick is so important to get and to get as fast as they can. There's nobody pressuring them on the doorway, but that's because Bazooka's down inside of Oil Pit. Here comes the first frag from Abe. He takes down Joza, and this is going to be now opening things up for Songlo to get a bit more aggressive on this main breach. He's got a lot of things to worry about, but it's really the main breach where most of these defenders are at. He hops straight on through and doesn't get punished somehow. Songlo's back to
sight. So he just gave up garage control?
That's a good way to get out here. Yeah, they have the Oil player right now. Okay. They need to look to take lounge control here.
Who on map 1? A CAG did. Rich? CAG did. I'm about to switch back after this round.
Be careful about Abe still down inside the basement as well, so could go for a flank up somewhere for some really devastating news. Crazy outside the main breach is praying for somebody to peek him on the drone hole, but unfortunately nobody's in that position. They are just biding their time on the side of Alula. They're inside garage. Valentino shuts down that basement player down below, so back down to a 4v4, and they've got the lounge control you wanted.
Yep. Right now, they need you to work the top red position here. Usually, you could do a walk-up with a player walking in the top red rotate, and it's going to be a very good split for you. Especially, too, with the Tachanka and the smokes up, it's going to be very hard to actually just go for a default plant holding the cuts here.
Bazooka 4-1 in Raptors control. 40 seconds left on this clock. The Tachanka so devastating. The NJR strat, as sometimes we call it. Doha's doing a great job from just denying this Raptors control. They can go in for the plant now. Crazy. He's going close on the breach, so they're not going to be able to stop that with the Tachanka. They don't have the lineup for it, but the kills are all coming through. The smoke. Joviker finds 2 heads, but is it going to be enough? The plant still goes down, and now it's a 2v4. Valentino is across the map inside of spawn, ready to hold this from the really long angle. This could be devastating. They might have a long angle, but I don't think so. Behind the mirror window, it's going to be really tough to stick this disable in the fire. It's really hurting the defense right now. They can't get on it.
He can also help his teammate holding garage right now, so the ace is focused on sight here.
They can be really focused on these 2 angles where the defenders want to run out. Stock position can be run out from currently from Jackie Wu. Here comes a position from Crazy, but he's going to get that down. Jackie Wu hard punished on Stock. Now on the main breach, Joviker starts to take the disable, but these 2 players are still alive, peeking the breach, and it's the long angle once again from Valentino. A beautiful post plant.
Very nice from them. You could see just Valentino.
Yesterday you hit me with they're playing Brava Bravo for this team for doing this.
Sorry, I didn't have the chat open.
Locked in right now. He's got the words.
Every day that goes by, I'm slightly less jet
I don't care who wins that game in W. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. That game's a toss-up.
Getting more whimsical.
Yes,
as we like to say.
Yep, that's right.
I feel like CAG wanted to do the same thing and be a bit whimsical, but they've been target bent away.
That was a good post plant.
That
was a good post plant.
But the black pit's open.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he was relegated to just playing Blitz on the first map, but I love Anaton's Blackbeard, so I'm really keen to see what he can cook here. Of course, though, Dash is running the Clash. Say that 10 times fast. I'm actually surprised that CAG haven't chosen to ban the Clash on either of these maps so far. Hello, Perez. He sees the Blackbeard, Anaton lets that C4 go away. Ooh, actually lands right next to him, does a hell of a lot of damage, but hasn't got the kill as of yet. Meanwhile, CAG look to try and take control of the basement, but Dark is there. and waiting to take a fight.
With any falling back from the window, it could be a dangerous territory downstairs, and I think it's going to be why Shuri's going to fall on back towards west main stairs instead. But just kind of stick around much slower. This is CAG playing that gap-finding kind of split theory that we talk about, where they don't really have a plan of, let's start master bedroom, do the roam clear, move on over, or start in library in this case. No, they're everywhere, just kind of seeing where there's going to be a gap in defense, where they can find a kill, and then just play the numbers advantage. The issue is, so far, they haven't found anything. It's been DD taking damage, Annie taking damage, and I really respect Perez right now, just holding on to the main staircase so it's possible.
What are you doing?
Down that staircase and giving up
what the hell?
Steps itself, and now the gap finding is successful.
I don't know how Perez, he just mustn't have realized that Shuri was in that position.
He got scanned by the solids.
Yeah, you would have thought that he would have expected. Wow, that's a quick shot from Dark. It actually takes down the Candela.
That will change the call, takes a bit of damage there from Dokkaebi. But that's the thing that we saw also in 9 Haven Labs, right? It might be our lows, they're too eager to take some of those fights. That's a mute SMG living close quarter, taking a long-range engagement, not knowing where the enemy is attacking from. You could have walked up the staircase, gone to bar, maybe made it back towards the master bedroom bomb site and just played that 5v5. Instead, you're playing down in numbers. Not the perfect circumstance, but it's still winnable. They got dash on the clash, dash on the clash, dash on the clash 3 times, James. And that's going to be their win condition if you can stop this push.
DD, though, does look to try and fight Dash.
Okay. Jack, I'm on your side, buddy, if you're listening to this, okay? I will not have this slander.
Pangu, you left him out to dry with that one. Like, that was easy. That was low-hanging fruit for me.
I just picked somebody that would back me up in my opinion, that's all.
Well, one thing I did notice this round, talking about strats, the Jaeger actually has stacked 2 ADSs in Boiler, in Elbow, all the way down on the basement.
I like Boiler.
Yeah, very unusual. I mean, firstly, it's unusual to see teams actually play basement.
Oh my gosh, man.
You don't see this a lot. But this shield setup from Daffo, supported by the ADSs from Jaeger, this is the kind of strat that we just do not see much these days.
So the reason why I love the Boiler setup is that you're kind of forcing the enemy on the attack to go for dining control, like we see here from Shuri. Break open the hack so that you're stuck in Boiler and force the Texan taking pretty much full map control. When you're folded or you have a shotgun against a shield and you can't really hit much of his body. So what Nox needs does saying, guys, I'm gonna run at the blitz, he's gonna flash me and then push me.
Like
I'm gonna bait it, somebody wants to get the kill. That didn't happen. There's not like a teamwork play happening from the Brazilians. It's very much individual people taking a fight, trying to be the hero, and they don't need to. Because CAG right now are very clearly individually fired up.
Dude, what is this Stenari setup? What the hell?
He's actually the GOAT, man.
That's actually a good. I've never seen that before.
I'll admit, I've been critical of him in the past because he's very good at getting exit frags. On the border, Chalet follows.
Hey, what are you? What a wall bang, dude. Oh my gosh.
By the way.
That was a disgusting. He is right. That was a disgusting. So, whoever wins this, they don't show you like the exact bracket. So I'm not sure. Whoever wins this either plays if Fnatic.
It is here from Anderson. He goes in, but Dash quickly with the MP5 SD does find one
kill. He's cooked.
With the impact, actually just knocks Anderson back for a brief moment. He needs to win this fight though. Comes up in close range. With the Scar in hand, he should be able to win this fight. Goes for the bonk, finishes off Dash, looks for a little bit more. As CAG erupts into the bomb site. It's time to retake for
He just died to a thorn trap.
That wants to happen here from Zaka, but they don't know where Nux is. We can see he's actually still hiding in the bathroom. Anaton's now found him. Wants to go for a little bit of a bait. Continuing to go back and forth. Gets down.
What the hell?
Will trade back. It's now a 1v1 with Anaton on the ground. Dark seems to have an inkling on where Zaka may be. Anaton peeks for info. It's the perfect bait. He cheated. And Marbialos also may well be a lot better on the attacking.
Always a discussion of if the enemy brings DMRs, Asami is more or less ineffective, whereas as the castle does require soft destruction, which there is a Flores in play for that. And of course, heavily playing around the information, the traps, and the cameras. TV
I mean, that's just a default spawn pick. Everybody knows that spawn pick.
A little bit of that roaming presence. Perez often is one of those loose players that will do whatever he wants. not to be for this round.
Oh, what the fuck?
I do think for CAG though, you just play out the round as you intended. Step by
Oh,
step,
yeah, me
nice and
okay.
slow. Utilize the Grim Beast information. Try and look for a big boom kill just via downstairs. Get Anakin as a Blackbeard inside the building and start working it. He's got the booms ready. He's waiting for the Grim Beast red ping. He's
surely
right downstairs.
Nux is toast any second now. As soon as Shurip has the info on where he is, he's currently watching his flank.
Team kill to Annie.
Anakin gets TK
on the window
by
repels.
Didi. That is a very rare mistake for CAG. It's not often that they will team kill their shield. Here come the 3 big booms from Shurip. Actually went all the way down into the basement to catch Dash.
Interesting.
That's a huge kill though. Now CAG retain their advantage.
Imagine they had any though. 5 versus 3, got the shield. They can easily go for a plant in like 20 seconds from now, but we got the shield. It is time for a plan B. Gotta figure out where those defenders are and where they can enter the building, because trophy window looks super scary unless you know it's clear for a fact.
Well, they know one's in closet here. Zaka needs to try and use his Grim Beast to support. I'm not sure if
there's only one site.
There is a player inside of bathroom as well. They would have just heard Daffo right out a few shots with the UMP. The smokes will slow down Zaka here. No need to rush. Shurip brings out his concussions from the Zoth. Wants to make an entry with Didi.
Nobody's
try and
kitchen.
repel inside. You're right, there is no one in kitchen, which means Didi can get inside for free. He does go for it. They pre-fire through the head holes. They look to make a breach on the bomb side. Dark to find a flank. He finds his first. Didi will trade it back. 3v2 as the plant poised and ready to go here for CAG. Daffo wants to go for a flank. Both him and Nux are still up above this bomb site.
They only know for a fact that one guy was above. With the side being clear, they can deduct that it has to be a second player as well. Gotta worry about the staircases and of course the hatch being open. A plant technically possible, but both defenders have a secondary or primary shotgun, so verticality will be against CAG.
Didi will start forcing that plant down. RCAG ready enough to watch for it. Daffo tries to go into the hatch, tries to deny the plant, but he is far too late. Didi's got it confirmed. CAG into the post as they look to lock up this half 4-2. All they need to do is sit outside on these repels to bide their time.
All right,
and
so
wait
CAG
for
goes up.
MIBR
CAG goes up
to surely
4-2.
desperately make their way back to the
Attacking Chalet.
Just
rocks for Los.
Pick on the repel, and 2 guys by the side playing together.
I feel like it is a lot easier to attack Chalet.
Perfect kill.
No, it's definitely harder to defend it. I think.
And all it takes now is just a waiting game.
Like
I mean, it's easier, sorry, to defend it. It's easier to defend it.
And he won't even try.
Really?
CAG say, come on, give us your best shot. Shuri
Wow.
will claim the final
You
kill.
guys got an emerald?
It's a
That's good, guys.
4-round half. The CAG, they are well on their road to redemption.
Man.
You see what happened there? The second they
You
won
taking
the
a long
round,
time,
DD
FPS?
looked down the table to Annie and said, I'm sorry for team killing you. Hands
I'm
together.
about to say, man.
Right? And I think that's really important, taking responsibility. It was a good outcome.
We will
They
get
got
rid of
the
the hot
round.
drop
They're having a
tunnel.
laugh
There's a
about
clash
it, but they
down
recognize,
there
I'm so
outside.
sorry, I messed up. That's
He said,
on
how's
me.
Rebellion
Let's
doing? They're
focus on the
not
next
playing right
upcoming
now.
half.
We're gonna watch them
I
play
think those very
after
small things, obviously
after
a big
this
sign
game.
of maturity and trusting each other as a team, but also just making sure that there's no bad vibes.
Yeah,
Because if Anyton's, I think he's looking, he's 2-6. He's having a great game. He's having a good impact, but on the scoreboard, he hasn't found the kills. Some players will feel a bit tilted by that. Then you get team killed and rather should be a 5v3 free victory. It's like, don't worry about it.
They're
That's
still in.
my
Of
fact.
course,
You're doing
they
great.
went 2-0 yesterday.
Fnatic, in the
We're
post-match interview,
watching
Citizen was
the-
really hyping up Smith.
We're watching
Now,
day
his
2 of the
shield
play-in,
saying,
or
"Guys, you're not
the
ready
last
for
day of
this
the play-in.
He's a
So
new
they
player
just
who's
need
at
to
his
win
first
this
ever
game,
event. Now he's getting gassed
this game
up by
coming
a
up,
Pro League
and then they'll
champion.
make it.
Like, it
And
means
they'll play
something,
tomorrow.
Right?
Yeah, it does.
Have your teammates supporting you, even when you're bottom fragging. And that is what...
Especially when you're bottom frag.
Well, yeah, I mean, more so than ever, right? Like, it's easy to gas up the player that's top fragging on your team. It's harder to admit, look, you know, you played so well and you helped us win that, even though you didn't get any kills. Because Siege is not all about the kills, right? You can have a big impact to help your teammates.
Who are they playing?
3 of these highlight rounds,
So I believe Shopify will be playing whoever wins this game, but I could be wrong.
And sadly, there's no way to count the values there.
They
And
haven't.
yes,
It's sad they haven't shown the full like bracket.
Fights than just 2.
That's right. I mean, the Siege is a much less of a quantitative game than people realize, and that's why the stats don't always tell the whole story. What does is how your team chemistry can lend itself to getting yourselves wins. And CAG are looking a lot better than they did yesterday when they fumbled against King Zero and when they fell short to Fnatic. And look, to be honest, I remember casting that Fnatic CAG game, and I'll be honest, like we casted both Fnatic and CAG during the regular season, you and I, Pengu, and I had very high hopes for CAG.
Like, this kid is just so dumb.
Fnatic from what we saw from EML, but they were very inconsistent. CAG were the opposite.
Yeah,
they were very consistent. So coming into yesterday and seeing CAG drop the ball, it was an immense disappointment. And yet, I looked back this morning and I was like, hang on, that game was a 7-5. Yeah. Technically, Fnatic only just won. It doesn't feel that way in my head. It felt like a 7-3, 7-2. It felt like a stomp, right? And then to see CAG fumble against King Zero on the first map, again, all of these reasons why in my brain, it feels like CAG have underperformed, but this performance today against MIBR is everything they've been looking for, and it does give you a bit of confidence that this team has actually improved in the last couple of months since City Major.
Also, the last match against
He didn't even call
Clash. 7-2, 7-2.
Clash is pinged on the board. We're not calling the Clash.
First map of loss, right?
The Mon thing we're trying to plant in front of said Clash, shocking them.
Yeah, and we saw the exact same story from them in some of their other games. I mean, against Scars, they lost the first map and then won the next two. Against D+, they lost the first map 6-8 and then won 7-0, 7-5.
Exactly.
Same thing happened again against D+ in the grand final of APAC Northing. They lost 7-4 and then won the next two maps 7-2, 7-3. Yeah. It's a common thing, and if you speak to Sparky, the coach of CAG, he said before, like, I remember, I think he was telling me about the D+ game. It's like, look, when they started playing really well on Labs, we thought, okay, I didn't expect them to be this good, but that's fine, because, like, we've seen their playstyle, and we know we're going to win the next two. And then they did 7-2, 7-3. Yeah, this is something that CAG have been contending with for quite some time, but once they are playing to their potential, they are unstoppable. And they're well on their way at the moment, only 3 rounds away from knocking MIBR Los out of the Esports World Cup.
Okay, for a second I thought we were doing something spicy. Perez had Fuse LMG locked in, but not to beat. He's gonna go to the glass.
I would have loved to see that.
I was thinking, okay.
I also thought we were going to get a Sense for a hot minute.
Yeah, they were there for a moment there.
Sense and Rayora are two of my favorite operators that we just don't get to see enough of.
I think Sense's highest
what do you need help with?
Bank.
No,
mate. Huh?
Not even Labs.
Sorry,
Lair. Tertiary okay. I get Labs and Lair confused because they're L's, but no, it's Lair. 100%. Tertiary bomb site Lair.
Wow, they're waiting for it.
On that bomb site, I should say.
Punished.
Yeah, well, nice kill there from Dash early on. I mean, Shuri is the kind of player for CAG. Who else is jumping outside? You can see Dash
double down.
Completely cack his pants as soon as he sees that detected outside notification right after he gets 1 kill outside. I'd be sweating, bro.
I feel like this is a good old, let's try and control the momentum, like Rob said in the first map, right? Where it felt like the CG were defending, they were still trying to take control and take charge of where and when the fights will happen. And if it doesn't work, it goes punished like a round or two, you switch up. Yeah. You play utility, you play fallback, etc. But also look at the operator bands to further this point.
I ain't gonna know, man.
A lot of things that you can hide behind and protect yourself with is gone. So you are forcing CG into traps, into gunfights, into a clash in this case, for example.
What a thorn throw.
Happening here with both the... Oh my god.
Wow, that was and the Lion. That was a great play, actually, from Zaka, all the way down from bottom fireplace. But DD's about to go and meet the glass. He didn't wait for his glasses to recharge before he contested the glass through that smoke grenade. That's a bit of a mistake. A lot of damage done to 3 players from MIBR Lows, but they themselves have taken 2 bodies from the CAG camp.
Wait, this guy's flanked though. This guy's got the world's greatest flank. Do they have a flank him?
Seconds ago, they know exactly where he's in the clash. And now Chibi as well as out of Piano is exposed.
Okay. Oh, he's Deimos tracked. Wow.
Low here from CAG. One important operator from the equation. There's no more glass, sorry, no more Yin Candelas rather either. So limited tools here from the attackers.
They're ready to go for it though. Look at this from Dash. He's the first one in the building. He opened up the round. He doesn't check Anaton in the corner. Out comes the shield. Chibi's gotten back into position to try and support.
Good
C4. Out comes the C4, but it gets shot out of midair. Great play from MIBR Los into the 3v3, and this is not a free plan after all. In fact, it might not be free in the slightest. Zaka comes for a flank, but thankfully the Blackbeard is there, watching away. Oh my god!
Oh my gosh!
On the Chibisu. It all comes down. The CAG's captain, Anaton, with the clash, shield on back. He brings
back
it
at
out.
the bomb.
Spots out Daffo, but he's about to meet him.
Oh my gosh.
Daffo goes deep with the Reaper.
Wow.
And MIBR Lows show they do have a little bit of fight left in them.
Such a hard round to play for Sack. He was in the basement, baiting out the Deimos tracker, the Lion, saying, hey guys, I'm over here, worry about the flank. And he had 2 options. Either you walk
Dude,
back
what a
up
shot.
the blue or five
That's a
stairs
nasty
and go
shot
for
right
a
there.
Fight, or you go all the way back to West Main, off through Solarium, and you join your teammates by the
You're
side
already starting
itself.
school.
And he was just taking that risk. He was thinking, hey, if there's no flank
sucks
drone, I
to-
will get a kill for free.
sucks to
If
suck,
there's a
but you know
flank
who's
drone,
not?
I'll probably die.
Yeah.
And
Me?
that's when the round turned from a 3v3 into a 3v2, then a one-tap shot gather from Nox into a 3 versus 1.
But it's fine, Logan. You got through Hell Week.
CT called their attack timeout, the final one here on Chalet, because it was called earlier by the Brazilians. Sparky, final few words here to the boys.
Yeah, what does he have to say? I wonder. CAG are the ones that get to
Please don't
dictate
take this to
how
map
this
3.
map
I'm
plays
actually
out, because
rooting
they're
for
on the
CAG so he
defense,
can
Gotta
get
be the play
to
style.
First
Shopify.
question is what bomb side are we going to? Second question is
Is
how do we
that-
play
is that
around
one
it? Do we
team
try and
all,
hunt down? Do we
easy?
try and fight?
Yeah,
I mean,
so
the
they're
problem with going bar is you've got the
so
Reliance
they're
army
they're
building.
Mirror,
APAC. CAG, they're
and that might be gone on the third
fully
rotation.
Japanese team.
So what do? Do you play
And
a mirror
then
window on
MIBR
mezzanine
Los,
facing into
they're
library
from
and
the
play deep in
SAL,
the
and they're a
corner?
full.
I think you do, because
I think
the
they're a
issue is
mix
with
of
the Reliance side being
Brazilians, and I think they have
removed, you can
one
only hold on to
Mexican
library with a
player.
clash
I'm not
mirror,
sure.
like,
I thought they did.
realistically.
Or, and Blue Stairs as well is very weak with that.
Now you
So
have
you
6
play
hour
Jaeger,
practices. No
you can
shot.
play
You
the
have
mirror
6
and the
hour
clash.
practices.
They are gonna go bar.
No
You have the
shot.
mirror,
What,
but
2
no
days,
Jaeger,
Logan?
I think
no
the-
deployable shield either.
The lack of
So
mirror
you got
scares
6 hour
me here. I think
practices
that
and don't
even
become a
Jaeger scares
pro
me.
after that?
Sorry, that's what I meant.
Oh, okay.
Wrap
You
it
said
up.
mirror, no?
6
Yes,
hour
I do,
practices.
sure.
It's
I
crazy.
meant the lack of a Jaeger
Yeah.
scares me. Yeah, because you can't really play safely on the blue stairs, and if you lose blue
Yes,
stairs,
my
then
boss
the
somehow
mirror
found
position
out my
on the
homeboy
mezzanine
was
is
talking about getting
screwed
another
because
job.
you're gonna get swung from this.
Oh,
grade.
yeah?
Yeah.
Somebody
So I was
in that
thinking, like, you
motherfucker
play
snitched on
maybe
him.
Clash, no Jaeger, or you play Jaeger and a shield and you're kind of chilling.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely play Clash.
We
on
know
top
who it
of
was,
blue
Isaiah. We
stairs.
know it was you, bro.
However, they're not they're doing the flip.
Hell no.
They put the mirror window inside.
6 hour
okay,
practice
for the
give me
past
two.
two I need
Wait,
all the-
one
I'm
message
looking
looking
at.
in,
I need all the
okay,
cooks
so
I
you're
can
double
have stay on
committing
the
here on
line.
top floor.
From what
Now, I
time?
From my
really
one
want that
home-
Jaeger
From what time,
because
Logan? Go ahead.
Everything's invested in one area.
My one
it is
homeboy
we get
has
double
to,
value.
This is my ranked
He has
mirror
to go
strat,
to
by the
drill
way,
for
this
the
match.
National
is
Guard
it now?
this weekend, so he's not
the
going to
two
be here
mirrors. I
this
usually put
weekend.
my mirror on the other side though, not the.
I'm not there.
But then you
I'm not
can
there
go to hatch,
tomorrow,
because hatch
and
is
I'm
gonna
not
be full
there
down a little
Friday
Yeah,
morning
that's
because
fine.
I
You
got
don't
to go
actually
to
play on
court.
the mirror. You play near the mirror.
Oh, okay.
You don't have to like sit directly on it.
You're not worried about the window in the hallway?
1 to
The
7.
piano hallway?
Yes, I am worried about the
Okay,
window. in the
okay,
piano
because
hall.
I'm worried about
That's
the
what
window.
I would usually
weird.
have in Azami.
Okay.
But yeah.
But that's meant the way.
Or a castle. Exactly. That's why I'm a bit scared about playing bar with no Azami and no Amai.
Yeah. But as I said, I think it really gets harder with the third operator band, so it's kind of now or never, low key.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we also see the second layer right now. We see the silhouettes. They're playing in-office piano with the castle barricade.
It builds
No
character,
one is
Logan.
going
It builds
to fall
character,
back.
you know?
Yeah, this is CG
I'm just
having
kidding.
a
It's
start
that's
position
absolutely
saying,
stupid. You have
hey,
to
we're
save
starting
for 6
all
hours.
the Rainmaster. And then when they pop the castles, they instantly sprinted back. They don't want the fight. They just wanted to like stall for utility. Now they're playing around the blue stairs, in library, in bar. They've actually surrendered the entire map control. Basically zero roaming now from CAG.
This is a good setup, but with a lot of weaknesses. So this is going to be a great test of MIBR Los's. I cannot say that name.
It's hard. Also, it's
Cag by
ML,
Varel,
which is...
MIBR Los, ML, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it's not
Yeah, come
CBV
play it
as
right
well
here.
for Cag by Varel.
Okay, let's not get into that because that's a whole...
You're going to get back to school. All right, good luck,
problem
Logan.
solving.
This is a great chance for MIBR
Do your
Los to
homework.
show us their problem-solving skills
Absolutely.
on the attacking side.
Yeah. Like you said, the reason why it's a good example of it is because, as you said, a lot of weaknesses, a lot of gaps to be had. This should be on paper and easier than usual execute.
But if you don't expose the few weaknesses in this
Yes.
bomb site, it's a very strong setup.
That's the
right?
thing.
This mirror window, for example, you can contest very aggressively.
Yeah.
Do you know how Jaeger for
Library
this?
window
No,
repel
not
signal.
Jaeger. Wow.
Dash there right now, looking for it.
Oh,
The nade goes
perfect.
out, gets the
Smart.
kill.
Oh, wow.
Trade back
Playing
onto Daffo.
at the bomb.
And so they
playing
erupt.
IQ below.
Nox tries to take control of the top floor, but the mezzanine players have fallen as well. CAG, they take one body with them, but they lose control of that top floor.
Yeah.
With 50 seconds still ready for ML to look for an execute.
Good use of Captain 5. They cut off the top blue positioning, then pushed in with the shield, and then, of course, with the naked
Yeah,
kill, it's
man.
even easier.
think it's a
CAG,
thorn on the
win
walk
conditions,
down.
They're gone. They have to go for kills. They have to be
Oh,
that
because-
straight. There's one from Cheapy back to the
That's why he
numbers.
panicked
The
and
3-3,
ran.
it's
He
not
got
over
hit. I
just
hit him
yet.
with
There's
one of
still
the
that
bullets
5
from
here.
below.
There's still a frag grenade. But the thing that Brazilians are missing is a way into the site. It's a staircase. It's a hatch trap. Both not in their favor.
Time is ticking away though for ML. 20 seconds left to go as the
Drop the
Blackbeard
hatch.
drops down the hatch. Caught in a crossfire, gets
Crossfire.
taken down.
Where
are
is
you
he
looking,
looking?
Dash?
Where is
it's
Dash
all the dark as
looking?
he tries to duel the first player, but Shuri
the
gets
hell?
the better of him. They had no right to win that round, but CAG are stealing the show. MIBR loss on their
Yeah,
last
Los,
legs.
they look so lost right
They
now.
had
This
the
is
problem solid
This is
skills.
crazy.
They got library. They picked apart the setup. They got the opening, and yet they still lose the round in the tiny details. Losing a final blue staircase, a 50-50 gunfight. That's all it takes. C4 response to the grenade was a nice attempt there from CAG. it comes down to the gun skill instead.
This is a much better CAG today compared to what we saw yesterday. They are starting to believe, and it might get them a 2-0 win over the Brazilians here in the play-ins.
Very possible. Quite likely at this point, and it really does seem like since the tag time has been a stylistic change here, right? They played full fallback, full turtle. I'm sure Sparky was saying stuff like, these guys are great shots, they don't know how to problem solve. They can't pick you guys apart. We got good strategies, use them instead, don't give them any opening. So rather fall back early than overstay and die. I really expect you to continue with this kind of trend until it stops working. And then you adapt one more time. You're challenging Immobile's ability to adapt on the fly, because mind you, there's no tag timeout for their coach of Hawksword. So the players are completely on their own.
The last time that we saw CAG beat a Brazilian team that wasn't D+, because we don't count D+.
Was it Reload?
It was at Reload.
Okay.
And they took down Team Liquid. Oh. And that was a hell of a long time ago. Over a year,
never mind, I know what those
400
numbers are
days
for.
ago.
Didn't they beat Fury at SI also?
They beat Fury at the Six Invitational a few months prior to that. That was, over a year and a half ago now.
But that was an impressive feat as well.
That was a massive, impressive feat. It's been a very long time since they've shown that they've got what it takes to take down one of these Brazilian rosters that actually competes in the South American League, that is. No offense, D+.
Elevate D+, you know, yeah. BD goes down early though, that's not gonna bode well for the Japanese, but I would say to lose anybody individually is very good at his DP. He can watch the cameras, he can call his shots, and he can guide his teammates with his voice instead.
Yeah, and it wasn't really an important operator here in terms of util in the mid-round either. Yeah, he has. He set the util.
Oh.
Big aggressive play though from Zach.
Oh.
Finds a second!
Damn.
Big double kill here with the UMP. It's Dark and Daffo now to pick up the pieces. They get in the building.
You fall back until you stay. The hatch is open and available to Saka. And he's in master bedroom. He must have heard that laser going off.
He sees a laser on the wall as well.
Yeah. But now he's sticking around. Shuri in piano hallway. Saka by the master bed just proning on the ground, making no noise.
And he finds a third in the round. Jumps up with the UMP and actually decides to fall on back.
It's safe.
Very smart move. Now Dark, 9 bullets in the magazine.
Like that.
He takes down Shuri.
That's SMG 12 right there.
Potentially Daffo revivable. Never mind, it's not. Zaka will go down and take Daffo. Dropping down below, answering his phone quickly. 1v2 for Dark to prevent CAG from claiming match point.
That's such a smart play though. Shuri overstays and dies, and Seth goes, I'm gonna go confirm the kill instead to make it a 2v1 instead of that 2v2 potential. So they make a bad play into a good one. And Dark has to fish on the vertical. He has to find that kill, make it a 1v1. Then the gadget becomes his win condition.
Oh, he's ratting Harry
Has to
Potter.
the cameras. Don't could be called as
I like this
temporary, no longer permanent.
You go for a Dokubi call here, and that'll give him the sound cue of where Zaka is. He can hear him. Zaka has to choose between taking the damage and being forced to move when the phone explodes, or answering the phone right now. But I don't think Dark knows. He's waiting in the corner. He does see the laser for a brief moment. CAG are playing this perfectly. Holding that crossfire, forcing Dark to make the first move. Chibi first contact. Zaka will swing as well. The two of them together take the round.
Good recoil control.
And project CAG.
Keep that guy on SMG 12.
Point.
Closer and closer they will
I must not be dialed. Cole, you talking about?
But not there just yet.
Cole, when you get back from vacation, holy recoil, dude, holy recoil control. My gosh.
One guy swings too early. They don't have the synergy. Somebody's nervous and makes the wrong play.
Nah, he was too nervous. He didn't pull down.
DD, with this
what the hell was that?
The organization and the roster, they got much more discipline, much more consistency in the server. Operator bans coming out, and I'm not exactly sure what it's gonna be. Mira originally was gonna be my thing, but Castle gets target banned the way being played every round since. Peeling back the layers, you can't hide behind anything but the Mira and the Clash.
What does the score go to? So the score goes to whoever it's first to 7, but if it goes to 6-6, it'll go to overtime match point, and to where it'll be first to 8.
For MIBR Los, it will need to be 3 rounds in a row to survive another day in the tournament, and even then it's not a given, because the winner of this match is going to play later today in a knockout match against Shopify Rebellion.
Okay, that's what it is. Okay, so the winner of this, so CAG will play Shopify, and that's gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be pretty bad.
Look, CAG have really made a strong case for themselves of actually being a decent team, decent enough to make it into the group stage maybe, but it could just be a little bit unlucky for them who their opposition is in this next match. Don't worry about that yet. All you need to focus up on is one more round here. 7-4, 7-3 over MIBR loss. That's a bit of a statement. The first time they've beaten a team that's not from APAC or CNL in over a year.
And changing their chalet around from yesterday, having a brutal loss to a convincing victory if they were to close it out here.
Losing to the bottom-seeded CNL team, by the way, on this map.
Just gonna give them a bit more map pool power for the games to come, because again, BO3s, they require you to dig deeper and deeper as you progress the tournament. In a BO1, you can kind of crouch a few maps and that's it, and ban all your weaknesses. That doesn't work in a BO3. You gotta let something open that your opponent will be better than you at, typically.
I think CAG are actually better at BO3s than they are at best of ones.
Oh, it's a rush.
Indeed it is. Oh, it's a quick rappel inside for Dark, but he is found. It's a desperate, throwing everything at the wall moment for MIBR Lows. Anderson, though, does die, funnily enough, to Dash.
How does he die?
Thanks for that Dokubi call, but a C4 from Chibisu puts an end to Nux. It's Perez and Dafo now to try and win the 2v4, but CAG have not been making mistakes. They have not been giving them any chances. Dafo just waiting for his moment. Chibi lies in wait with the shotgun at the ready. Will Dafo make the first move? Indeed he will. Chibi finds 13 kills. Perez up against the world.
All right.
But it is
so we're gonna see
CAG
CAG go up against Shopify
for the first time in over a
in
year,
the next game.
Taken down an opposition
in probably like
outside of APAC and
20
CNL.
minutes, maybe 25
and they
minutes.
Stay alive
I should
for
say.
yet one more game here at the Esports World Cup.
A revival, much better performance, much sharper on the server, the coordination, the synergy, the confidence, and also strategically having that switch up, starting off super aggressive on Chile, jumping out windows, trying to play the game of disruption, to then playing utility, fall back, play the castle, force the castle ban, by the way, and then still find a third way of playing it and come out victorious.
Here I was thinking that Los would win.
To warm up into it, but they are finally here.
That's brutal.
And I think with
for
that
them.
result for CAG by Varel, it does recontextualize the tournament results so far. They're not done yet. Sadly, that's not the case for MIBR Los, and you can see it is a very frustrating moment, a sad moment for the Brazilians who flew all the way here just to play 2 days of Siege and then fly home again. But for CAG by Varel, they're well and truly back on the world stage, and they're looking to make an impact.
I'll tell you this much. They looked so impressive today.
So much better.
Those two matches, and I think it's really important to talk about this here. We said earlier in the first map that they were dictating the pace, they were controlling things.
You said that. That was all you.
Well,
and analysis Rob over here.
I heard Pengu agree with me, and I thought, hang on a second, we're on to something. But I also think as well, they followed that into their second half on Chalet there. However, this time it didn't work, but what they did incredibly well was decision-making. They peeled back slowly. They didn't just force back to site. They were happy to re-engage mid-round. They were happy to re-engage late round. And they seem to always find small little openings, Nick. And I think, look, as much as we want to give our commiserations to MIBR Los, because obviously this is not the performance they would have wanted.
No.
We do look on the other side of that flip coin and say that after, you know, what, I want to say 2 years there, we're finally getting to see the traction slowly get back into their favor.
Yeah, another thing to say about CAG as well, right? Like we talk about, oh, it's been since Reload that they've beaten a team on the international stage. Actually, Reload was with a different roster. Like DD wasn't playing for them yet. So technically this is like the first time here
Has the other stream ended?
We've actually seen them win matches on the international stage with this new roster. And as we've talked about, CAG are a completely different team to what they were at Reload now. Like, not just making that roster change, but bringing DD in from coach to player. Playstyle's completely changed. They've now got a foreign coach in Sparky. Whole different ball game for CAG. I think they're well on their way to doing what they've been trying to do for the last 8 years.
No. So no.
Break through
CAG isn't in. The predictions were for the 2 play-in teams to advance.
This could be too little too late. Like, man, if they got a
here's the thing: if you picked SR and CAG,
but a BO3 against Shopify Rebellion,
then you're kind of screwed because one of them, you got one of them right. But CAG has to be SR for you to actually win that prediction, or like the point for that prediction.
I think, Nick, it's fair to say they weren't impressive enough. They weren't where they needed to be, and I'm sure that they know that themselves.
Yeah, and I will say they were better today than they were yesterday as well, just like CAG. But their improvement was not as significant as CAG, and therefore the results also worse.
Yeah.
But I still want to see that more character, personality, the operators that they play. And the thing is, if you're playing Brazil, there are a lot of really good players that can take your spot. Yeah. That can try and be like, you know what, I could make this roster better. Let me get an MIBR lows. You gotta fear for your position. So the players having a very emotional reaction, you know, they don't know if this is gonna be the end of them. Yeah. You never know.
Lacking a little bit of direction. And look, I want to give some credit to MIBR Los. Of course, they did win games when they were in the Salt Lake City Major. Yep. They made it here because they're playing in a very competitive region. I know that a lot of people are saying Brazil's not as strong as they used to be. They're still bloody good at the game.
Yeah, certainly are.
And these guys beat NIP to be here. NIP have had their fair share of roster problems, but they are also a really strong team. Los are a good team. Yeah. They're just not good enough to make it out of the play-ins in their current state. Give them a little bit of time. Like, they went to the Salt Lake City Major. They're here at EWC. Maybe they'll make it to Osaka for the upcoming Major. Who knows?
And you said to me earlier, maybe I'm misphrasing this. This was a rematch.
I should probably look at the
Salt Lake City. Yeah,
there you go.
And they beat CAG 7-3 in Salt Lake City.
Yeah. Boy.
I should probably take a look at.
Okay, but best of one, and this is what we kind of say.
Yeah, it was also
the other
which is a very different map.
See if they're still in the game, but I don't think they are.
Damage to that Dokkaebi call.
Oh my gosh, they're still on club.
Call over towards Crazy. Jackie Wu holds the defuse kit at his feet. On the prone angle, Valentino gets slammed. He was aware. He might have heard that position change. Now Crazy, they know exactly where he's at, and he's on 1 HP. He's got to go crazy with this TCSG, living up to his name, but they're just going to go for a plant inside of church. They know that this one's safe. Finally, Songla's going to go down to that fire charge from the Goyo, so this is going to get very tough for Crazy. 12 seconds on the clock, but this plant will finish and reset to 45. Here's the long angle, and it loses. Songla finds
Good around. Wow, Alula again in a winning position, but again, just over.
Hello? What the hell?
Peeking, the Thorn peeking before Valentino takes contact. You have to make them get deep.
Yeah.
They're not making their final play. They're pushing to the site. You need to make them force their hand. They're really separate right now. You can see their energy is zapped. They're not yelling at all. They're not as energetic. They're not smiling. They're tensed up right now. This is the worst thing that could happen for them.
Dave, we're 2 days, we're a day and a half deep into the Esports World Cup, and we've already seen some of the best games of the season so far in Rainbow Six. I am so excited for the games to come. Tyloo and Alula has delivered after a disappointing map one on Chalet, where it was a stomp 7-2 favoring the Middle Eastern team, taking their opponent's map pick. They went off to a 5-0 lead on Clubhouse as well, don't forget. They looked like they were going to run away, maybe a 7-0 on map 2.
Yep.
Oh, how the
tides Jackie was 15-7.
Get their chance to move back towards the defense. This has got to be
Valentino 16-9.
They get to attack where they found a lot of early success. But
this is a good game over here.
Of course, momentum's big because they're coming off of that map where they're feeling very confident. They go into a nice half. They go into the defense. They lose all of that confidence. They lose their OT round, and now they're here on the attacking side. I feel like if Tyloo can get an opening pick, it can really hurt them right here.
Map 3, if we need it, will be Fortress. That's where Tyloo got their big victory over Chiefs, and that's where Alula looked really rough, losing to Chiefs in that 7-1 first map of the series. So you have to say that that third map does favor Tyloo. If they also have the momentum running into it, then things do look rough. Alula want to finish this out here and now. Both of these teams would have wanted to finish this series as quickly as possible so they could be well rested for Fnatic, but obviously that's not in the cards for Tyloo. They've got a lot of work to do, but they've been doing a great job so far.
Early entry into stock here to cut their own clear. Newt trying to make Vert, just missing him. Wow. Let's see if they have the Uzami out for the blue layer. I'm just looking to see Ty Lue just waste time on this roam clear, maybe get a kill, and then get back to site here and play for that site execute.
I have 2 players bottom garage.
Wow,
oh my gosh.
Okay, Songla, he makes that play. Abe takes a ton of damage elsewhere on the map too, just playing up towards Cash. But with that pick, you said it, Dave. Now they can start to rotate back down towards the site. It's a really aggressive move to save Abe and take down Mahogger.
Yep.
Songla is going to rotate back towards the site with that Scopos utility, perfectly played by him, and everybody else moves down to the bottom floor as well.
Yep, very good round from them. Right here, it's going to be about Lua trying to find a kill back inside the side, trying to work a kill here on the blue side. Jackie Wu is not back safe yet. There's still 3 people in blue. Jesus, this is bad.
Oh no, what are they doing? They're going aggressive here. They might have spotted that with Valentino inside of Lounge. They've got a couple of bodies over in this direction. They do down Abe, who's going for one of those flanks. Now a player in bottom garage.
Oh,
We're
wow.
overcooking a little bit here. They get aggressive in bottom garage, but that does not pay off, and they throw their man advantage out the window.
Yeah, see, there's a problem in the strat because they have the hatch open and they're not holding stock.
Songla goes back up towards the Raptors position too. He was never cleared out. He gets one, but Valentino gets the frag right back, and now it's Jackie Wu and Yovaker. They equalize with Yovaker finding the headshot onto Crazy. Now they just have to play sight. Surely we go back and play sight now. Jackie Wu and Yovaker, still over a minute to go, but they've really brought this down to a tense moment.
Valentino on 18, let's see.
Valentino 18, Jackie Wu with 15. They've both led their squads as the veterans on each side. They've been here before. They've played at these international events. Good information from Joza. He spots both of those defenders on the snake and can feed that over to Valentino. Takes the fight on a Jackie Wu. Loses it. Headshot by the main player on Ty Lue. He's done so much work to get his team here. Valentino, he's been the star as well. In the 1v2 with 35 seconds and loses it out to Jackie Wu. That's Ty Lue taking their opponent's pick, shutting down Alula and forcing a third map.
Wow. What a map. Coach walks straight off the stage. Coach is pissed. The coach is mad right now. And look at
not good for that team.
Let's lean into what you were saying.
Not
like,
good.
On their worst day, Shopify Rebellion are beatable, even for a team like CHE. I just don't think it's likely that we'll see Shopify Rebellion on their worst day today. They have been getting more and more consistent. They've
Good morning
spent
to you.
so long with this roster. They've made it to a grand final. They have high expectations.
Zane, I like that. I like that trumpet. The solo.
Pressure.
They also
like
have
that.
the Jake Vendidi content buff because he did content with Sport and Troy on the first day on media. So
how did the content buff work out for Chiefs?
Well, that's the issue, right? Because Jake
there's the king in the
lives
background.
alongside the O's boys every day, every week for APL. That's not the same. But he touched Troy's shoulder. He touched Sport's
Is he your band
shoulder.
throw?
They're gonna be gone in today.
And you know
Sure, they are.
Sure.
Do you want to know it's better
I didn't know your band throw, but I didn't know your band through, but
And not just the Key Crush. For the first time ever at EWC,
I did see you
we're
kill
gonna
it.
see a human.
I saw you start the momentum, you know? And then it kind of, I guess you could say it did crash down.
I think he should just put it in between his biceps.
No.
And, I mean, I 100%. This is Anaton powered, right? Like he's just gonna go. He's gonna grab the crusher
the
and
whole
manually
thing.
do
Oh,
it.
he's
right?
even doing the bye-bye. Now, Anaton, don't pull it too hard. Remember, gentle. There we go.
Bye-bye.
And wait for that crunch.
Oh my God, the
Oh.
camera's shaking.
Oh, shoot.
Guys, that scared the crap out of me.
Did we break the camera?
Go to your section a little bit, let them know you have to
Definitely
practice.
just struggled with
Oh,
that one. That is a good feeling
leadership
for
right
Anaton.
there.
I don't think I've seen him smile that much in a long time, James.
Look, he'll be smiling even more if he can crush Shopify Rebellion's key in a couple hours' time. But wow, yeah,
It got in there.
Yeah, that key is well and truly crushed. I really do think for next year for the Esports World Cup, like for the key crusher, we do need an Anaton powered one. He could absolutely get the job done himself.
I would actually love to see him.
Right?
It was a good intro. It was a good intro.
We actually have quite a few gym nuts in the Rainbow Six community, but I genuinely don't know, like,
And the
could
walk back.
anyone outlift Anaton?
The walk back
Like,
you
'cause,
did after.
Look, Anaton is quite a short stature
Yeah,
man.
you
I'll
knew
admit
you
it,
killed
but
that.
he is.
He's got that Mike Tyson
big
build, you know? He'll be like, bah, 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 bah.
Yeah.
You know, him and Jake Zenox and Diddy.
Not exactly in the same weight class.
Gohan, Annie, Jake.
They're very
I think
true.
if Krine made a return to the stage, to like maybe play for
He
Fnatic
started
again,
bodybuilding in Germany, so...
I think he would get Anaton.
Zero
a run
practice
for
went
his
into
one.
it.
That could be interesting.
But still nasty.
Gohan and Anaton.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Still
I
nasty.
think that would be the closest that we.
Oh,
I think
man.
so.
Gohan is also quite a bit taller than Anaton.
Gohan is twice as tall.
Imagine if
but
you did
I think
practice it, you
Anaton
probably
is
could even
twice
more.
as wide.
He is absolutely.
That was a good
still-
thing, though, low key.
Got legs like tree trunks.
He can crush him for 20 seconds. That thing is just getting smushed into a ball. But that is a really good feeling for CAG. That's now 2 keys that they've crushed.
Huge.
And I think even just the takeaway of that, Nick, is something in it of itself. And this next step, I think this is just the free shot. I think they're going to go in with a clear mind, clear conscience, and enjoy this matchup.
I think they have to. I think you have to find that position where you say, guys,
they did night though. That's good to hear. That's good to hear.
Big tournament, playing on stage. This is like everyone's dream as a player. Win or lose, let's take it in and let's do our very best. Because if you go into thinking Shopify Rebellion, they're so much better than us. Oh my God, we had a slow start to the tournament. That's not a good feeling.
Yeah. Expectations are the enemy as well. For the best of teams. And we've seen it before. I mean, it happened for Weibo in Salt Lake City, for example, when they lost to EP. It's happened to Canadian before many times over. I remember a very long time ago, he lost infamously to an APAC team, Fnatic, when his team, Evil Geniuses, had all of the expectations way back in Rio in 2018. It was a long time ago. But even the best teams
Your ex was staring at you during the solo. Your revenge plan is working.
When they're getting into the thick of it, when going up against an underdog who has nothing to lose. And I think CAG, while they are still not quite where they want to be, I mean, they've got to play the hand that they've been dealt right now, which is playing against the best
I
team
guess so.
Yeah, when they play loose, when they play very free in the server, that's in CG the most scary. Like when Chibisu just runs in and takes gunfights and he's on the shield of the glass.
Doesn't care.
She's
He's
pissed.
around like crazy.
And DD's like,
why was she even there? Is it?
Thank you, I'm so glad.
DD does that sometimes.
I always like
I'm just realizing, why was she there?
And isn't awkward about it. Thank you, Nick.
You should wait until we see a Zofia 3 big booms. This guy gets crazy.
Dude, earlier today it happened, but we weren't ready.
I know.
It happened too quickly. Because you went, oh, he's ready for it, and then,
I need the Pengu 3 big booms.
Yeah. We did it online. We gotta do it on LAN.
Yeah. If it happens tomorrow,
oh, she's a part of the band. You're just a big face of the band.
So you can actually do it in person. But,
okay,
look,
makes more sense now. Makes more sense now.
Boom.
Boom.
Boom. Boom. Thank you very much. That's all we needed because it is time for us to go to a break. But on the other side, we've just teed it up perfectly. CAG go toe-to-toe with Shopify Rebellion, who are by far the favorites. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will determine who goes through to the group stages.
They're not even giving me like a time. All right, cool. Do you at least have the bracket set for tomorrow? What event is this? So this is the Esports World Cup. So it's like for R6, it's kind of treated. For R6, it's kind of treated like another major, but for the gaming world, I guess, it's their SI. You know, it's like the Esports World Cup does 10 minutes. Oh my gosh. The Esports World Cup does what do they do? The Esports World Cup does a lot of games. So like COD, they do a lot. COD, Rocket League, League of Legends. Yeah. That's all of them. Well, we have 10 minutes. What's up? What's up, Joe? Oh, you didn't mean to call me Chad. You meant to call me Chad. Yeah, appreciate that.
Or especially starting on the defense side, I feel like for it on the attacking side, it is kind of an attacker side.
Yeah, I think you misclicked. I think you misclicked. I think you meant to call me Chad.
Your opponents and push them into
disadvantageous
spots. But I feel like right now, Lulu look a little bit frustrated, and I feel like Tyloo have that confidence. You're looking at them after the game; they're hugging each other in elation. They're saying one more map. They're ready for this game. So I feel like Tyloo could just. They could win this.
What is this?
They absolutely can. What we're seeing with the momentum so far and how that played out yesterday. I want to talk about players
it's just another major
We've already been praising
R6.
some players. White Songla put up a great performance in map 2. Valentino's been putting up numbers over the whole series. There's not been enough on map 2. Yeah. Who do you want to step up? Who on either side could be that key or the one player that we look to help them drag out this map 3?
I feel like I want to see somebody else stepping up from Malula. whether that's Joza, who can be really impressive sometimes, whether that's going to be Mahagar, who can have some really big moments on this team. It feels like there is more firepower that we saw yesterday that we haven't seen unlocked as much on
text me the details. Text me the details.
I'm looking at both Shield players on each
like
team.
What company and Bazooka. They really
stuff,
need to
find some success on this Shield, really opening up the round for their teammates and making sure they're not giving away their lives too early. We saw that he died to the double C4 some rounds. Some rounds he was just caught walking alone, especially on Chalet. So I really want them to use these shields to their full capability.
How's that going to translate on Fortress, you feel like, with shield play, especially going into the attacks?
Fort's really good because, like, usually a lot of times you see teams walk the Blackbeard up central to clear Horse out, and then the Monty's really good to clear Old Tower side, the shield's really good on the Con side, the top White Eagle side, so you can use the shield on all points of the map to put initial pressure in, to force defender layers, and then the layer game can become really attacker-sided. If you give up too much space and you consolidate them, you can split extremely well in Fortress. So I feel like the shield's really important, how you use it and how you play around it with all your utility.
Yeah, I feel like as well, like, you got to be careful about how the defense are setting up too. You don't want to over lean into the shields if it's not working.
I think the guy on the right, I call him Iconic. I'm not sure though.
Snake to get information outside the building. It's a really good map to try to rush in with some Ying plays as well. Like, you have so many tools in this meta as the attackers. You've got to just play into the operator lands, figure out what style of defense is being run by the other team, and then adapt to that with the operators you bring.
Of course.
Again, as we see the players getting ready for this final map, it seems that Tai Lu will be starting out on the defense, Alula on the attack. Is that going to change things going into this final one?
I feel like coming off of that last map, you know, Tai Lu finding success on the attacking side, I just feel like it's good because attack is always the hardest part. It's always this part where you have to have the most communication. And I feel like going into defense now, I feel like it's going to be a little bit settled down. The comms are going to be much better, and they're going to be more confident in their plays being called.
Yeah, it's interesting because Alula would have had the choice, right, as they had a more dominant win on their map, so they must have chosen to start on the attacking side. So clearly they think there's some value in that. I can certainly respect that, of course, but so far what we've seen today is that sometimes even starting on the better side, going up to an early lead, doesn't really mean much in terms of who's going to win the game.
Exactly. If you run out of that steam, doesn't mean anything.
Ooh, gotta wipe the mouse.
To be in the driver's seat,
gotta wipe
so
the
they
mouse.
don't
That's
have to
a
sit
must.
on their hands and wait and essentially make you know, the timer their sixth defender on their side. The most important for this match is they don't want to follow the fate of MIBR Los earlier, because I think many people expected them to make it through inside of the playoffs, but they just got knocked out by Keg over on the H team. Was it a spoiler? Sorry.
We did not know that. We've been locked into this game.
I just come here and I spoil things whilst I sent you guys over to
My
the
heart
final
just
map.
dropped. Wow.
We see the fist bumps. The players are ready for it. One more map to determine whose key gets crushed.
Well, one thing is for certain, nothing is easy at the Esports World Cup, and both Tai Lu and Alula are finding that one out, as did MIBR Los over on the A stream. That's a huge upset.
I'm gonna watch.
Anybody expected a Brazilian team to go down to CAG?
How much longer for the
It's big from CAG 2
for the mainstream?
And then they had a very slow start.
Cool.
So
I can watch. We can watch 2 rounds, and then I can go back to the mainstream.
Here at the Esports World Cup, Alula taking down Chiefs was an upset for a lot of people the other day. Even Tai Lu being able to get a victory earlier on in this match, earlier in this tournament. A lot of people thought they might be struggling, but here they are on the second day of the event, playing for their lives.
Looking at these player cams too, very animated from the Tai Lu side. Laughing, Jackie Wu's holding his mouse up, laughing. Just seeing, you know, just very to themselves right now.
A bit more calm on the side of Alula, and could be the nerves, could be the stress, but also you got to imagine that this is a team who have made difficult comebacks before themselves, right? Like, they were in such a tough spot yesterday. You have to imagine their mental will be strong today, even though that last map was kind of a disaster at the end. It spiraled out of control for them, and Tai Lu really took full control of the reins. So let's find out. Operator bans are finished, and we've got Alula versus Tai Lu. Map 3, loser goes home.
See the Ace Monty band coming out, and then the Cade Clash.
A Fortress game as a decider.
And if you are running shields, you're going to be dealing with traps, and then you're going to be dealing with the smoke Goyle combination.
This should favor
so you're going to be getting pushed into late round
the Alula.
Right.
Shoot,
yeah,
I can't.
It
should favor
how
Uga.
these teams want to play through this push. I mean, we were talking about the shields quite a bit on the offensive side. We talked about the Snake. It does survive the ban phase, at least to start, but they won't bring the F2 in terms of that. They'll bring it maybe from Valentino on this Twitch. And Crazy will be rocking that Blackbeard. You mentioned it. He is the primary shield player for this team on the side of Alula, so we're going to get to see what he's capable of as this team tries to push in, maybe from the south side. We'll see what the push looks like.
Abana's going to be good to get the dorms on, because a lot of times some teams will double reinforce that inner wall, just being able to have that hard breach potential is great. Push going to be good too to clear gaps right now, especially with the Thorn up. Right. Flores is great too to clear the barbed wire off staircases for the late round walks here. They just need to put the pressure so they can clear some of these Goyles on each side, so that they can really not let Tyloo pinpoint where they want to go.
I don't get not reinforcing.
Here on this top floor, we're going to see Tyloo and Alula trying to battle things out in the roam game. This was something that Tyloo struggled with quite a bit on Clubhouse, where the roamers weren't really able to get back towards site. They've got a good ping onto Abe and also some really good damage onto Songla. He's going to be the Azami holding down that horse position while Abe tries to roam on that south side, maybe alongside Doha as well. They've got a couple of different options, but instead it's a swing from Abe and he goes down to Crazy. That's really good information from Alula and hard punished on the roam.
There's a shield play coming out, Jesse.
Uh-oh, there's another one from Bazooka. Instantly finds one back onto Doha. The shield play that you wanted to see is coming into full effect. A two-man lead now favoring Alula. What do you do if you're Tyloo in this spot? Do you need to get aggressive?
It's a difficult situation because you can't get too aggressive off the initial kills because they're going to be looking for that aggression. You have to wait until they go into their next round transition when they're looking to take the next set of space, either horse or bathroom side. They need to look to make a play against that here. Now too, they have the briefing walls full reinforced off. Trap did big damage to Crazy.
What is he doing?
And the flame.
No.
There it is.
Jackie Wu hits that Vulcan canister and will finish off Crazy. He heard his own trap going off, of course, there, so they had good information on that Blackbeard. But he's done his job in some sense, right? He's pushed back those roamers. He's worked his team into a two-man advantage. You'd certainly like to have that shield to assist with the plant and assist with pushing out those site players, but I still like this position coming through from Alula.
Valentino switching scopes on the Twitch DMR too. I always think when you're switching scopes, you're kind of feeling a little bit off about something too.
Sure.
So something to watch for here.
Well, we're going to have to see what this ends up coming down to with 45 seconds. Joseph's actually going to go down below, of course, still playing on this Zofia. He doesn't have a perfect read onto where the players are at. Might have one now, get some good vert play, but it's not enough to actually get the kill into Yovaker. He's playing more passive by his mirror window. Jackie Wu falls to Bazooka, leaves it all towards Yovaker, and Songla now playing aggressive in towards Horse. Songla just backing towards the bomb site. There's a first fight, but it doesn't go the way of Yovaker. He misses some shots. Those were critical fights that he had to win. Ends up being him taken down. Songla gets one. But in the 1v3, he's got so much work to do. Bazooka just plays this passive, and even with the deagle, he swings back out. A really good round from Bazooka.
Very good. Very clean, but I still want better work from Crazy on that shield. Once you have an opening kill, once you have a 5v3, he's continuing to walk alone right now, so I feel like he needs to make sure that he is with his teammates for the trade potential here. Looking at the side to look very calm right now, Valentino, the vet, showing up here for his team. Let's see.
So a good start from Alula. Of course, this roam clear was really nice to see them coming through with a couple of important picks. And even after losing the shield, it felt like they had really good control of how they wanted to close out this round. I believe it was a triple kill coming through in the end there as well from Bazooka. Indeed, it was. So just working some of that off angles, being able to apply that secondary pressure that the rest of his team needed from him as he was pushing more on that northeast side. It's going to start things off nice and easy for Alula. But as we know, Dave, it doesn't necessarily matter who starts off strong. It's about finishing the game that way.
Exactly.
10 seconds to go.
And two, Tyloo looked a little bit distinct in that round. Goyo swinging alone, Smoke walking to help the Goyo, gets killed from the which he doesn't know about. They just need to sync up right now, and if they're going to fight the front, they need to fight it together. They need to fight it with utility, in that Smoke starting glow. Because I feel like that's the thing. You kind of give glow up on this top old tower side when you have the Smoke ban, and you don't have any clash, but you have the Smoke, you have the Goyo up, and even the Tachanka too. You need to make sure you're flaming, you're smoking, and stalling time on that position.
Tyloo's defenses have really struggled today. They had just a 40% defensive win rate yesterday through their 2 games that they played.
Then low.
Yeah, unfortunately for most teams in Siege, you're going to be aiming for 55-60% on those defenses. Low sample size, only 2 games. They got kind of rocked versus Shopify Rebellion, but even still, they want to be battling back on this secondary side. You know how good it can be for these teams.
Good trap lineup too. The Thorn Denari here is going to be slow. Great slow potential. And obviously the Goyo Smoke and the Chonka right now. Lulan they need to get into it right here. They need to make sure they're not giving them that late round execute to where they have the flames, they have the smokes, and they have the canisters, so they can stall them out here. Going for another triple impact. Let's see if he gets it this round.
Yeah, they've got the Grim information, but of course Jackie Wu quite a bit a ways from where Joza's playing, so they've got to kind of reposition, get a little bit more information before they can commit to that Zofia play. The triple stun can be absolutely free as a kill, but you only get that one chance, as you were mentioning, Dave, so it's got to be really important that you've got the good read.
Yeah, and that's all your utility too, going into that triple impact, so if it doesn't work out, your Zof is using all the impacts for that.
Thorn Trap not going to deal any damage to Bazooka. He sprints past it in enough time that it's not an issue, and we
didn't
see
even get
Joseph
the fire
has
extinguisher.
rotated his way up those white stairs so they can play alongside his teammate and clear this top floor, not feeling like they had the information to go for that freebie pick. So good map control being held by Alula. How do you feel about Ty Lue not choosing to fight there on that extension?
It's okay. I feel like they had good ops to clear it. They had the Grim, they had the Zofia below, they have the Blitz too. They're playing for a good layer here. They have the Denari, they have the Smoke, they have the Chaka and this Goyo, so they're playing really into their win con, which is very important for this round.
The Denari setup's really annoying to try to get in through briefing. You can see Crazy just stalled out by that tripwire, knows that his teammate needs to find some way to break that open before they can try to take that space. Otherwise, it's going to be a shock and a slow as they push forward on that side. Joza triggers another Thorn Trap. That's going to be devastating. Could prompt some aggression here on the vending window. You can see it being watched now by one of these defenders, but so far the swing hasn't come through, so Joza just says, all right, that's fine by me. Doesn't expect the prone angle from Jackie Wu. A really nice surprise play coming out from Jackie. Now we can continue to play close on the breach. He gets a second one. Beautifully done. Everybody on Alula trying to find a trade back, but they're able to get their shots. Yovaker finds one as well. 2v5 coming through. Bazooka good for one. Straight on to Jackie Wu with the trade, but now everything is covered in Talk to Fade.
Like that.
Fire grenades as well. Bazooka holds W, but it's not enough in the end. Ty Lue
that's enough of this game.
One more.
Very unlucky on that play. They really lost the round on Jackie Wu. Jackie Wu coming up huge right now.
Literally.
Vet status.
Jackie Wu playing so well.
Shopify versus CAG. Let's get into it.
Just, I guess, still with the times of the game, like we always talk about Canadian not performing well enough in that particular department, but it doesn't matter. His experience, what he brings to that team, I think you can really draw that a likeness to someone like DD, who honestly, Guz, up until 12 months ago, hadn't played the game in like 3 years.
Yeah, I think he's probably got the most interesting storyline across any team in APL, really. Came in when the team was pretty much under crisis, and he's actually proven himself to be one of the best players in the region for his specific role, and I think he's kind of the special sauce for CAG. If you pulled him out of the team, I don't think they look as good as they do in this current iteration. And whilst maybe internationally, recently, they haven't been able to perform. I mean, that was that stat yesterday where it had been such a prolonged period of time, over a year, until they had achieved success internationally, and
let's fix the flaw a little bit.
But he could be a difference maker.
Look, I think that he is, and we obviously saw the stark changes from with DD Man versus without DD Man, and it's very clear the structure he brings to the team, the confidence that he gives the players. And we actually spoke to Zaka about this halfway through the stage in kickoff, and he was saying, well, what that allows us to do is completely play with freedom. We no longer need to worry about all the micros. That's DD Man's job, and he does it phenomenally well. If we were to draw maybe another parallel here, Xenox, could you potentially look at someone like Ambi and someone like Chibisu?
Yeah, to a degree. I think that's actually a pretty fair matchup comparison. I think that Chibisu, what a probably 6 to 8 months he's really had, and clearly I think at one point was the #1 rated player within APAC North. He's just got the ability to go find kills on the entry or get set up from the likes of DD Man. I think Ambi as well, when you consider maybe stage 1 wasn't his very best, but we saw his very best yesterday. As I said, 2nd rated player, and he's going to be a big factor for Shopify Rebellion in a match against Cyclops, where if Ambi's going to be at his best, again, Rexon's at his best, Ambi's at his best, all these players for Shopify Rebellion are at their best, it's going to be difficult for CAG.
Yes, look, it is... There's no other way to put it. It's going to be difficult, but I think CAG in their current form, this may be the best team, I think, and the best form we've seen out of them in the last 12 months, in the last 24 months, guys. I think that if there was ever a time for a roster like this out of APAC North that has so much history to do something insane, to break records, to completely rewrite the script, this is the team to do it.
Look, I don't know if this is a hot take, but I feel as if of the 4 teams that have made it through to Phase 2 here of play-ins, second day at EWC, they're probably the second-rated team behind Shopify Rebellion. You could maybe make an argument that Fnatic fill that slot. I think it's pretty close. I'm probably basing that largely on how they played earlier today, right? CAG earlier today were phenomenal.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of unfortunate that they now have to take on by far the strongest
Is
team.
it easier to say that of the 4 teams that are remaining, and obviously as we know, we've got another game on the B stream still happening, but Tyloo, Ayula Club, whoever wins that isn't going to be as strong as CAG. No. So for Shopify Rebellion, as the #1 seed coming out of groups, etc., they have to now play an opponent that is arguably going to be the toughest.
It goes both ways, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's tough for both teams. They've arguably got the strongest opposition.
Okay, so the first map pick is Clubhouse, which I don't think Shopify is really bad on Clubhouse.
Before we got to see them on the screen, I love this for CAG, Rob. Really,
Club, Border, and Lair. If they get to the decider, Shopify wins, but
6-1 record, second preference. The only loss in the last 4 months came at the Salt Lake City Major against Team Falcons 4-7. I think we can agree that's quite respectable.
What
that also means is not only do they play it a lot and win it all the time,
Shopify's not good on Clubhouse.
Internationally. The same goes for Lair, by the way. Lost it to 5 Fears at the Salt Lake City Major, but otherwise flawless back home. So guys, I look at this veto as for CAG. You win this first map, Lair is there for the taking as well.
I would go as far as to say that even Border is pretty tantalizing, right? Shopify Rebellion have kept it hidden. Last played 47 days ago, Rob, and the numbers across their plays, 7 total, it's pretty mixed.
Yeah, look, I think right now, this is the greatest opportunity CAG will have. I think this is the perfect time for them to show us what they've done over the last 24 months. All of these refinements, all of this work that they've put in now leads to this. DD Man jumping in, Sparky jumping in. Now what can you do against a dominant, and I need to stress this, ridiculous showing from Shopify Rebellion so far leads us to believe that Shopify Rebellion will push through groups onto main stage, but there is only one left in their way, and it's the big Cyclops.
Thank you, Rob. Let's get underway. Big match for play-ins. This is both qualification and elimination for Shopify Rebellion. Must win. Let's be real, guys. Regardless of opponent, regardless of all the storylines, if you lose today, Shopify Rebellion not making it out of play-ins, it's a disaster. It'll be all over social media. For CAG, a win against Shopify Rebellion on land into then qualifying for group stage, it would be also all over social media as CAG would break the international curse. It's a big one. Strap yourselves in. We're going to Clubhouse.
Yeah, as I was alluding to before, in some ways unfortunate for these respective teams how they've been seeded and have a tough matchup. But for us, and for the fans watching, as neutral observers or even fans of the respective teams, I think we've got it a perfect matchup. It should be competitive, it should be fast-paced, and it should be
they choose to get down first,
fun.
okay.
We go basement first.
Mirror's still on the board.
on defense. Double hard breach ban from them, so trying to limit some of the playmaking potential on club where hard breach is so fundamental to every single site. CAG neutralize that a little bit by taking out the kite and the bandit, meaning that the remaining hard breach, being the secondaries and the thermite, can still be effective.
I love context. It helps a lot for viewers at home. So the last time that CAG by Varel played this map internationally, Salt Lake City Major against Falcons, as I referenced before, in that first half of that match, CAG actually got 3 attacking rounds. So something to kind of maybe look at as a benchmark in this first half, them being on the attack. The bans being Habana, Ace, along with the Kaid and the Bandit. Unfortunately for CAG in that particular match, they only got 1 defensive round, so something to consider. But as we get underway for Cyclops, they are already warmed up from their earlier match win against MIBR Lost, won that 2-0, and straight away back into the server. And also straight into the building. Basement to begin. Shopify Rebellion not really showing too much on this top floor. Little towards bar, little towards stock, but they can play these fallback positions.
Yeah, Shopify electing to leave all shields up here for CAG, and that's, of course, most prominent for Anaton, who leans into the Blackbeard for this opening round, aiding in the second floor clear. Pretty intrigued to see just how eager Shopify Rebellion are to contest here through the first floor. Some warning shots from Ambi. He falls back, and as you can see on the defensive player cards, the entire defense now transitioning to basement.
And as Zaka gets to work toward kitchen, he needs to be mindful, of course, of these nitro cells that likely will be thrown his way.
Well, I like the mirror available for Shopify Rebellion, especially towards Church Triple, block that main stairs push. That's another thing too, is they might have to think about how they want to use some of these Nitro cells with the Blackbeard maybe wanting to push down main stairs. That's also a good way to counter. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. You can actually see the lineup here from Canadian behind Church Triple Wall. It's actually got the middle side of the wall opened up.
Not getting the kitchen hatch, man. It's a minute 10.
So far, the checklist being worked on from CAG. 60 seconds remaining in the opening round.
Yeah, steady going for both teams in this round. They'd both be pretty content with their current positions.
Oil rotate with the Blackbeard. Don't mind this. Especially, I guess, into the mirror if they felt like that bot main push is going to be a little bit too difficult. So they go Oil Pit plus Blue as the combination. Flash dump from Sharif. Does still have payload calls available. He's going to actually go maybe call that onto Rexon. Surf will stay Blue. Frag grenade will force Anaton back and keep him locked down. First battle.
Shot Surf. Oh my gosh.
Lovely connection onto the star of CAG in Chibitsu. And only now, with 30 seconds left for CAG, they need to start to flood this site. They do get rid of Canadian. That might open up the ability to push bot main as a potential. It is somewhat open.
Nice, Rexon. This guy's gonna have to drop Blue.
But the Blackbeard down for CAG means it's desperate times, and the drop into Blue will be unsuccessful for Sharif.
Wow, good round from Shopify. Good round.
A strong defensive start on Clubhouse.
Yeah, the last 40 seconds there for CAG, they'll want to forget. Trying to push in late there. You look at the player cards there for the attack. Not a single piece of utility. And nothing to show for the utility that was dumped prior to that. Unable to dislodge Blue. Surf looked pretty cozy. Rest of the defense able to hold firm on their anchor positions, and then it enabled a little bit of aggression. Chibisu fell.
Wow.
Surf able to test Gen. No frag grenades remained. No displacement in terms of even flash grenades remained. And it meant that Shopify were just shooting fish in a barrel there in the opening round.
As we know in APAC, that side is the most difficult to take attacking-wise, so I'm not too surprised that CAG kind of fluffed their chances in the opening round. They needed to use that really as a, free punching bag. Credit, though, to the North American club. We go Gym Bedroom for the second round. Double Natricel being brought by Canadian and Rexon. They'll set up a lot of their trap utility around the site. Most likely an extension towards Cash, and top red could be on the cards as well. Reinforcement over towards CCTV.
5 seconds to go.
And Anaton from the Blackbeard to the Montang. Considering from Shopify Rebellion's perspective, banning away the Ace and the Hibana, it does leave Anaton's Monty and Ying available. So renowned on those particular operators. In fact, Anaton and Canadian in the Monty battle is going to be quite fascinating.
Switch in play for the mirror. Sharif unsuccessful with that opening shock drone. One mirror placed exterior jacuzzi to aid on potentially denying that wall, but no impacts of note for the defense. And then the second placed a little more deep in towards the objective, or close to, on the bathroom wall. Does free up a little more hard breach potential then on the CC side of the map. And Anaton with Diffuser in hand, likely to play the front line here with the Monty. We'll need to be mindful of double Nitro on the side of this defense from Shopify Rebellion, alongside the Razor Blooms from Ambi.
Yeah, I like this from Canadian and Shopify Rebellion. Just the early positioning, and while that doesn't net a kill, it's showing early on that Shopify Rebellion aren't just going to fall back, play default. There's a little bit of aggressiveness in some of their playstyle. That does come, though, with the ramifications when you lose a player. Chibisu opening kill, and a bit of trouble towards top red.
My gosh.
Trouble for Ambi. Even with the Monty in his face pushing
up,
my gosh. Eventually caught from Cash. Numbers prevail for the attack. And Anaton with the double pistol kill from the Monty means he's not just a passive shield threat. He's active. And there goes DD shutting down Rexon, and CAG showing what they can be capable of. And poor old Spoit by himself. Little bit of damage. Vault out of the window. Gets one, but not the second. No highlight reel play from Spoit as CAG tie it up 1 apiece.
1-1. That's just so unlucky. Ambi running into that Grim
in this opening half, with them all being available. And he showed some really good composure and maturity there on the push over towards Red Stead. didn't get sucked into finding an immediate trade onto Ambi right here. Would have been very easy to drop that shield, would have died. If that happens, a lot of the rest of the push through Cash would have been far more challenging, where we saw him get the double 8 on the pinch CC. So shout out to Aniton there. It wasn't just the 2 kills lighting up the kill feed, it was the maturity prior to that to allow that to take place.
So Cash and CCTV, we will rotate through the opening 3 sites. 1 for 1, both landing a blow. And both relatively comfortable round wins. 4 alive in the first round.
Surf is on Clash?
Rebellion, 3 alive for CAG by Varel.
Okay. That's a little weird.
Good news as well for CAG. Aniton getting to work early on that Monty, but the bad news would be if it is successful again here, does it just get banned away? Realistically, for Shopify Rebellion, when you go a Sabana, it's not like you're going to then ban a 3rd hard breach. You've kind of just left that 3rd slot as a flexible ban based on maybe something you don't want to have to deal with.
Typically, we'll see the Capital ban for Shopify Rebellion. In fact, it's their most frequent ban on Clubhouse.
It is played in this round, of course, to help deal with Rafters.
They have dabbled in the Monty Flex ban a couple of times, though. So maybe if they're sensing Aniton's a little too tricky to tame, they could go down that route, which we have seen before.
Well, we do see Surf as well on the Clash. Top red at the moment with his positioning. Exothermic opening up Con single wall. And with main breach opened up, Surf's just going to peek around.
Loading new magazine.
Really kind of keep an eye on Aniton's positioning, because wherever he goes is likely going to be the forward path for CAG. If he's positioning towards Garage, probably Rafters clear. If he's going Con side, could be that Con side hit into Cash. At the moment, he's bottom Garage.
Go on, ready.
Well, Rexon's now got some help. I like bringing the Clash over. They're sensing a lot of bodies now positioning towards Garage, and this is going to be where the main fight will be had in this round. Surf's going all the way to the stairs.
Yeah, this is preemptive. In anticipation for the Capital clear, Sharif still with 2 flame bolts.
There's 4 players contesting this, and as you said, with Sharif, he's going to have to be the one to cut them off, and indeed, the flame bolt and then Zaka follow-up headshot onto Rexon. If they can deal with Surf now as well, which they do, Aniton wins the shield battle. And with that, they win Rafters control.
It's just so easy to clear
really
Rafters.
Nice from CAG. Not a whole lot that Rexon nor Surf could do in that position. Tricky to fault Shopify. Easy to praise CAG. 5 versus 3, 60 seconds. Their round to lose.
Hempy's going for a massive rotate towards Secret. Canadian towards Construction. Does still have a Nitrocell to help Spoit. Holding his own towards top red, but it means this server rack side is now vulnerable. Nitrocell from Canadian needs to hit and connect, and it does.
Nice, good Nitro from Canadian.
That's a way to make an impact, but they lose.
And we got caught on the... Oh, no.
Big headshot from Sharif, and Chipitsu immediately then gets onto the kit. Here comes Ambi. It's not Secret. It's up Oil Pit, but it's too late. Even with the ping, the reinforced wall means he can't spray it down. Although they're not aware of his positioning. Never mind. Chipitsu back down bottom Garage, and it's going to be surely 2-1 in favor of CAG. Canadian gets 1, but 3 more required. In a very difficult post-plant position. One on the rappel. DD man.
What's up, Caleb?
Bullet to the head. CAG,
what's up? What's up?
They take the lead.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty clinical there from the attack. Great clear.
I told you, Shopify's really bad on club. Like, really bad.
No, Benz.
That's fine. Welcome back.
Well, the Capital was problematic in that round. Do you put emphasis on Rafters, or do you want the Monty for the overall flexibility that that operator is going to offer? I mean, I'm inclined to say in the context of this match, Monty, but clearly Capital has been a far more comfortable ban for Shopify historically. And they actually go neither, so they do go for the triple down thermite. Now, this is the first time.
Maverick.
This is the first time this year Shopify Rebellion have gone for the triple heart breach ban.
Well, I wonder if this is something that they've looked at. Timeout as well, by the way. So not only do they get the half time, well, not half ban swap, whatever it is, you get to talk then. So you're doubling down on that from Super's perspective, really wanting to talk things over in this first half. The thermite ban, though, guys, tripling down on hard breach. It's not probably all that common, but what it does now do is say to CAG, you're not going to have the comfortability of opening up these reinforced walls. We're going to try and force you onto the likes of the Maverick.
I will
bring the secondary hard breaches. Have to do it the hard way.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think that CAG are going to hate this additional time to talk things over, because it is pretty rare that you're going to play into the triple hard breach ban, right? And
oh man,
you can see
you just beat a top player on a game you play.
As a result of that.
CAG leading, surprisingly, yes. But it's still pretty early. They're leading 2-1.
Are going to be some very intriguing club.
So we get back on the way out of the timeout from Shopify.
I don't know what happened. I went to the bathroom. I went to the bathroom after that round. Did they take a tag timeout?
But it's a best of 3. It's a long series. It's a marathon, not a sprint. With all that said, it is still an incredibly important match for either of these two teams. As we head back down to basement, mirror the ban as well.
You shocked they're leading?
Ban played both in the opening round and
wait, Caleb, I forgot to ask what game. What game are you playing?
The flexibility does the mirror. You can also play it cash and CCTV on that Kennel's wall. So I think the mirror ban is a pretty safe, comfortable bet for CAG. Plus wall denial, etc. The Thermite's going to be very interesting. Do CAG just think about secondary hard breaches, not overcomplicating it, not bringing.
They do. They're bringing. Yeah, they're bringing 4.
That's going to be the case in this 4th round. So no Thermite available. They do not
Leon
opt to
like
bring a single hard breach.
So they're gonna go down again.
Hard breaches with DD on the Ying and Chibisu on the Grim.
Yeah, presumably bot floor will be the least impacted by the triple hard breach. It's going to be more when you think top and Jacuzzi CC and some of those primary walls. Kaid banned out, naturally it's going to be...
And now Canadian can play the Clash for the next 3 rounds. Maybe that's why he didn't play Clash as much.
Just the impacts in the hands of Spoit. The Clash once again will be brought into the comp here from Shopify Rebellion. We're yet to see that be particularly effective, but naturally will be a strong counter against the Monty.
This is actually very good work, by the way. There's 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. You've got kitchen hatch opened up. You've got hallway floorboard damage because of the boogie auto breaches. I think if you're CAG, you're very happy with the start of this 4th round.
They won't expect Ambi. They'll be too preoccupied by Canadian.
Nitrocell from Ambi.
Oh my gosh, good Nitro. Really good Nitro.
The doctor ordered for Shopify Rebellion, but maybe CAG want to try and hit home quickly off the back of that opening kill. Smokes Candela's little delay in the stutter step drop down from DD Man. No contest though from the defense. He sits the smoke and instead actually touches bot main.
He's gone the wrong way.
But it means he's got this control. Canadian can plug up this wall with the Clash and he will get the information. But they've got bot main and they can get then Moto control. Over to stock, Chibisu layering the Kawan Hive launcher.
Kawan on hostile.
That's a really tricky position now, a player down. I thought DD was maybe going
One
to
more Yin Candela.
Try and find an opening there, but clearly not the case. Final Candela deployed, final B
is in,
deployed.
and it's straight in. Spoit sitting in the back of sight. Pops the Vulcan canister towards blue. Repositioning. Still a lot of time in the round. DD finds the kill onto Ambi. Nitrocell still in hand. Force off.
Oh my gosh, good stop. Canadian?
Play going down from Additive, but now forced off. They need the kill. Zaka not going to win out against Spoit. Once again, basement is going to be the home for Shopify Rebellion. Hanniton's not getting alive in this one.
Let's go Shopify. Yes, we're rooting for Shopify.
2-2.
We
well
are.
Played from Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, I love that little pocket shot there. Canadian Ambi linked up nicely. Canadian with Clash Shield in hand, not only can you then relay information to Ambi, but they can stall out and make that Nitro self far more comfortable to hit. Nice duel.
I love that Nitro.
It just sets yourself up so nicely.
And then this was like, this was... Dude, I didn't think Canadian was winning that.
No, you don't see that in APAC.
No, actually, Rexon got the play for that. Rexon stepped up.
No. Well, 2-2. It's a pretty good game so far. I do want to quickly go back, though, to that reference I made. Falcons, CAG, Salt Lake City. This map. CAG got 3 attacking rounds, 1 defensive round. So how important is it for them to make hay while it's still shining? They've got 2 rounds, 2 opportunities. I'm not saying they need to go up 4-2, but they do need to capitalize on a side that they do perform quite well on.
I'm very intrigued to see how the triple hard breach ban, though, will influence and impact top floor. And we'll see if that does make it more cumbersome for the attack. Naturally, secondary hard breaches are not as effective on exterior.
No, Ambi switched it up. Ambi played the Thorn.
Instance, may mean that Shopify Rebellion will be incentivized.
They had a different setup. They had a Thorn and a Finru last time they went up. I don't think they had a mill.
More challenging to straight up deny.
Okay, different tactic.
This hard breach, but just the follow-up entry off the back of that can certainly be compromised for the attack. Intriguingly, the Kali in play for the attack here, round 5.
There's one thing though, when you've got 3 different players bringing secondary hard breaches, you actually can get wall pressure around the map a little quicker.
Again, the wall pressure is not the problem. It's getting in.
No, that's
Bolts
true.
are particularly uncomfortable if played properly by the defense. So Fear as well looking below. Sharif could be on
They could Zof. They could Zof the clash.
Impact.
They get a ping on him. I don't think they'll get it though.
Formulation here to deal with Canadian on the clash.
And if he can, boy, that would open up this side of the map for CAG. Then for Anderson to be able to flood through, not have to deal with the clash. Can't spend too long on it though. Sharif. Oh, here we go. Trying to time this to perfection. Well, we can see the outline. There's the pings, there's the damage, there's the play. Wonderfully set up from CAG to deal with Shopify Rebellion's
there goes
leader.
the clash,
and the clash is down. And it leaves Ambi on an island towards top red with the Montang pushing his way. And the player from Secret. What's Ambi to do? Left by himself.
What is he to do?
But maybe could take the 1v1 battle towards the players sitting Secret. Has to be so careful with his positioning.
He just has to like waste as much time as he can.
His life.
He does. The pressure mounting on his position. Sploit falls elsewhere. CAG are breaking down this defense.
DD is in gym. They've got site control. And they've got Ambi locked over the top red.
He's put it on a barrier.
Surf does get the kill onto Chibisu as Ambi just holding on for dear life and hoping that others can step up. Surf got one. Where's Rexon? He's towards main stairs, but he gets caught out by Zaka, the SMG from the Kali. Ambi able to escape.
No. Oh, good aim.
Luckily then gets the headshot. Thought Sharif maybe
Wait,
got away.
hold up.
Surf
2v2. This is winnable.
2
Hold
versus
up.
2. Suddenly, the round has flipped. Shopify Rebellion.
It's a Monty and a Snake.
Tooth and nail.
Or a Monty and a
Kali.
Kali.
Staying alive and valuing his life. And because of that,
oh my gosh,
Surf.
Surf.
This round. Surf has anchored it down the site. They've got the BPC.
Oh my gosh, they came back and won that? That was a 3v5. Oh my, yo, how?
Shopify Rebellion.
Yo, Surf might be the GOAT. Surf might be the GOAT. Was it like a 3K from him?
Shopify Rebellion and
massive round. That's a mental changing round right there.
Let's just give this up, rotate over.
What's my opinion on Sploit Azami gameplay? I like it. I like it, Garrett. Thank you for the Thank you for the follow.
The gameplay and the clear, especially onto Canadian.
I like Sploit on the Azami.
CAG, but Ambi retained life.
I don't know how exactly he died, but I don't. His Azamis were set up
from CAG by Varel. Shopify Rebellion
per site. I'm not gonna lie, but like it's kind of weird because he plays the Azami, but he'll also play the Ella. So I haven't seen him on it yet. Just for Clubhouse, I think it's mostly you're gonna see in Azami. Ainsley, the jacket comes up for Curly. Gary, you know that? Gary, you know that? Who's my favorite PL player right now?
Honestly, for Shopify Rebellion. Don't forget, they've already called their tactical timeout. They've already had to
probably Canadian. I'm more of a support player when I play. I like making the smart, like tactical plays.
Now it's the other way. Final round of this opening half.
It's Canadian. Thought it was over? No. It's like every month, I should say, almost.
All CAG by Varel, and a very, very good record as well to boot on this map. Only losing it once over the last 4 months. That being back at SLC against Team Falcons, flawless back home in APAC North.
This hold again with Rexon. They're just gonna dump Util on Rexon again and clear him.
So once again, the attack flush for secondary.
Yeah, they got the Capital, the Nomad, the Ying, and the Grim with the Monty. That's like OP.
Potential other utility brought by the attack, namely projectiles, and that's going to naturally bolster Rexon for instance. Who
and he has 3 Wamais in the pocket, but they're not choosing to clear.
Over on that Rafters position.
Rafters, yeah.
Last time was a really solid clear from CAG. Although that was particularly backed by the Capital, which will make it through to the final round of this first half. And in combination with the Grim and the Monty.
All right, now they're gonna go. Now they're gonna go for Rafters clear. He just needs to dump all the Wamais.
Rexon left on a little bit of an island to see how much time and utility he can stall out.
Instead of the Thermite for CAG, they have the Ying, so that's also pretty good for the on-site push later on, or even potentially 1 or 2 towards Rafters. Heard one in the background. 2 now have been expended by DD.
Oh wait, I actually like this play.
I think Shopify Rebellion will know though, and especially with the early positioning from CAG, this is going to be another Rafters hit. Rexon needs to be so cautious. So far, just the Grim Beast. There's the bolts. Vault him back over. Love this Nitro Cell. Oh,
good Nitro. That's the yo. That good trade. Good trade. Good trade. Good trade. Good trade. That's the Monty dead.
How much will that now compromise the final?
Butterball, thank you for the follow. And they double reinforce this, so they have to bring can openers.
6 seconds on the clock. And looking across at the defensive denial potential,
I believe Surf has one thorn in the pocket, which he could use for a plant.
Rotate position and currently posturing for a similar play here on the reattempt.
The positive though for CAG, didn't have to expend all their utility just to get Rafters, so you've still got an air jab, you've still got a decent belt on the Capitão, and also 1 Candela remaining. And here it is. In hand, DD throws it out. 30 seconds. This may have to be their push into CCTV. Chibisu, default plant.
C4. Yo, Canadian's gotten 2 C4s on default plant.
And go for the plant, but where's the cover? It's DD, man, at the breach, does get the down onto Canadian, at the window, Surf makes a big swing, gets the kill onto Sharif.
15 seconds, you have to go for the plant or for the kill. Good kills from Surf.
The man is riding the high waves. Zaka stopped by the barbed wire to make his way up top red stairs. Time expires.
Now they hold across, sort of.
This one is going the way of Shopify Rebellion because Surf is on.
Wow. Butterball, thank you so much for the follow, man. Thank you. Capitão's annoying, bro. He is. I mean, he's so default. He's so default for that Rafters take. Like, by the way, if that Monty doesn't get taken out early, I don't think they win that. Because you have the cover. You have the cover for that hop out that Surf did. That was a beautiful hop out by Surf. Yo, Surf's carrying right now. Did Spoit get eliminated? No, we're watching him play right now. But if you're asking if he died that last round, he did. Surf has been making the right decisions every time. He's a good sight anchor.
The overall macro play hasn't been necessarily bad, guys, but these highlight plays or clutch or individual plays, that's been the difference. You think about
he thought Spoit was the best player in the world.
Surf again. Now we didn't quite get to see it, but he basically hops out con, goes CC window, swings on Sharif.
Not in like the world, but he's definitely a top player. I can't tell you who's the best player in the world.
Team has to be the aggressor.
Every player has their strengths and weaknesses, you know.
It's a very different end to the round.
There's not a clear number one.
Likely. Look, some good moments from CAG over the course of the half, but a tale as old as time when it comes from teams from APL.
And Surf just holding it down in sight. Holding it down in sight. Killed all 3 of those guys right there.
It's probably their biggest concern.
Yeah,
game-winning C4 right there.
Defense now, so we are at the halftime.
Round-winning C4, I should say.
We get back underway.
He said it's handy.
8-2. The KD ratio for Surf.
I would have said that. Had they beat DZ, man. But they didn't. They struggled against DZ on their map. Is it a BO3 lead? Yes, it is.
So is CC window, and that's where Surf was able to find the gap. And a huge
the first map is Clubhouse, second map is Border, the decider is Lair, and I'm going to tell you right now, if they go to Lair, Shopify's taking it. Looking bodies, Uzi, and Uzi's good, but he's probably like an average champ.
That may have been a layer of protection that could have
changed you talking about?
If you think about if the Monty's facing
Thank you, no problem, Ian.
shield on the back, Surf can't get the kill.
Yeah.
We're talking about the same guys.
So halftime break coming to an end. By the way, DD man fragging out. He's got 8 kills.
Uzi's not your average champ.
Coach,
what?
And he is
I'm your average champ
on the main stage. And while that in itself is a positive, guys.
Oh no, I forgot to turn that off. Leon, thank you for the 6 roses, man. Thank you. Thank you. Oh shoot, I can't turn it off here.
2 and 3 kills respectively as we head into the beds.
He's a top average champ. No, he's a top champ. There's nothing average about the way Uzi plays.
And the Bandit and the Kaid will be banned away.
If you want to see how your average champ plays, go watch my TikToks, Jose.
6 rounds left. Sure, it means the dynamic will be a little different to the first half.
They won't have shield play. Blitz, I guess you can obviously bring. On Clubhouse.
Wait, what were the bans? I didn't see the bans.
Get rid of the shields.
I think I see the
actually does go the blitz.
You can get one round out of him.
But it is far more volatile.
Yeah, one out of what, 7?
The blitz is high risk, high reward
or
compared
8,
to the
I
bomb
think
team.
so. 1 out of 8, something like that. Good luck.
I don't typically see the Blackbeard banned out against Shopify.
Wow, double shield ban for Canadian. So he has to play. He has to play the blitz now.
Domestic competition, but
okay.
Yeah, double down from CAG and.
Yeah, Canadian is on that blitz. Ambi's on the serve. Oh, sorry. Ambi's on the snake. Surf's on the Ying. Spoit on Habana. That's a little. I don't think I've seen Spoit play Habana much in Pro League.
Quite good, but it's important that you value life. You need to stay alive for as long as possible.
You do, but it's also very easy to drone out and then have an idea as to where that scope boss is playing.
Drone ready.
Does somewhat leave you a little bit susceptible. If you go for a rush into sight and the scope boss is over towards strip and unable to get back quickly in time. Surf, by the way, very aggressive through dirt to begin with.
Okay. By the Goyo canister from Zaka.
Oh, like this though, from Canadian, the roof into CCTV. Ever so quickly. Flash, guard break, pistol.
Nice, good clear, Canadian.
That's one way to get an entry kill. Shuts down Jipitsu, who's having a bit of a struggle on Clubhouse.
Okay, well, he ran through the fire, which is kind of stupid.
A wonderful start in this second half.
I mean, he was 100 HP, but they have no idea this guy's kitchen.
Inside of dirt, going for a pinch now, it seems these two may go.
Never mind, they have an idea.
Oh, Spoit doesn't know he's already tucked in left side of locker.
No idea
this
there.
This could be a big play for Sharib.
But his laser is showing.
Himself
Never mind.
Doesn't quite know. Makes the cross and can get back to sight.
Cool.
Still not a very comfortable position now for the defense. Player down, DD low. Blitz still up for Shopify Rebellion. Will Sharib maybe go for the play here to shell above?
Nope.
Unlikely. Ambi could invest the nade for the clear, but elects not to. And may well now do that. As he remembers, he still has one. And so that potential play now has been squashed for CAG.
And that's largely also the problem with Scope Pulse now, is all you really bring to the table are the 2 impact grenades in your belt. You don't really bring utility. Although, to be fair, right now, neither does DD, or even really Anaton. DD low. Pushing from Canadian, successful, but no, losing out to Sharib. Good clear onto DD from Ambi. Sharib though able to get rid of Spoit, and suddenly gets a little bit messy. But
nice. Where's last?
From this hallway position has found 2 critical kills. An oversight though. Anaton was able to slip through the backside, but couldn't get the elimination onto Ambi. Desperately opens up the wall, but it's Rexon in Arsenal. So looking into Church, only to take the 1 versus 1 against Ambi. Anaton struggling to connect these shots. The Nitrocell 2, unsuccessful. A peek through triple, maybe, will be successful. But crouching perfectly, Ambi stays out of vision, stays out of the firing range. And Anaton, low on health, is very much struggling to close this 7th round out. Shopify Rebellion are on the verge of finding 5.
Good plays, good plays, good plays. Y'all notice how a Canadian died?
They're just starting to really run away with it.
That was pretty interesting. They never shot the fire extinguisher on like that dirt door. So when Canadian walked in, they shot the fire extinguisher and acted like a concussion.
The hand signal for a time
so it exposed the shield and exposed like all his body and his feet. But this was a good clear. I don't know what Cheapest is doing.
I think that's the point right then and there. You've dropped 4 rounds in a row. Now look, and Sharib did at least have an impact on the scope pulse kills wise. 2 on site.
No, 5-2 in favor of SR. Let's go.
Stairs was very successful.
Is Uzi wasted potential? No.
Well, it's been an all-round effort as well for the Rebellion.
I mean, in some people's eyes, he is.
No one
but you know what? Uzi can go live his life because he just turned 21, right? So Uzi can live his life. You know, he can have fun. He has so much He has so much like free time outside of playing Siege, and he's making a lot more than he ever would have in Pro League. So he chose to make more money and have a genuine good work-life balance, and he's happy. You know, that's the main thing. You know, as long as you're happy and doing what you're doing. So yeah, exactly. He's still one of the best players to touch the game. But you're right. He is so chilling. You know.
Swift entry below here from Ambi on the Deimos. Can be a lurk threat on the horizontal, and in combination with the solid snake of Spoit. Shopify Rebellion leaning very heavily into the info gather meta.
Anthony said doing Clash.
Top red, that's going to be a tricky head-on push for Ambi.
Getting a little aggressive there, no? Does Ambi have an idea? No, he doesn't. Never mind. Clash got off red.
Looks like a very defensive formation from CAG. Anaton's the only one towards Cash on the Clash. And so therefore, it suggests to me they're not wanting to overinvest on the extension, rather putting bodies towards the site. I don't necessarily mind that if you're CAG. It's been a big run. Oh. Ambi trying to push up, and he's caught by Anaton.
That was a very.
I bet you he had no idea he had his gun out.
Needed support, but Ambi unfortunately does get exposed. So CAG, advantageous position. Elected not to invest heavily on the extension, and so far they have been rewarded.
So they can play 5-stack site. This is a round that needs to be won and to be converted. 7 rounds played into this 8th, and so far only a single round where the opening kill has not been converted. Unfortunately for CAG, it was them in the 5th round. This time need to convert. It's a must. Mirror window still needs to be dealt with over towards the Jacuzzi breach. Vrexen has got control towards Cash. Spoit just outside construction on the balcony. Didi will sit pull with the Nitrocell ready for a gym entry.
What type of play is gonna? Are they gonna go for? They're gonna go for a.
Oh, that was an opportunity for
like
Spoit.
What's happening here?
Just misses the mark. It doesn't feel like there'll be too many more opportunities in this round for the attack.
It really doesn't. It kind of feels like they're stalling a little bit.
Canadian wanting to flush out bathroom. It's not working.
Oh, no.
Sharif found a team kill onto Zaka, but fortunately he got rid of Rexen.
Default cams up.
From Paul also was able to connect onto Spoit just outside gym window. Well, this is much better from CAG. Defensively strong on gym bedroom.
Okay, that's fine.
Stopping a run of 4 consecutive rounds from Shopify Rebellion. CAG finally back in the winner's side and keep this match still hopeful.
Yeah, the hope is very much still there. As we look back at that previous round, the team kill certainly didn't aid CAG, but too good elsewhere. Didn't really matter. Clash
is Spoit going negative or positive? I think he's going negative.
Overall was pretty effective.
I think he's going
CAG
negative.
Not wanting to over-aggress on the horizontal. Ambi gifted them a kill over towards top.
Yeah, he's
red,
4 and 6. It's fine though.
and that only further drove home the advantage and the kind of way they wanted to play that round.
If there's any round they should win, this round. They should definitely win this round. Although they're not choosing to go
on the opening kills, 4-4. Plants.
They're gonna have to switch their attack up.
The only separating
they want to go
major statistic, the multi-kills
Raptors
with that wonderful 4K back in the 5th round.
No, SR is definitely the better team. The only reason that CAG is in this is because statistically SR really sucks on club. And I mean, they really do suck on club. So for them to be up 5-3, it says a lot.
Can prove to be difficult to defend.
And again, statistically, CAG is really good on club. They're 6-1 in the past 7 games they've played on club. So
after this round, what are we thinking? Do you just get rid of the blitz and force Canadian
club's defender sided? You're right about that. But this site is usually more attacker sided. This cache CC is usually more attacker sided.
It'd be a big call to go for
Once you take Raptors and you've got somebody sitting outside of main breach, it's just an easy default plan. But we'll see, because the Monty and the Blackbeard are banned.
sense set up here from Shopify Rebellion.
Sharif is very aggressive on this rafters hold over towards the stairs. Make his way back now. Not the greatest utility to deal with. They might go direct and straight through Secret. Canadian, though, there is the barbed wire, but they are able to get Zaka caught backpedaling back up red stairs. Surf then is able to shut down Sharif.
All right.
Over at the balcony. Wonderful play.
I love how they did that.
Rebellion to catch CAG napping. Completely circumnavigating this clash as well. And with that, they're able to also now have this rafters control.
Do they know this? Do they know? Do they know?
Back up red. They've got a lot of the map with 90 seconds still left to play with.
Yeah, big window of opportunity now for the attack to reset.
Love the reset.
Yeah, recompose. A lot of utils still to play with. Spoit, final return.
Drone, get everything going.
You up for Rexon as well.
But now, what's the play? Because the clash is gonna, absolutely
who have been outbrained.
Kill any pressure Canadian's gonna have with the blitz.
Only real delay.
But no one's. Oh no, not Spoit. But that does give them the cue that like, hey, there's two on site potentially. Nice. There it is. There it is. There it is. Now it's a 3v1 against the smoke.
Too late to get back to help out. Final gas babe will bloom. 1 versus 3 required for the former coach. Now turned pro again. Can't connect onto the headshot. Neither on the second opportunity with the plant now successfully down. It's too much for DD man. Surf with
there's
the final
phases
dagger.
in majors, yes. Usually there's a play-in phase, so like people will call for an event, but and the same with I believe the same is for SI, but you have to play an additional 2 days before that event actually starts to cement your go ahead, you know.
On that Kennel's wall. They were crippled then for the remaining half of the round. And
Headspace, I have no idea. He's in a 1v3 though. He doesn't, you know. He knows one's red. He knows one's behind the
to get CAG across.
He knows one's behind the server rack, but
and so 3 map points now.
It's fine.
For Shopify Rebellion.
That's just how it is, you know.
As we enter the CAG time.
Oh, 100%. He should have isolated that gunfight. He kills the guy red. It's 1v2, but still, it's not. He's not gonna win that either way. That was rough. Getting that guy hopping out on Spoit, but that was the key. Like, hey, there's two on site. Like, we can go ahead and push this.
Yeah, it does also mean for Seth and Shopify Rebellion, they too now have 3 rounds to close this out, and he can formulate an attacking plan.
And I will say this, obviously, this is not Shopify's pick. This is CAG's pick.
Double digit as well for DD, 12 and 6.
The 1v3 in general isn't easy, but yeah, on smoke,
it's
possible. But in Pro League, definitely not, you know. But I did love how
nervous moments now.
Spoit SR, yes, he's on SR.
I think for Shopify
I did love how Canadian called that, you know. The clash on site, he was like, "Yo, let's get the guy sitting bottom red. Let's clear him out." I don't know where the other guy. I don't know where Surf got the other kill. I guess he took his own. I have no idea where he got that kill from. But that was nice.
So a good opportunity for CAG to maybe.
Said Ambi with a 1v3 against CAG.
Should be a favorable objective for them.
I bet you Ambi's probably got like a 70% chance of winning that.
Of course, the triple commit from CAG. It's going to cripple any shield play from Canadian or the rest of Shopify Rebellion.
So everybody is negative on CAG's team except for DD, the former coach. He's 12 and 6.
Based on the positioning and the util investment here from CAG offsite, expecting some action to take place a distance from the objective.
Rexon 7 and 5. He's not negative. The only 2 negative are Canadian, who's 5 and 8, which is normal, and Spoit. He's 4 and 7, but he's just been caught in really bad circumstances, honestly. So that's fine. Serp's 10 and 4, Ambi 7 and 4.
Yeah, I mean it's the risk versus reward. I think for CAG.
No, Jose, you're clutching that any day, bro. You're clutching that.
Oh, hang on, Ambi. Good information onto Sharif towards construction. Had the yellow ping. Forces Sharif to backpedal over towards bedroom. where he does have a bit of help from Chibitsu, so a double stack for these two. He can go back down main stairs, covered by Zaka, so it is a
aggressive.
pathway back to safety. Zaka actually, funnily enough, finds a kill onto Surf.
That's really bad too. That's the hard breaches.
He's gone back down main stairs. That might mean Sharif and Chibitsu could be a little bit stuck here. And Chibitsu then caught from
Canadian got a kill. Wow. Okay.
Sharif still remains on this top floor, and while it is 4 versus 4, at the moment, his position is known. He looks very apprehensive to make his way down main stairs.
Well, he's being hunted down by Shopify Rebellion.
At the window, Rexon.
Oh, radar.
Oh, the timing. Oh my goodness, the timing! From almost getting wallbang through the window, Sharif kills Ambi. And knows there's one outside. Jim
no, he's gonna hop out here.
About the vault out the window.
No, Rex is watching it.
Well, he's definitely thinking about it. Instead, he'll go for the drop. He's dead. Yeah, he very much just got corralled.
Okay, there's the cleanup. Could have gone a lot better.
Gets the freebie.
Only if Rexon knew.
And hunted down by the Solid Snake, Sharif has done a pretty damn good job there to get away with that and find value.
But it does leave us equal. All tied up for manpower inside of the server on this first map point. Advantage for Shopify Rebellion. 3 gas babes for DD. Nitrocell for Anaton. 2 Jugger payload calls remaining from Canadian.
This is a really good drone.
Certainly a good belt of utility for Rexon on the Zofia. One thing they do lack, though, is vert pressure. These floorboards have not been opened up. Breaching round available. And breaching charge available too. They will be low on time in this round for Shopify Rebellion. It will be ascend into the site with less than 30 seconds. As the final secondary hard breach to open up kitchen will be successful.
Big pressure moment now for these two teams.
Shoot, they do have a Goyo on the drop.
CAG clinging on, but in a good position here defensively. Nitro in pocket. And a smoke still up for DD Man.
Didn't get
what's the plan here?
The drone out dirt will be aware of Zaka's position. Straight down the hallway. Aggressive from Anaton. Eats the Jugger
gave me a shout out.
Still 2 up. 8 seconds left. Double push down main stairs from Spoit and Rexon. They acquire the kit.
What's happening here?
Into church. Ready and waiting was DD. Spoit does get the
kit
down. Anaton
he has no idea.
Behind. That's one way to finish this round off. And the knife as well.
Okay, that's fine. It's 6-4 now. 6-4.
6-4.
Doesn't matter. They have to win. They have to win one of these 2 attacking rounds. Guess what site?
And a small glimpse.
These guys are probably gonna have to hold together. They're gonna have to hold that cash. They're gonna have to hold that cash CC.
Shopify Rebellion making some errors on that roam clear. Probably sensing that they could have been a little bit more.
Wait, Joy, what do you gave me a shout out?
On radar there, yet Ambi got caught out. And whilst eventually there was the cutoff, unfortunately half the round had gone. 3 versus 3. It allowed CAG defensively to reposture, had good util.
I do need to see.
Naturally, a very difficult objective to attack into, but Shopify Rebellion, I'm sure, will sense they could have played it a little better. Either way, though, 2 prime opportunities now on the next 2 sites.
It's intriguing to see Jibitsu and Sharif both 5 and 8.
Did I get a follow from Fat number 1?
Statistically, they are your fraggers.
No, I don't know who that
CAG.
is. Who's that?
Still room, still time
Fat
for them
number
to
1.
rise to the occasion. In fairness, this entire lobby has been pretty equal in terms of what we've seen from all of the individuals. Surf and
Nameless,
DD
thank you for the follow, man. Thank you,
for their respective teams. Jim Bedroom for the 11th round.
This guy, the guy that plays Siege, what's it called? He plays Siege on his bed. Your headspace, thank you for the follow, man. Thank you.
Most frequented defensive operator at the moment in this kind of meta where the defense normally positionally needs to be proactive.
I was on my phone. I didn't get to see what.
We did see some in
a
the
Maestro.
finals. We did see some big moments from the Maestro.
Yeah. No, I trust DD. It's just not typical.
He was yapping about me. Oh my gosh, what was he saying?
If there's anyone that can make it work, though.
What's KD? It's 5 and 8.
Respond with a Bravo.
Yeah, what's up, Jaden? You send me a video? Okay. Let me see it, bro. Let me see it.
Maestro Evil Eye utility and just make it a little more difficult for the attack to contend with.
He called him Spout.
This is interesting from Anaton, the way that he's sitting in church. Obviously, he can play off of his Valkyrie cameras.
That is realized they brought a Maestro and a Valk. They're heavy on the intel.
He's just going to be sitting towards church.
Keep it deployed.
Ambi on the snake again.
Up top red stairs.
On camera.
Yeah, on camera. The Rebellion should know that they're in a position here where it's not a cash extension. There's not a lot of con pressure. What's the play?
Does Anderton go from basement up through secret and go for the nitro here?
Ambi is 7-5. What's up, Paul?
It's a risky play, but
well, he hasn't been droned out. He has definitely not been droned.
I really like this playmaking potential.
While he hasn't been droned, I think Shopify Rebellion should be clued on to the fact that CAG are up to something. But the lack of pressure towards Cash as Anaton sits secret.
Oh, Ambi will think it's clear.
Ambi does indeed think it's clear. All clear on the radar. That's the message received. Here comes Anaton, spots him. The timing is impeccable.
No, okay, wait, but that's good. That's good, but like, wow. It's not been playing Michael? Unfortunately not, no.
There's no one pushing behind.
It's not playing EWC. Oh, he almost whiffed, he almost whiffed.
In the end, but in the end, free. Knows there's one outside as DD finds the kill onto Surf. It's
damn.
Left position known at the
it's gonna be 6-5 unless Spoit clutches this. Does the king clutch this?
No kit, no time, no chance for Spoit.
Wow. Spoit's not doing good this game? Nah, not really. It's not working in his favor. But Surf is playing really well.
Yeah, I really love that
so
from
it's fine.
It's the kind of strategy where instead of playing super defensively and
I feel like they should have known, like if they gave up, like if they took Cash that fast, and those guys gave up Cash, they should have known that some sort of flank or something was coming.
The preamble to that, sure, you could argue a little bit lucky.
Who is the best KD in this game? Surf does. He's like maybe 10-5, 11-5.
Just really good presence of mind and composure from
if I'm not mistaken.
To not go up onto that first floor. He remained hidden and then didn't spray front door. Was patient again. Hit the flank. Rest of the team did their job site, and overall well played by CAG. Now 1 away from OT.
Opening kills, 11 rounds played, only a single failure to convert. It's been prominent, it's been important. It's not the be and all though, and we head to what could be a troublesome sight.
This match, CAG is going crazy. They weren't too, honestly. They were up. They were down, sorry. They were down 3-6.
They did fail to defend it successfully earlier in the 9th round. CAG.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Surf is 10-6. And then DD, another player on CAG is 13-7. Yeah, SR was up. So hopefully they can clutch this one.
Second chances.
But
brutal format.
Wow. They've won the past.
Down to 4. And another
2 attacks on this site, I think.
At the end of today's proceedings.
DD's smart. He's a former coach. You know?
And
of course, that guy's going to be making plays.
Then the party begins.
and he does. He makes them.
Ambi with a little bit of a lurk over towards Oil Pit. Last time out, it was, if you recall, guys, that rush, the blitz. Secret up red stairs. That's where Shopify Rebellion found 2 quick early kills on this side. Made it pretty comfortable for them.
Yeah, they can't leverage that, of course, now with the triple shield ban, but they'll still bring the ROU.
That really does suck. All shields are banned for Shopify.
Zaka's getting crunched lounge, but just able to escape red. Critical that he stays alive and can now post up on the staircase.
Oh, is that going to roll? Oh my goodness.
There's nothing worse than when a frag grenade doesn't dislodge a castle barricade.
This is going to be a time factor. Of course, this castle barricade will be dealt with, but it will take a bit more time. Although, Anaton actually in lounge. This is aggressive from him on the clash. What's the plan here? This is strange from Anaton.
What?
This is very strange. Frag grenade. This could be disastrous.
What?
Anaton is playing with fire. He's able to just stay alive.
He's like 20 HP now, though.
Since forces out some gridlock stingers, he is still alive. 60 seconds remaining.
And he's going to stall out any potential for a push through.
How is this going to play out? Chiefs gets a shot on Spoit.
As Spoit falls, there's that opening kill. It's been so
important. Shopify. Oh, wait, Shopify came back. Hold up.
Canadian strike back.
Wait, 3v2. DD's not.
Sharif. An angle found in the doorway to beat out
Ambi whiffed.
DD is down.
Ambi
whiffed. It's a 2 versus 2 at the end of regulation.
Oh, what can Rexon find over towards Garage, peppering over towards that lounge position. 40 seconds on the clock. Canadian needs to help with this pinch.
What can Canadian do? Does still have kit, has the information. No, now must know he is towards outside. Sharif, oh, what a headshot! As Canadian went for the swing, he falls and Rexin finds himself with it all to do. And so little time as he acquires the kit.
1v1.
One kill, but quite literally on
no, 2v1. They got DD back up.
DD got revived. You say it's impossible. Some would say 99.99% chance that we will go to overtime. Rexin says, make it 100.
Oh.
Bro.
Wow. I don't know how Sharif has gotten away with that.
I don't know how Anaton's gotten away with that lounge play.
Oh, what is this, dude? What are we watching?
Said,
Nigi,
after
thank
the
you for
previous
follow.
round, I love the way that
Thank
CAG
you.
are playing. They are playing to win. They are aggressing. They're being proactive. They're not playing scared. They're not doing the classic CAG at an international land.
Ambi
giving
whiffed,
up
no?
when all hope seems lost. They have fought their way back
He
to
whiffed.
overtime.
No shot, he whiffed, bro.
Here at the Esports World Cup, Shopify Rebellion are under some pressure.
Yeah. Don't forget, you think about Lair, an 8-1 record for CAG is the deciding map.
Ooh. Could you imagine?
So we go overtime and CAG get double defense. Straight to basement. This right here, right now, is the most pressurized moment for Shopify Rebellion. An update, by the way, on the B stream. Spoiler,
yes, Josh, this is map 1.
Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Michael?
Map 3, 7-7 between Tai Lu and Alula Club.
Winner of that will play Fnatic. Right now, Fnatic has no idea who they're playing.
50-50.
He said watch Spoit. We are watching Spoit.
Well, focus returns.
Devin, think you're showing love.
Oh, what a day of siege. Here at the Esports World Cup.
Oh, aren't you glad it's a 2-week tournament this time?
Oh, loving it. We'd almost be halfway through last year.
This location is free of hostiles.
Now they're going to go down. Okay.
Remain on defense. It's 3 straight rounds heading back to Church Arsenal.
But I think it's winning the whole thing.
Win this site on attack back in the
considering how NA is strong, I'd probably say like M80 or DC.
Like you said before,
just by how strong we looked.
More than happily played these aggressive positions. Nitrocell. Well off, but I like the idea. The execution a little off.
It's all been about intent.
Boy's playing bad. He's going to turn it up, bro. He's going to turn it up.
Really, really good to see.
If you're going to go down fighting. And I think that's what CAG fans would want. Right now, they're not going down, though. They're fighting. And while that Nitrocell didn't connect, you would imagine for Shopify Rebellion, there's that inadvertent pressure being applied that you don't know how they're going to play, where they're going to be playing. And so you look at the way Surf is just sitting garage right now.
It's been some of the less predictable siege they've been able to
Have
face.
a blessed day, Carson. You too, man.
Yep.
Thank you for stopping by.
What they can do with that, Anaton knows this is being watched. Does he go for a pre-fire swing? He does. Surf must know he's on camera now with that sharp angle pre-fire swing.
What is this? This is Esports World Cup. It's probably.
So he's
looking around and pop.
Oh, good presence of mind there from Surf.
Yes, it's like it's probably. Yeah.
I think he started 10-4.
You're exactly right.
Some big clutches over the course of this map, and Shopify Rebellion may call upon him once more here in overtime. Slow build up then as they look to go through the checklist.
It's got to the point where Canadian is second fragging. They need the likes of Rexit and Ambi to have a big round at some point here in overtime.
Ooh.
Dude, CAG is getting really like aggressive. They're making the weird plays.
CAG by Varel. More checklist work from Shopify Rebellion. Final vert now. 8 shots remain for Surf on that skeleton key.
Well, they're going to have a couple of flashes. Kwan Hive Launcher still has 2 charges available. We're going to go the double vert down as well from top to below, just for safety, probably because of the Nitrocells. Diddy's got 1 Church, Anaton's got 1 Arsenal. 40 seconds. Shopify Rebellion is going to leave not a lot of time on the clock in this round.
Yeah, it needs to be clean from here. 30 seconds on the clock. Can Ambi and Rexin make this pinch work blue side?
Information gained on the radar for Ambi, but you should preemptively know that blue's going to be stacked. Double.
Holy,
indeed.
this is so hectic.
8 the Jugger payload call. Now spotted by
I don't think this favors. No. Canadian had no idea.
But they lose Chipitsu as Rexin then falls there after. So low on time. They need to be clean and clinical for both both teams. Surf, big kill.
Wait, 2v1.
Well.
1v1.
1 versus 1. Into 8 seconds left. Boyd does not have kit. Sharif can play the time. If he wants, he can hide, but he'll stand up and take the fight. But the smoke obscures the vision, and time will expire.
Wow, bro. What is happening, man?
I've got map point against Shopify Rebellion.
Where has this come from? CAG.
Oh my gosh.
Fight back.
Oh my
4
gosh.
rounds in a row and a massive clutch there. Match point.
Dude, I thought Spoit had it. Like he did.
And Shopify Rebellion now well and truly under the pump.
Well, maybe under the pump. They go defense. They had a very strong defensive half, but it now feels like it's been a long time between drinks where they've had a lot of success. CAG have now won 4 of the last 5 rounds. And there's
okay,
no
so Shopify's gonna go down. What stream do you watch? Okay,
troops.
search up
Even if you win this round, Guz,
go to Twitch and search up Rainbow 6, RANBOW and 6.
Still, it's now must win 2 straight for Shopify.
The number
Rebellion
6, I should say.
Is required. Otherwise,
and you'll find the main stream that this is on.
CAG by Varel.
No, don't say that, Carmelo. They need to win this round. If they win this round, they can get their mental back up, but their mental's chalked right now. They've lost 4 straight rounds.
Staying up late for this match will be starting to get, in some ways, a little bit nervous, but also very hopeful that there may be a result in this one favorable for CAG.
Ambi going
positive
8 and 8. He's even.
Positive intent over the last handful of rounds has been rewarded. So we now return to the original band set.
No, this is the first map, Fonzie. First map.
Hard breach from Shopify Rebellion, a rarity. CAG with a more traditional set, but it leaves Aniton available to play Shield. And once again, the Monty will be implemented in the comp here for the basement hit. That then prompts the clash. Shopify Rebellion playing it frequently back in the first half, and it will see a reappearance here for basement. Now, cast out my back. Last time we saw the double play Canadian and Ambi with the Nitro up main. Hopefully CAG have noted that and remembered in case they go for it once more. Ambi as well, notably in gym.
But he does have a web of mute jammers. They may not be aware of his exact position, and this could be a huge defining moment on Clubhouse.
Aniton's going for the full clear, but does he ensure that it's a full clear?
Oh, Devel dealt with that. Aniton certainly is being very cautious.
His shotgun might be sticking out.
Ambi
it's
could be
sticking
in
out.
some big trouble. Indeed, trouble has been found. Azaka finds the opening kill. Ambi's been dealt with.
Ooh.
For Shopify Rebellion, it's 4 men back on site as Canadian lurks towards main stairs. He's getting peppered. Can he stay alive? Nitrocell says this could be huge. He captures only 1, but 1 is better than none. And it's Canadian looking to make his way safely back down. No, caught through the floorboard. Sharif headshot sits down their leader. CAG maintained that extra player advantage heading into the final minute. And they keep Aniton on the Monty.
Yeah.
It's set up now for the APAC team.
Yeah, that ends up being a massive net positive for CAG. They'll be thrilled with that result. They've been well rewarded with a good clear here in the first 2 minutes of the round. But now it's a matter of conversion. Rexon deploying his smokes. Surf, no nitro remains. Spoit, negative at the moment. He'll be looking to have impact with the TCSG. High pressure for both teams as we enter the final 50 seconds.
Don't ask no Canadians to
information gathering available for CAG.
I can't tell you.
Bees from Chupitsu, the radar usage as well for Sharif. They do still have a smoke with Aniton.
Any idea he's going
most importantly, they do still have Aniton alive on that Monty, full health.
Any idea? They have nothing.
The
go for a free plant here.
Aniton looking for the plant. There are no nitrocells available to stop this Monty.
Someone's going for a retake.
That cannot stop Sharif. DD2 collects the kill onto Rexon. It's all down to Surf. He got a 4K earlier. He gets 2 now and forces an intriguing position. The guard break onto Aniton, the best shield player in the APAC region. Surf will not get through this wall. APAC will get the map against Shopify Rebellion and put the sword to their throat.
Wow, bro.
Oh my, what a result for CAG on club. An 8-6 scoreline, stacking that streak when all hope was lost. That is a CAG that we don't typically see at international events.
Yeah, first map. First map. SR is not out. They have to win the next 2 maps.
And they are once again doing it here against
You're right. No. CAG deserved that. CAG deserved that win.
What we are looking for from a CAG performance, and something that we are incredibly impressed by.
As it said, that's not SR's map. You are right. That's CAG's map.
6-3 up. They looked comfortable.
CAG picked that map, and for CAG to go to overtime match point on their map pick, it's not exactly good for them. Even though they won, because now they got to go versus SR on border.
Side of Shopify Rebellion, I think it would be very unfair to say.
Yes, if SR loses any of these next 2 maps,
the aggression,
they're at EWC. Yeah, Borders up next. Borders up next.
Timid nature from Shopify Rebellion, where maybe against some of the lesser opponents, particularly
Borders up next, and then the Deciders layer.
They squatted it. And immediately
the Fortress has banned, of course. It's going to be banned.
CAG did the exact opposite, which is
most teams know that Borders, sorry, not Borders, that Fortress is SR's map.
And most critically, when they got to overtime, it was just more of the same.
You mentioned 6-3. Well, so in the last 7 rounds that played, Rob, it was CAG that got 6 opening kills.
I just put not win that round. Wasn't a 1v1 defense and timing out for attackers. Dipster? No, Dipster, they planted.
Too. I mean, they completely found momentum and just ran with it all the way through. But I would say, even though they were 6-3 down, it's not like we didn't see it coming.
Borders a good map for us.
Yes. I called it earlier. It was a bit of a power struggle in a lot of the rounds.
Yeah.
But even when it got to like 5-2,
yeah, the Monty got that plant down.
Close, but man, CAG have just been a little.
And it wasn't. And Spoit was dead. It was a 1v2.
In the end, once they finally got those moments
Surf made it from a 1v4 to a 1v2. And the pre-fire was just.
And it never came back.
It was almost there. It's sending now.
It was not doing a U-turn. And I'll tell you this right now, for those of you that missed that MIBR
talking about the round earlier
against CAG, we praised CAG's ability on their defensive side of dictating gunfights, of dictating aggression, and they've done it again here on Clubhouse. They've looked so confident. Exactly what you were talking about there, Jake.
You've never seen the Waterburger jacket? Welcome.
If they'd won 7-3, we would have.
It only comes out for Pro League. It only comes out for Pro League.
Because it's not what was deserving.
Who's my favorite on SR? Canadian.
I mean, I think for me, what really stood out in that match was the last 2 rounds of regulation. You
had
the
yeah,
Anderton,
I am. Thanks so, at least.
The Valk and the Maestro combo with Anderton going for the flank secret. That was a massive moment. They were, catching
the one CAG did. CAG took map 1.
And then you had the final round where you had Anderton
5 minutes long.
Left, playing the most egregious position
somebody yapped about me for 5 minutes.
Away with it. And Shopify Rebellion were just like, oh my god, we can't deal with this. It was super fun to watch. And CAG well rewarded.
Spoit's throwing? Yeah, he didn't have a good first game. It's all good though. It's all good though. I think it's supposed to follow whoever followed.
Because no one
I can't say. I don't know what your name is.
Rebellion could get anything to work. You look at the score. So the last 6 rounds played, 5-1 in favor of CAG. That's an absolute breakthrough.
It is.
Mason, thank you for
You're not expecting Surf to go and drop 4 kills every single round there, but in a lot of the rounds we said back in
that Joe, I'll be waiting
for
it.
4 kills, he won them that round. That was a big round swing, and then a couple of other moments being
Dude,
that
they're
CCTV
up 6-3,
swing
man.
to stop Shuriken
That
getting
sucks.
So he won them single-handedly 2 rounds.
Yeah.
So where's the rest of the team?
Well, maybe a little missing. Maybe there's a little, there's certainly a cog in this wheel that doesn't seem to be churning right now. And I will say, again, I actually don't want to take it away from Shopify, because I do think that if you look at the way that they played, the way that they attacked those rounds, there was nothing fundamentally
You said warm-up game? No, it definitely is.
However, CAG's ability to know when to get aggressive, I think the perfect example
I mean, BO3s are different than a BO1s, you know?
On top of the roof. Like,
you have to play a series instead of just one map.
No longer looking at that window. He's got plenty of time to do that.
Envy had to have known that his shotgun was showing.
What a performance from someone who, right before this match started, we likened to Canadian and said, well, we don't expect much from him. We expect him to make the shot calls. And look what he's done.
But if you had said before the game, Canadian gets 9 kills, I'm very thinking, well, how much Shopify Rebellion won by? Yeah. But yet then if you tell me, well, DD Man's got 13 kills and top frags for CAG, I probably said, well, they probably lost 7-0. But ultimately, they had others that followed. And I think, what needs to be known is DD was a player first. And a very top-level player. Retires, coaches, then comes back. So it's not as if he's just an actual analyst who didn't really play. He's got that experience. And as he's spent more time now on CAG, let
me watch it on my own time.
He's actually gotten better and better.
Yo, Joe, I'm in DC if you want to come in. Yo, Dylan, Mason, thank you for liking live. Did Spoit win? No, they lost the first map.
He's here to stay. The question now, though, is, and we being from APAC know, you can get excited because CAG won a map, and then we're probably going to be here in 2 hours wondering how did they lose the series.
I think you know why we're celebrating so much right now. It's because we know exactly where this could potentially end. CAG are up 1-0 in phase 2 of play-ins. Don't get it twisted.
We've been in BC for almost 4 hours.
Yeah, I've been up. I watched the first series. I watched CAG go up against Los.
And on the other side, this is one you can't afford to miss.
Play is in our DNA.
How long of a break?
Whenever we let it out,
I guess I can go watch the other stream.
Nah, bro, watch the video.
Let me see how long the break is.
An entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
How long is the break?
Could use some word, a caption here. Honestly, you can make these captions.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
How many views is this game? 5.5K views. That's a good video. That's a good video. And it could use some work with the lighting.
Wait, nah, I gotta watch this. I gotta watch this on my own time, bro. I gotta watch that on my own time. I guess he's giving me tips or something.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out,
what is this?
It becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
On one side of the stage, APAC, we're cheering for them, and on the other, unfortunately for the CNL team, Tyloo, they have been knocked out once again by
oh my gosh.
What a run.
Cole, get out of here,
honest
bro.
to God,
Cole,
now,
get out
if
of
you
here.
haven't been watching what was going
Who won
on
map
there,
1?
First map,
Shop,
look, we'll just
not
throw
Shop
that out
Fight,
the window.
CAG.
The club win that, right? Then they go
CAG
back-to-back overtimes again.
Yeah, what's up, Mama Chad?
Club
What's up, Chad?
That's 4 overtimes straight.
And on that second map, Eula Club were up 5-1. So Tyloo brought it back.
Yes, CAG beat him on club
8-6. 7-7 on the third map. Heartbreak. But also for Eula Club, they were playing at midnight last night.
Yep.
In a third map 7-7.
Chad, thank you for the follow, Chad. Thank you.
On the third map 7-7. You have to give them credit from the MENA region for what they've been able to do. I mean, we've seen Valentino before, but the others, some have called the rank stack or tier 3 or whatever you want to call it. They now get to play Fnatic to get into group stage.
That is crazy. The fact that we're at that point. And if you're Fnatic, I'm not going to lie.
I'm a little they got nothing to lose.
How did they sell that? They were up 5-2. They were up 6-3.
That's a really key, important thing to talk about.
I can't tell you how.
Sometimes at events,
that's really the worst map. Yeah,
things start to build a bit of momentum. And right
so
now,
everyone's talking about how you know, SR should won. That map, they're terrible on club. They are terrible on club. So for them to go 8-6 on CAG's map pick, which CAG's supposedly really good on club, it should set the tone, and they shouldn't be you know, chalked.
In the back of the mind that
you know,
this particular day, number 2,
they went into map 1 expecting to lose.
Now,
the SR lose, they lost the first map. We've got 2 more maps to play.
In terms of what that may look like and match up and teams, who knows, take your best bet of the 8 teams that are here. But we're now in that position where it could actually happen, where Shopify Rebellion don't put a foot wrong yesterday, come into today, CAG play really, really well, which we've now seen across, what, 1.5 series so far?
Yo, you want to call me? Bro, I'm in, Cole, I'm in Discord, by the way.
Their response is.
Yes, they were. Janik, they were.
Too. You know, the beauty of a best of 3 for a team like Shopify Rebellion is you get to
go
back, talk things over, reset mentally, hop into then your map pick to follow, which is going to be Border. 4th preference, certainly a better preference pick, I think, than CAG.
Yeah, so SR's pick is next, and they picked Border.
Clubhouse, it's Lair that's likely for them, not so much.
Cole, you could have just texted me that, by the way.
To bounce back here on Border, maybe look to get a little bit more aggressive. They understand how CAG are not scared today, so meet them head on, fight fire with fire.
I think my big concerning factor at the moment is, look, Border, you could probably just go with Shopify Rebellion.
Could have texted me, man.
They look phenomenal on it, but here's the caveat: the way that CAG have been playing.
The caveat or the caveat?
Well.
Bit both.
Why not? Why not have a bit of caviar while you're here as well? I guess for CAG though, the way they're playing, guys.
Nope, Joy, you're in Discord, bro.
This map, Border, leans into exactly what we've seen in the past 3 maps. If CAG stay aggressive,
when you're in
they
Discord.
can be calculated in that aggression. Let me just make sure I say that very clearly.
Joy, why didn't you shout yourself out?
Stupid moves and plays. They are really looking at this quite analytically and making the right decision in these aggression.
Oh, okay, cool. What do you say about him?
Especially on Border and the style of matchup that we saw, at least on Clubhouse between these two so far, it's firepower, right? Yesterday from Shopify Rebellion, Rexon stood out as having a lot of firepower, and Surf played second fiddle. Surf was great for a portion there on Clubhouse. We need to see
Miam's like editing,
from Ambi, especially on entry. I think needs to have a bit of impact. Sploit will be disappointed with that opening map, right?
So it doesn't bring any like great
will change naturally heading into this second map and make a
Did I tell you go to your app store and download the app Wink, W-I-N-K.
If they don't tidy up, they'll get caught out and exposed here.
Nah, you download that app, it's gonna help you fall.
Clearly, CAG Clubhouse defense, that's what we get that in impact quite a lot.
Yeah.
So, but do they have the attacking prowess on a map like Border?
Did you make me
very experienced?
Yeah, I did. You see the little thing by your name?
Going into this map. They're so comfortable on that map. They got like an 8-1.
I'll stop asking.
Ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
But Border.
When do you come back from vacation?
Sharif and Chibitsu play to a system the way they played on Clubhouse because they.
Yeah. When do you come back from vacation?
On Border, you need your fraggers.
Saturday morning. I leave at 5.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Saturday.
Isn't that scary that the 2 best players on the team got bailed out in a matchup like that where the man steps up? What does that mean for Border? And I think maybe your point is probably the most important there, guys, which is the key takeaway is Shopify Rebellion are going to look good on this map. You are going to have to be careful. And where you were leaning with that,
but let me use the bathroom before this next game starts, because these next 2 games are crucial.
I'm using the bathroom right now.
Their attacking sides have done okay. I'm not going to say that they've been
what a guy. Sanchez, you know ball,
as well as I would have expected in some of their matches. However, on the
lock in
defensive
August
side,
8th.
that's where they've really taken charge. That's where they've looked the best. Now moving into Border, which I would consider an attacking-sided map, they're really going to need to show their grit. They can't
Alright guys, I'm taking over the stream, bro. How do I tell you?
Do we know what side they're starting? I don't think we do. We haven't heard yet.
At least based on the pre-match lobby, it is looking as if Shopify Rebellion will be starting out on attack.
Okay.
And so that's going to be a bit of a challenge, I think, for them mentally, right? Naturally, attack in Siege, you need to be the ones that are making plays. You set the tempo. CAG have also shown so far, again, how much of Clubhouse will transpose over the Border, it's yet to remain to be seen. But I'm expecting CAG, if they want to continue to be active and aggressive, to be contesting the perimeter of the map and making entry as challenging as they possibly can. And so it means for Shopify Rebellion, they need to quickly be able to formulate a plan to counteract that. And if their gunfights and their firepower maybe aren't up to the scratch needed, you need to find a secondary path to finding that map control. And I think for me, that's going to be the most challenging component for them for this first half, is how are we going to get in the map? If we're having issues elsewhere, how do we try and mediate that?
Domestically for CAG, they've actually beaten D+ on border twice in the last 3 months. One of those was 3 weeks ago back in the finals. And 7-2, 7-2. And D+ is their best competition in APAC North, no doubt about it. So they've clearly got promise still here on border.
For sure.
Give Shopify Rebellion the edge. It's their map pick. They've got an overall better, I think, pool of experience based on the quality.
Oh my gosh, they hit my mic.
But don't completely discount CAG. And the fact is, they've already got a map in the bank. So they've already got now a free punch here on border. That's scary. Shopify Rebellion are now facing elimination. Rob, they must win this map.
And the thing for me is, at the moment, the way CAG
have the casters been yapping?
There's no fear. You look in their eyes when they lose a round. They're kind of having a bit of fun with it. They're enjoying it. They're laughing about things that went wrong,
probably
rather
been
than
yapping
beating themselves up. And this, notoriously, after
SR chooses to attack border because the border is attacker-sided? Hell yeah.
And it is a problem in NA. We've seen it before. We've seen what happens when things start to get out of control. But Shopify Rebellion, we move to border. They look comfortable on this map. My reservations are held for the second half for CAG, but it doesn't matter, because right now, this is an elimination match. This is a promotion match, if you
Baby
will,
Trey, thank you for the follow. Thank you.
Boys, I think I'll let you do the professional talking.
Thank you, Rob. So we head to border second map.
Bro, what is that?
Play in phase 2.
What is
final,
the thing, like,
semi-final, whatever you want to really call it. At the end of the day, this is to get into group stage, the big stuff. Loser is out of the tournament. At the moment, CAG by Varel.
Yeah, you know what
there is no error at the top of your screen. They
that's considered land.
Can they now knock out Shopify Rebellion?
Do you know the one that's happening in Florida?
2 straight.
Okay, maybe.
Very, very early.
Arm is playing on that one.
Yeah. I'm very excited for this.
She's about to get rolled, but it's fun.
Of course, being from APAC.
I know, that's what I told her.
You've seen the ending.
We've had hope how many times in the past, year after year, event after event, and time after time. These teams from the APAC region tend to just fall short of the mark. They trip at the final hurdle. Can CAG pull off the upset of this play-in phase? So many people, including myself, and I'm sure you as well, confidently had Shopify Rebellion not just to even make it through to groups, but to be the number one team from this
stealing that
in terms of how they look on paper.
And from the play-in
teams, I already knew about that.
Yeah.
And that's being tested right now.
And if CAG
is he going to clear him?
They will join Weibo and Enterprise. And don't forget, that'll be the 3 teams fighting for their region for 2 slots at the Osaka Major.
Big implication.
Well, let's get underway. The Monty was banned away from Canadian, so he hopped straight onto the Black Bit. Solid Snake also the ban along with the Zami and Clash. As Shareet with a Nitrocell. They've got 4 of them, Gus. They've got themselves a lot of C4s. And there's one of them thrown to Canadian, gets him down to half health already. That's a good start if you're CAG. Here comes Surf, caught though inside of Talus. Shareet was ready, turned around very, very sharply to find that opening kill onto the Dockerby. Canadian really wanting to push forward. Top of these stairs. Shareet, though, not minded by these flame bolts. Rexon now losing quite a bit of utility in trying to deal with Shareet. Can he get some help? No. And
finally.
He finds the angle.
No.
Help, though, did eventually arrive. DD Man made his way over towards Office to find that kill onto Canadian. They maintain the advantage, and a lot of time and utility expended to deal with Shareet.
And that's courtesy of Shareet really valuing his life, not taking unnecessary risk, and being able to maneuver around the layer of utility that was sent his way. So credit to Shareet, but credit to CAG in affording themselves an advantage here. 70 seconds now
remaining
map one,
for
Shopify Rebellion to formulate a response. Ambi will forfeit his position down over towards Passport and likely link up with Rexon over towards top east. Spoit as well still alive, and he'll be looking to have a bigger impact here on map 2.
Still triple Nitrocell available. Leaves CAG in a very strong position here late round. Couple that with the extra player advantage. But let's be real, it's these 3 for Shopify Rebellion that need a big game. Ambi, Spoit, Rexon. Nitrocell from DD. will not connect. Ampi, entry into office has been established. DD can get information with the heartbeat sensor. There's a bit of information indeed. He's found at least 2 of the 3. Zono counters to throw down from Chipitsu. They've got Armory locked down, they've got Fountain locked down, and he still has a Nitrocell up close. Salmas have also been shot out. There goes Rexon's head. I don't see a way through now for Shopify Rebellion. Too much to do with so little time. Can clear out at least the prone player.
Oh
Zaka
my
there on the
gosh.
swing. It's CAG that open up Border with the opening round.
Yeah, really good defensive siege here on Border from start to finish. Great play over the boards, waiting to kick off proceedings, courtesy of Sharip.
Oh my gosh. That's so like...
Taken down. Here was that shot from Sharip, mind you. So a clean shot, and then wasted a significant portion of the time. Take that away from the attack. And it resulted in a filter effect over the boards.
No, what's the Nomad for then? Right?
It's a positive start for this Japanese outfit.
Yeah, positive start, but it is Armory Archives if you want to put a little pin on it.
How are you going to get flanked when you're on Nomad? But you know,
it's fine. I think the real test will now begin over the next 2 rounds to see what they can do on the scoreboard, defense, Border. I did look at the statistics for both of these 2 teams just to get a little bit more information for those watching along at home. They're both pretty much equal in terms of attacker win rate, around that 50% mark. Defensively, though, Shopify Rebellion 55%, CAG by Varel at 66%.
5 seconds left.
But you add in more context, of course, those are localized within their regions, international events, and well, those numbers are probably then better for Shopify Rebellion with the
Cats, Ryan, Jaden's, oh my gosh, thank you guys for staying alive.
Ambi with 2 early kills. I'm going to be honest, a bit of pressure on him to be the one to find a lot of kills on a map like Border, especially in this attacking half. It's a good sign for him and for the Rebellion.
I'm watching this. Go to Twitch. Search up Rainbow, RAINBOW, and the number 6, and you should find the main broadcast.
So it's Anaton and Sharip to lurk on the first floor then here in round number 2. Those up above in Chibisu, Zaka, and DD covering their respective corners of the map. And so a pretty open defense currently from CAG. Looking to lock down each corner of Border, which is certainly a pretty typical approach. Shopify Rebellion likely in response will try and isolate these defenders. It is difficult to support one another on the defense here with this style of setup.
Zaka caught early towards security.
He won't get support, Zaka, so he needs to play for himself. Chibisu actually does elect to rotate over towards security room, though, so that's interesting. It'll leave a weakness elsewhere, though, for CAG. And DD Man's even getting in on the action, so a big stack and a rotation from CAG, electing not to leave Zaka isolated.
There is no map control right now for Shopify Rebellion,
None
which is a
whatsoever.
little bit concerning. Surf slips into Archives. First one really into the building. Canadian towards waiting, so finally Shopify Rebellion
Said Russick, no.
to take a little ground. And be caught at the front door. There is one. Bot Metal spots the head. That didn't take the initial shot. It's Canadian that found the opening kill. Surf able to double down as well. East Des. This is much better from the North American team. Surf has found 2. CAG have lost too many too quickly.
Nice.
Hanaton as well. Top Metal.
That guy's lost.
And Sharip by himself. And this may be our first flawless of the entire series. Never mind, I've cursed it.
No.
But it will be a round win for Shopify Rebellion.
Oh.
Hang on. Another one-tap headshot. Sharip, if he can find one quickly, there's no way in which he could surely win this. Well, this could be huge.
Oh my gosh. Hold up, bro.
Because suddenly things got very real.
Wow.
Okay, Canadian
Oh
just
my
kept
gosh.
them calm and collected at the end.
Bro, what?
Woo.
Very, very.
Well, they win the round, and it started and looked as if it was going to be flawless, and yet it ends up being a little nervy.
Wow.
Ooh. Nice drive from Sharif, but Shopify Rebellion deserve
to
get their first round here on Border.
That was close. That was way too close. Who's winning? So
the map clear initially,
CAG took the first map.
Able to flood that kill feed, take space. And with kind of set up the CAG.
But right now, the second map, it's 1-1.
Trickier for them to
He
find
found those 3 kills so quickly as well.
Yeah, they just couldn't really respond then.
Will I type in chat? I did. I'll send it again. Give me a second.
So Event Workshop coming up next for the 3rd round.
There it is. So look up. Just copy and paste what I sent and look that up on Twitch.
Who's got the toaster?
It's
who's got the toaster?
Yeah,
we're on
it's
land. Hopefully
1-1.
no one's got the toaster. All right, now we're in.
Is there a tech pause? Here's a tech pause. How's Spoit doing? 1-1. 1-1. And it's going to be a rehost.
I'll look to get that resolved with a likely rehost.
Ozzy, thank you for liking the live.
Oh, and it just lets us breathe for a second. It is quite hot over here in Paris, guys. It's very warm inside the studio when you've got a series like this as well. Very easy to overblow the gasket. The gasket. In this case, maybe even overblow the PC. I don't know what's happened, but we did. So for reference, of course, no one at home got to see it, but the classic loading stall out. And then when we did finally get in, tech pause was called, so we calmed things down. 1-1 here on border. A good sign, though, I think, for Shopify Rebellion. When you think about what was an extensive run from 6-3 down for CAG to close out the opening map of Clubhouse, to then win the first round of border, I think it was very important for Shopify Rebellion to win that round in that fashion, too. Very dominant.
It was.
Down. And then a tech pause here. Well, they don't get to discuss anything. Maybe just that extra time.
Yo, my name is Moose. My name's Moose.
And reset.
But yeah, I'm a creative. Yeah. No, Lamb, it's map 2. Map 2.
So early on in the match as well.
Map 3's lair.
A long way to still go in this best of 3 series if Shopify Rebellion can lock back in, and so far looking decent here on border. Being able to suppress some of that positive siege that we saw really develop towards the tail end of map number 1. If you are just joining us, it was 8-6 in favor of
CAG won
CAG.
map 1.
They closed that out
Sadly.
with a 5-round streak, won 6 of the last 7, so it was pretty impressive.
Yes, Youngs. Yes,
I don't think it necessarily came out of nowhere.
That's how the game went.
That point was probably not reflective of the competitiveness of the match.
That was kind of the discussion that we had as well. Post-map coming into border was, it was a 6-3 comeback, but the rounds prior to that were so competitive, so close. So it's not really that surprising. Just getting everyone back into the lobby now. Mainly waiting on CAG, and all 5 straight back in at once.
Yep. Quick rehost is a good rehost.
And whenever you only see one admin or referee on the stage, that's usually a good sign, rather than we had, I think, 5.
What's the record? I think it was 8.
We had 8 yesterday. I think the concern for me, in the overarching storyline of the series, will be for especially CAG, if they not only lose this map, but if they lose it badly, how easy would it be for them mentally to think, oh, it's happening again?
Yeah, I don't really know how to truly analyze the mental component of this matchup, because I think from my perspective, I probably didn't anticipate map 1 to develop in the way that it did, with CAG in particular playing.
Because you watched EWC for 4 hours straight. Yeah, so bad, dude. It kills it. It kills you. Definitely kills you. Especially tomorrow.
The lobby in the background. I think we'll just
another 4 hours. Tomorrow's games are all BO1s though, so it should be quick.
Territories, really, I guess, with them winning the first map.
Yeah.
Well, let's load back in. Event Workshop, 3rd round. And in terms of, I guess, the player storylines that we started to develop coming into border, you put the kind of the focus on Ambi, put the focus on the likes of Sharif and Chibitsu.
What's the series? 1-0. CAG is up 1-0 on the series.
Expected. Even Rexon with 3 assists. He's been active, involved.
So Workshop to go then for round 3. And then an open hold above here, facilitated by the mirror of CAG. And that will aid in the security hold, which has the flow-on effect of making the entry a challenge. And that was a discussion point heading into this map, just how eager CAG going to be to defend the perimeter of the map. generally expected here on Border, but there is certainly levels to it, just how aggressively and how eagerly teams will prevent the attack from entering the building. Shopify Rebellion, though, naturally is not a team that will be against slow build-ups.
Oh, my goodness.
The opposing approach here, though, in round 3 with quick take over towards East Stairs, and Rexon almost rewarded with a pick over towards 90.
Yeah, and it's probably the one entry point on this site where it should be comfortable for Shopify Rebellion. Well, you're not really going to extend all the way East Stairs for Vent Workshop. You play above directly, maybe really just kind of defend it the way you would Armory and Archives, but without any potential extension towards East. Rexon going for a little lurk here down the main hallway and should catch a free kill.
Nice.
On to Anaton. Aggression pays off for Rexon as he finds his first kill of the map. A wonderful opening kill for Shopify Rebellion.
Still, though, a lot of pressure to clear on top floor, and that's part of it. Zaka in the grave. DD still, though, over towards Fountain.
Point armory position taken. MP to follow suit. Top floors is there. DD though towards Fountain.
Nice.
He was the last stand. He falls as well easily to the back of MP. Looking all too easy again for Shopify Rebellion. Second round now into the third has looked pretty comfortable up until though Sharif arrives. As he did in the second round, he may do so again here in the third. And he's got
this guy's having a game. I'm gonna give you that. He's having a game.
But he's also got a death mark on his head. As Canadian goes to the plant inside of Server.
Nice, good kills. Oh, good. Yo, Canadian. Nice, good round from SR. Oh my gosh. Yo, Jules, thank you for the follow. Thank you.
Really
that's the SR we're used to seeing. The SR we saw on Club. I don't know what that team was.
A lot of pressure on that top floor extension from
good round from them. Flawless round actually. I think everyone. No, it wasn't. Sorry. That was nice. That was very good. That was very good. Who's playing? We're watching Shopify Rebellion and Chico SR versus Cag Vero. Just Cag.
With success.
Banning the Deimos.
Both focused on information.
Live right now? Yep, live right now.
And the Deimos now unavailable.
Early timeout as well from Sparky for CAG by Varel.
Who do I have?
So 2-1.
This is Shopify's map pick. I have Shopify, and then
his timeout for
the last game. It's not that big of a toss-up. I still think Shopify will take the last game.
Expecting this to be attack assignment on the map overall.
I don't want to. I don't want to underestimate Cag.
Archives again at minimum. Imagine that's going to be coming up very, very shortly.
I will say I love Spark.
I was going to say, is he covering his mouth to stop any lip reading? It's like in the
on the football side.
Yeah, the football with the play sheet. And
yeah.
Let's get back underway. Get a reminder the bands Valkyrie and Deimos. Back to Armory and Archives. Huge round coming up for CAG. This is the round you got to win. Just kind of keep the pace because the last two rounds now, Shopify Rebellion have looked very comfortable with their entries. Able to get pretty early advantages and then capitalize.
We're split.
Opening round Armory Archives. Honestly, CAG won
He's
that
on Shopify.
But then Shopify Rebellion win the other sites comfortably.
Are we dead?
As we go back to this site once again, if you're CAG and you lose this, then you're 3-1 down, it's very quickly the snowball effect that can take place.
Ooh, sport on Glass now. And Kane's on the Blitz. Okay.
Blitz, Glass, attacker repick. Throwing the Thatcher, and this could be an Archives hit.
Yeah, this will likely be direct. Look at the spawn positions.
Oh, look at that.
Shopify Rebellion.
Wait, hold up.
There's Nitro Cell denials.
This could be big. This could be huge right here. This could be huge.
All the way around security, around office,
around
the hallway.
No, it's got Claymores. Oh,
really
never mind. Rexon's got Claymores.
They've got Anaton though in lockers. If Shopify Rebellion go really, really quickly right now, the site is somewhat vulnerable. But they have.
There's a warden in sight.
Yeah, they've drawn out a rotation from the defense. They could go for a follow-up plan now off the back of that. Do we see the commit
Well, if they can get rid of Anaton as a kill, because he's going to be the biggest one to stop them with the glasses activated. Cadella's throwing smokes as well. Barbed Wire's still up. This is going to be the power play now from Shopify Rebellion. Anaton's going to be the best man to deal with this. DD as well
Smoke
to help
on
out with the
site
gas
too.
babes. Canadian going for the plant. Here's the Nitrocell. Has that been stopped? Indeed it has. Canadian will get this plant down, and this is going to be so difficult.
Oh my gosh.
Now for CAG.
This is such a good plant. Is Ambi below? Ambi's below.
No presence. And Anaton on 1 HP. This
Spoik
should
get picked.
be a stolen round
Nice.
for Shopify Rebellion, and at the window, Chibisu falls, so does Anaton. It's a snatch and grab on Armory and Archives. Happens every so often, but in such a big series, Shopify Rebellion, they have pulled it off. There's so little time remaining. As Canadian falls, Rex and Surf just, of course, need to make sure a DD man
Nice.
Rex in with 3
What
at
a
the
plant.
end. At 3
What a
to 1
plant.
lead. Here come the Rebellion.
Look at that. Nice little quick plant.
Huge impact in that round.
And with that Thatcher reworked, it's just so easy. It's just so easy to get that. Great call, great play, good execution.
And by forcing a post on that side with the positions they held,
Isn't Ambi 11? Ambi's 21.
As some may say, had a 99.99% chance of being able to confirm that round. They do, extending that lead 3 to 1.
Very
whatever it is, Ambi's a grown man. That is true.
Archives rush. If a Nitrocell happens to connect onto Canadian, more often than not, you've lost the round now as the attacking team. More often than not. Not impossible.
Favorite kind of plays? Yes. The
still
tactical,
up
the
and other
smart.
available,
That was a
but
good play.
You're losing a big part of why you play that rush round. But the Thatcher and everyone covering and Spoik covering, everyone was well set up, and there wasn't enough
Jinxie said he was like
outside of
11.
that single
Don't
Nitrocell
believe what
in
Jinxie
stopping
says.
that
Bro.
plan.
Come
To
on
me,
now.
it didn't look like CAG
Thatch
were
outside
ready
is so
for
good.
it.
Yeah,
I
with
don't
that
think
with
they
that
expected
update,
it.
with that rework.
Now, naturally on this site, if you do
Great,
lose Armory and
great
Archives,
for Ian Ping
you probably
Nitros.
want to go back and repeat.
Anything would fall. Thank you, thank you.
Well, you say that, but we are certainly in a more modern meta where repeats have largely fallen out of fashion. But
Account not found. Thank you, thank you, Paul. Thank you, thank you.
You're going to go back here.
It makes sense.
Unless you bait with a prox alarm like Surf.
Completely unfounded.
That is right. That is right. What
As
is?
expected,
Wait.
it's a complete
Wait.
shuffle from Shopify Rebellion for their composition heading into the round.
He knows.
Naturally not going to take the risk of a double down with that direct approach. At least that's probably not the anticipation.
They're very similar to their opening round setup, although the difference is they go drone heavy.
When we're
so
watching
they
this
bring
at Landon,
Twitch, they bring
go to
clutches from
Twitch or
Brava.
YouTube and search up Rainbow,
In the sense as well. So that's the main setup.
RAINBOW,
They still bring the A's, they still
and the
bring
number
the Nomad, but they're
6.
dropping, you know, the Blackbeard.
You should be able to
before.
find
They don't
this
really
broadcast.
bring the Dockerby this time. Didn't really get much out of it back in the opening round. Haven't seen it since. And probably expecting, and this is where it's like kind of that game of chess. Well, they're going to play trap now because they don't want to get rushed again. So we'll bring the drones. Love this from Rexon.
Rexon's gotten 2 sneaky plays like
Not
that
the
now.
first time we've seen Rexon with a quick entry kill. Very pivotal.
And it's the
play
Thorn.
from
I don't know
him
how he
in
got
this
past
half for
Thorn.
his
Oh, the
team.
Twitches.
Up
Never
to
mind.
6 kills now for Rexon. Flashes in. Zaka pushing the window. Catches Spoik in the head. And it turns around to shut down Ambi.
Wait,
a big
what?
reversal in a power play moment from CAG. Surf needed that one onto DD. Followed up onto
Site's free.
Anaton. We're tied 2
Who has bomb?
versus 2.
Canadians rotating the bomb because he knows site is free.
Armory and Archives. Halfway through. Sharif and Zaka versus Canadian and Surf.
Well, Surf will chill inside. He's waiting for Canadian to bring that diffuser into the objective. It's allowed Zaka and Sharif respectively now to reposition.
Nice Surf. Surf. Oh my gosh, bro. He was so big. He was so big in the club, on that club map. Oh my gosh.
4-1 lead. 4 straight for Shopify Rebellion.
Nice. Yo, Surf has come. Yo, Surf has come to play.
What a play from Surf.
Surf has come to play.
From Rexon again.
Yeah, he's not shied away. He's
Thank you
been
for the live
facilitated, of course, to make these entries. You know, we saw Canadian hold the line.
Or Han,
YouTube
sorry,
done
I don't know.
top east, but he found that round.
That's the second
found the
time
shot.
Rexon's gotten to play like that.
From Shopify Rebellion
Well,
to
it was
find the
2
trade off to
versus 4 at
Zaka.
this moment.
Yeah. But then Surf inside
is
of Armory.
clutch again.
Yeah.
Another 4K round 1 for Shopify Rebellion, courtesy of Surf, as he did back on Clubhouse.
That was nuts.
He's had a very, very good day
Said
today
Ambi
so far
whiff.
for his team. 16 and 11
I don't think
across
Ambi
the 2
expected.
maps.
It kind of looks like he expected Ella to
I was going to say, do you go one more time? But the answer to that is very much
playing
no.
off the like jail rotate.
Bathroom towers for the final round of this first half.
Why is Zaka so nonchalant? I don't know. It's those type of plays that win you rounds. It's just surfs in,
you
know?
Lost the first map. You're facing elimination. You're going into border attack where you need to be aggressive. You can't posture. You can't hesitate. And we haven't seen that from them. We've seen quick entries. We've seen them dominate the opening kills 4-1 in their favor. They have not shied away from the pressure of facing elimination.
Claymore mine prime.
Well, we've seen plenty of fight from CAG over the course of this series so far. If they stand a chance here on board, we need to see it once more. Util stack early through offers from Shopify Rebellion. They're not shying away from taking this quick map control.
He's in sight. Surf's in sight. They're in sight.
DD Man cannot believe it, and Canadian goes for the plan. They want to end this quick. They want there.
He has no idea. He has no idea.
Yes, he
can. He has an idea.
The smoke.
What?
Dissipated at the last second. You say Sploit. Well, what was he watching? Anaton falls to Ambi. But the kit lay on the ground. Surf, though, sits inside a bathroom. Sharif still inside of Towers, and they do still have top floor control with Zaka and Jibitsu.
Yeah, it's an awkward round for Shopify Rebellion, despite having a player advantage. This vert is meaningful for CAG. It's awkward for both teams, though. We're only at the midpoint of the round.
Well, Sploit never heard him crouch up.
Of course, the window, and then Jibitsu and Zaka, well, mainly now Jibitsu will watch top floor. Still, the player advantage for Shopify Rebellion. They just need to probably reset a little bit. Time is on their side. Well and truly over a minute remaining, and a defense that seems like it's scrambling. Surf, though, pressuring this hatch, wanting to just occupy them. Sploit, by the way, made his way in the window and died immediately. Sharif was still inside of Talus.
Nice, good kill, Rexon.
What a big battle won by Rexon. Sharif, another one. 3 in the sight from Sharif. Reconfirms where this kit is at the window, and Jibitsu will drop. But it does give top floor control now to Shopify Rebellion, but largely does not matter because kit is controlled by the defense. A critical 45 seconds remains.
And Sharif is in a high-risk position. He will not be able to escape that tuck. Jibitsu,
here comes Ambi.
Help, but he can't get it.
Here
nice shots from Ambi. 1v1, does he have him on a dope call?
Sharif's got 3. He now needs the ace. As Rexon and Ambi march towards him, a low health Sharif must clutch. Bigger than any player we've seen in this series. Time may be somewhat on his side.
They don't have a drone. They have no intel on him.
And they still search, maybe not anticipating him to sit the kit. Red time now approaches. Here come Rexon and Ambi. Sharif will need to spray and keep spraying. He will not have to let go.
Nice. Good. Oh my gosh. That's so close. That was so close. Dude, oh my, yo. That guy walked up. That guy walked on the Canadian planning. I don't know. I get he's crouched, but
3 seconds left. He just
I don't. You should have heard that. That was way too close. That was way too close.
I think his name was on the gravestone.
That was way. That was. Oh no. Oh no. I think Sploit was looking. No, Sploit was looking. Sploit was when we locked onto him. I forgot where he was looking, but it wasn't.
Well, he's been a difference maker today.
Oh, he's prone. He's prone on the window. He was looking for, I don't even know, man. I can't tell you. I can't tell you what he's trying to watch for.
Both teams scrambled. Surfer still on site. Sharif committed to the tuck, but then unfortunately meant he.
So good. It's just good that Rexon and Ambi were able to
identify where he was.
You know, clutch that last part up.
Shopify Rebellion, and as much
I have no. I can't. I literally cannot tell you what Sport's doing prone.
I think it's a stretch
on the window.
By the way, halftime.
When mind you, when Canadian's in a smoke, he needs to be looking through the smoke, but I don't know. I really don't.
CAG will go on to the attack. Long way back.
He was going prone for the hatch,
for Shopify Rebellion,
but that hatch can't see into that. I guess he's watching the hatch drop. To be fair,
some of the numbers,
but still.
The opening kills in that
what's map 3? Lair.
Of Shopify Rebellion, they got 5 out of the 6 rounds.
That's just unlucky. I thought at least one of them would have heard him crouch up and just in general when he was spraying. and he missed the first spray.
Multi-kills, Surf with a 4K, Rexin with a 4K. So
but I'm betting you Canadian thought he had got the plan off. Like it was super close. He said Lair is easy for SR. I think Lair is easy for SR too. But the announcers said that like CAG is 8-1 on Lair in their past, I guess, 9 matches. So I still think Shopify has Lair in general.
Well, short on firepower as the scheduled halftime break is coming to an end. Second half coming up right now.
Should be a decent game. It should be. Should be another like.
Well, let's see then how the second half will
like a lot of like. I think it'd be. It's either going to be close or it's going to go in favor of Shopify.
Formulate a comeback. Let's see how the bands as well
just signing Stefan Diggs. Hell yeah.
Determine how the second half then plays out. So Solid Snake and Wamai.
Archie, thank you for the follow. Lucy, thank you for liking the live.
Wamai specifically buffed, and so going to take away some of that catch potential, and could mean that direct approaches could be a little more favorable for CAG, hence that ban. And they followed up with his armies, and more emphasis on utility. Ying as well will be taken away. Maybe then in response to the Wamai, just some projectile taken out of play.
Yes, Team SR is Shopify Rebellion, and
too crazy.
Spoit is on Shopify. You definitely have to switch to MNK. Try it out.
Well, who goes into the third map, provided we get there?
I don't think it's hard, but it'll be hard to adjust to.
Relatively equal. I think it might be equal.
I don't think you'd be able to quantify it and really give it to one team or the other.
Skylar, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Skylar.
Well, job's not done as we begin the second half. Shopify Rebellion go on defense.
You're part of 177 people that are followed by me.
Here. Need to stay locked in, stay grounded, stay composed.
You know how it is. You know how it is.
That third map, which is required.
It's all good, Skylar.
Reminder: the loser of this series is eliminated from the Esports World Cup. The winner will move on to the group stage. And on the B stream, Fnatic versus Al Yula Club is, I believe, ongoing now.
Well, this lineup from CAG suggests
this is going to look like some sort of quick too. They're going to go quick.
Maybe formulated.
And then Amaru is going to go up on the.
Amaru for quick entry in the hands of Anaton. Is this a alternate take on the Archives directs for CAG? Capital deploying util early.
Well, Surf's going to go for the swing of the window, but he loses out to Sharif.
Damn.
The frag grenade finds
What?
Enby. Well, that's an easy double kill to open up this 7th round.
And they've already got control armor side.
And then Zaka with a shotgun onto Spoit, while this has been absolutely
wait, how did Enby die to a nade?
For the plant, shield screen up from the ROU. Don't think there's going to be a lot Rexin can do. He doesn't even the Nitro Cell. Plant's gone down. This round is done. What a statement from CAG.
Wait, how did Enby die to a
They
nade?
have just swarmed in and taken it with ease. To just give a sign of life that maybe on the attack they could do something very special. Rexin himself would have to do something very special to win this round for Shopify Rebellion. Doesn't seem as if he's in much of a hurry, realizing how difficult the task is.
Couldn't run away from it.
What a round though from CAG.
Yeah, that first kill coming at the 2:29.
So they just want to give him a round?
Nice. The series so far. Even more impressive that it was from the side of the attack as opposed to a defensive spawn.
By the way, I also came from Roller and switched to MK. It'll take some time, but in the end, it'll be worth it. SR is taking SR is taking it home. They just I don't know. It was kind of just like a free round, I guess. I've got no idea. That was just bad aim.
And everyone was also on the same page in terms of pacing. I think that's the most important thing.
But let's see what side. Okay, they said they switched the side up.
One or two lag behind in their role. And not everyone's in the right position, but for CAG, it seems as if everyone was very much in sync. And we're not going to get the repeat bomb site from Shopify Rebellion straight to Vent Workshop.
No. SR is going to respond properly. They're going to respond.
Control as the bomb site moves downstairs. And a change up on the attacker side for Repix. CAG will bring the Docker into Sophia, the ace.
She spoits now on the Ella.
They will drop the Montang, but keep Anaton on the Blackbeard, interestingly enough. Anaton just won 5 this game, but double digits for Sharif. Still only the 2 kills for Jupitsu. And he was the #1 rated player in APAC North.
Yeah. You awake but the giant, who knows what might happen.
But at the same time, it's been an awfully quiet series as well for Spoit. Just 9 kills, 16 deaths across the 2 maps. We've seen a couple of good comebacks so far here at the Esports World Cup, guys. 5-1, not impossible, an attacker-sided map. Good early statement as well. Quick 7th round now into the 8th. You make this 5-3. It's not too dissimilar as to the scoreline of Clubhouse.
Yeah.
Remember, it was a 6-3 comeback from CAG on Clubhouse.
I think entering the half, I certainly had that doubt that we may not see the same level of proactive play replicated. But that round, I was like, oh, hang on a second.
Well, a slow pace follow-up in the 8th round. A minute.
Who's playing the best for SR, sir?
Slow creep outside of break. There's barbed wire, though. So. Does deny the ability to go for a quick push in. Flashbang. Ambi's going to eat the Junker payload call from Chibisu. Looking for a reposition to catch a kill here at the break doorway. Love that. Onto
Get aggression, get aggression, get aggression.
Have now suddenly been taken. And
nice.
Lovely read.
Good aggression from Ambi.
This will set them up with a 6-2 advantage. Unless Chibisu, Sharif, and Zaka can bring back a 3 versus 5. Desperately need
By the way, this is the world's fattest top floor hold. Sights free.
Smoke. Position should not be known.
No one has bomb.
Although he does just start blasting. Now position is very much known to Canadian inside a fountain. Out of gas babes. But it means he can keep this shotgun up at the close angle position. Zaka needs to swing this. Now at least knows that the smoke holds the close angle. Embi will fall towards Customs, courtesy of Sharif. Zaka, a little stutter step at the drop of the hatch, and eventually now makes his way down into bathroom. Surely couldn't find a kill from below. Doesn't opt to shoot initially, but hello, here's Rexon lurking inside of towers, not expecting that position
Spoit's
to be
on the board.
held.
Well, he's been on the board.
And with Chibisu falling elsewhere, it's all set up now. For Shopify Rebellion,
all right, 6-2, 6-2, 6-2.
Shuri will push up metal stairs to his death. Lair is calling.
Yeah,
that was beautiful aggression from Ambi. It's like really good positioning there.
Some smiles being shared by the boys as they're pretty pleased with how Border has developed so far. And while CAG certainly haven't thrown the towel in over the course of this map, I think they're just short of ideas and being able to problem solve their way out of this position. No tactical timeouts, of course, remain for CAG by Varel. They're on their own now for the remainder of this map, and frankly, I don't think there's too much longer to go here on Border.
Well, they did win 5 straight to win Clubhouse. They need 4 straight to force overtime. And on the attack side, it's
well, we had the discussion earlier.
Even on Border.
We had the discussion on Club, right, that the scoreline maybe wasn't reflective of how close the match was. This one, I think, is.
Yeah, I think this scoreline very much reflects the dominance that we've seen from Shopify Rebellion on Border. By the way, 100% conversion rate on opening kills so far through the 8 rounds. Yep. Little indication to follow coming into this first of 4 map point opportunities. On a map like Border, it's no surprise those entry kills are going to be so important.
5 seconds left.
Yes, Dizzy, it's a best of 3.
Attacker's objective is to defend.
So SR will most likely take this map, and then the deciding map will be later.
They could just sit on this site for 4 rounds straight. It is, of course, the best defensive site on the map. Not saying they will, but they do have the option now.
And they bring the clash into play.
Well, this man on our screen, he's the big one. If it looks as if we're going Lair, Chibisu needs to stand up. 10-17. You can't have the region's #1 player bottom fragging in an elimination game. Lair is where he needs to make amends. Slips into waiting. Wants out the top of the shield of the clash from Canadian.
Getting us more intel.
Yeah, looking to try and spearhead top east, but that's tough. Shield into clash is not the kind of formula that will favor the attack of CAG.
Oh, good swing from serve.
And if that 100% conversion rate continues, Shopify Rebellion have locked in this map.
Yep.
Holy, top 3 East.
The trade, though, slightly delayed. follows through from Sharif onto Rexon. Sharif then has another chance on to serve. I think that frag grenade. Did that get stuck on the floorboard or did it fall back down?
I think it bounced back down.
Yeah.
Well, they've at least got a little bit of presence now over towards top east. It has forced Canadian back further over towards 90 for now. You play information on the shield, but won't.
Oh, that's what they're doing. Is that how they killed Rexons?
You can see Sharif was trying to play off the Jogapele call from Chibisu, but unable to. Surf was able to answer the call safely. Oh, chance maybe for Sharif on a Canadian. Just the way that he was posturing. Top metal did leave him a little bit vulnerable. And he finds a big kill onto the Chibisu as well. 2 and 8. He has struggled on border. And Spoit in a really good position towards security. It's starting to fall apart now for CAG. Spoit a double. Well, if he starts to activate perfectly,
oh my gosh. How did Spoit win that?
3 maps.
That was nice. Okay, there we go. All right, 7-2 for SR. 7-2 for SR. Map 3. Going to map 3.
Massive series. Facing elimination now of both teams. CAG, Shopify Rebellion.
So that's why he's the GOAT. He was struggling. He was struggling. And guess what?
Sure are, Jake. What a performance.
I'm sure after that, any sort of mental he was facing is gone. There's no lingering mental. They should take Lair.
Yep.
Is it a 2-0? No, it's 1-1. It's 1-1, Noah. The next map is Lair. Next map is Lair. Next and final map, I should say.
Them to take control. CAG, whilst there was a small
it should have been a 2-0, but you know what?
They tied it up.
We don't look at the past.
Phenomenal.
Who's going next?
Questions about it. I think, if anything, I was probably a little bit disappointed from CAG's first half. I expected, after what we've seen today and what they've showcased throughout this tournament, I expected a little bit more from them. But I think that goes down to Shopify Rebellion's, I want to say aggression, but more performance.
Yeah, I mean, we did preface, though, of course.
Shopify got it. They definitely have it. They definitely have it.
Don't know if I expected it to be that dominant. And now a little concern going into Lair. But Lair is still statistically a much better map for CAG by Varel.
Statistically, but statistics really don't
the mental
make the game.
From being beaten up on border in that fashion, guys, then now going into what is now essentially a best-of-1 to fight for survival going to group stage, and that's where we know APAC struggle historically. These hurdles, they slip up, and here's another one presented. The reality is, though, and this is what sets this up perfectly, Rob, someone's going home. Someone's going to be heartbroken. It's yet another failure for CAG on LAN and for APAC, or it's an absolute monster team from North America. It's a big map coming up.
It certainly is. Speaking of that, it is time for us to go to a break. On the other side, Xenox has teed that one up perfectly. Someone is eliminated. Someone is through to groups. Don't go anywhere. Be back after this.
So it's like a round break. So we can go watch the Bravo stream.
You know, I'm not saying there's no value in it, of course there is, but
yo, Fnatic's losing right now?
Coming in through hatches, you know, you're pretty much seeing the same things. You know, 1 or 2 variations each time.
My gosh, dude.
The mirror window is going to be dealt with by the Hibana. Force them back a little bit deeper again. Last time around, the problem that we saw for this top floor clearance from Alula was they got ahead of themselves. They didn't clear out enough. They tried to move in and take areas like barback storage. The shield that they were doing it behind, crazy on the blitz, you know, was punished for doing so. This time, they're going to get aggressive, and it's going to work because they've... First death again, Jesse. Cool. What are we saying for Deadshot?
Oh, that's 4 rounds in a row now for him. Not the game that he wants to start here for Fnatic. And we talked about the Blitz earlier. Sorry, not the Blitz, the Fuse earlier. It's not going to be for Kitchen, but Crazy still finding good value on this operator. You have to be able to win those fights, but he couldn't quite find the head. So now the cluster charges will rain down on towards the bomb site. Citizen is praying that he can land an extra cell at some point, but they're still moving. They know this pulse is down below, so everybody on Alula is just continuing to hold their arrow keys. They're not giving an easy C4 to anyone in Fnatic.
And spam random messages.
To move on in towards bottom right stairs there and start to get things going a little bit. Crazy does have diffuser in hand. You've commented a couple of times, Jesse, that it's, you know, quite often they'll find it dropped outside of the map and it just gets left there and they'll go for kills instead. Citizen managing to get himself in a lovely position here, gets himself 2, taking down Valentino and Bazooka. We're going to have the Nomad down as well, so we're effectively 4 versus 2 for Fnatic right now, unless this revive can come on through, but it's not going to matter. Either way, it is 4 versus 2. Smith picks up 1, Wizard another, and Fnatic are just in cruise control here in round 5. It is all that they can do here. Alula to try and get themselves down and into a fight. Smiths with the shotgun on the close angle. That's going to be a round for Fnatic.
Yeah, nice to see them battling back despite losing that opening duel. I think you got to give a ton of credit over towards Citizen for the way that he battles back. He was playing kind of extended, like below.
So we can watch another round of this match, and then I'll go back to the Shopify
really
game.
Didn't need to worry about it. I felt on the side of Alula. They had full top floor control. They had good vert up above reading. They could have maybe just tried to convert a plant in through pillar, but instead they get a little bit lopsided. They're trying to make that push multi-dimensional, and they end up just walking into Citizen, who's holding the perfect time, the perfect angles to shut down a lot of that play. Huge credit to Citizen to get them back in this game and keep them alive 3-2.
Fnatic going to be looking for that 3-3 half. If they can do that, then they'll be on point with their previous statistics, what they usually will be delivering on the defense of Cafe. That's going to be what they're looking to secure. Going to be down in the bottom floor for this final defensive round. If we have a look at what happened down there previously, we saw it in round 1, round 4, and it was an Alula win both times around. They've been able to get good attacks here, find that space, and take advantage of it. Fnatic really doubling down to try and get it done.
I'm really surprised we're seeing Kitchen once again, because, I mean, you said it, twice now Alula have bested Fnatic on this bomb site, and whilst reading is locked, mining dining is still unlocked, and Cafe top floor, while it's fallen out of favor, it's not a bad site by any means. I know it's not your favorite site, Tim, but you could go top floor here if you really don't like those other options.
Look, if it's as a little pocket play or as a one-off, I might allow it. But
okay.
Yeah, the defensive win rate's really
you think 4 years old?
Supported too much play up there, I would say that. We're going to have, once again, it's going to be Smiths this time instead, actually, rather than Deadshot. Deadshot on the Azami. It was Deadshot that we saw previously in this position. He's actually a little bit more aggressively forward this time. Rather than being in there on the Goyle with the TCSG, he's got the Azami, the extra protection of the Kiba barricades to try and battle on towards that double door.
And you see all of this work on the prep wall, right? They brought the Kaid specifically to keep this wall closed. They used both Electroclaws on this wall, and there's still an angle that was opened up by Alula. That's a massive piece of utility, because Fnatic thought that's the one key difference, right? They thought they lost this bomb site, particularly because that wall got opened up, so they commit so much to it. Now it's still going to be available if they want to get on that upside down rappel. They can have this angle to play with. No more Echo to burn out with the Capitao bolts, and Smith is able to play here a little bit more aggressively, but keep an eye on that wall. It's so important.
Oh, beautiful spray down, just finding Citizen on the Tuberai, but the comms are there. Deepak up the stairs, manages to get the trade. Josa, Bazooka, one apiece. Deadshot continues to be silenced in this first half. 1 and 6 at the minute. He's going to need a big performance on the attack for his team. Fnatic 2 versus 4 and backs to the wall here in their final defensive round. We can see the Capitao utility being used just to try and force Smith into a bad position, but all it really does is force him to react. 3 versus 2 now as he gets 1 back for his team, but look at the health on Deepak. Doesn't matter. Still manages to find the kill.
Yeah, he had his phone call blowing up. That brought him as low as it did, but he chose not to answer it. Here's another phone exploding onto Smith. He has no time to be able to answer that call. Deepak is playing with him now, and they both fall. A perfect 2v4 to come through Fnatic, and they will tie the half.
Winning this. I don't know how they went down
3K on about 10 health, maybe less. Absolutely phenomenal.
All right, let's get to the good game.
I'm excited. CAG, whilst they started strong, definitely did.
Did SR win? Yes, they won against. They won that map, that border.
In the very first video we saw, Lair. What does that mean, Jake? What does that mean for team this game?
They're on a map 3. They're about to start map 3.
CAG, when you kind of look at the numbers here, the last time they lost it, Salt Lake City Major against 5 Fears, but then nothing since then. They're on a massive streak. They haven't lost it for 3 months. and they've played it, as I said, 9 times. So, I mean, they've got a really good record on Lair. It's a high preference map pick. For Shopify Rebellion, 4-4, not that great. It's not exactly in their wheelhouse.
So for Mex not going to be tough this match. I would keep an eye out for
Spoit. The momentum from Border. They won that comprehensively.
I mean, Spoit's been quiet, but you know, he went negative the first map, was going negative the second map, then had like a
It's tough.
Then had 2 good rounds at the end.
Battle. I think more so internally for CAG.
I don't think he's chalked anymore. I don't think anyone on the SR team is chalked.
They were still having a bit of a laugh. You could see there was a little bit of a sadness behind their eyes, Michael, and I think for fair reason.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily straight sadness. Maybe
no, okay, that was a bit far.
But it might have been a little bit of despair.
Yeah,
because I feel as if Shopify Rebellion just simply had better depth on that second map.
Yeah.
CAG ran out of ideas. You know, sometimes in a best of 3, your map pool is going to be truly tested. APL teams traditionally aren't going to have the deepest of pools, and so going onto a map such as Border,
drop Canadian and put Anthony Pitt one
to kick off the second half, and I was kind of like, maybe there is a little bit more to the story here, and then it's kind of back to the same old story, right? So hopefully here on Lair, strong record,
whatever you
weaker
say.
Opposition, you have to account for that, but I think in terms of comfortability, it's going to be a lot better than that second map.
It certainly will. This is a massive game for both of these teams. While CAG started with the sword, the dagger has been stabbed in their back, rightfully so, by the kings of North America. Or maybe the prince, maybe not the king.
SR's defending layer 2, defender side of map too.
Yeah,
you're good into this. You appreciate that, yeah?
But this is where it starts. The EWC
for sure, I think we're like in a live, or sorry, sharing the live.
And finishes for one of these teams. Who will it be? We're about to find out.
Thank you for the follow, yeah. Thank you.
Rob. It sets the stage perfectly. Third and final map. Win, and you are into the group stage.
Double wall denial band and double shield band.
You're back to best of 1s. You've got a couple of days to play some games, see how you stack up against the teams that make their way in. The loser, their key will be crushed in front of their very eyes here today. The stories are pretty simple for Shopify Rebellion. A grand final at the Salt Lake City Major surely can't now succumb in play-ins at the Esports World Cup. And for CAG by Varel, always at this international event is where they drop the ball. The hurdle is once again in front of them. As we head into this final map,
all right, thank you for the follow. Thank you.
Oh, I'm going to be Shopify Rebellion.
Rashard with the follow. Oh my gosh, thank you guys.
Also correct. And even if I'm wrong, then CAG win it, I'm happy either way. But I think that's what makes the storyline for this match so compelling. The more I think about it, both of these teams have so much to lose if it goes against them. Shopify Rebellion, as you mentioned, they want to get back to another grand final. And for CAG, they're looking to ward off the entire mantra around this team and the aura around them. That is that international events are not their forte. This is an opportunity for 2 teams to subvert that. In terms of the band's double shield from Shopify Rebellion. So Anaton has been targeting in this first half.
All right, thank you for the rose.
With the traditional set of wall denial.
Thank you. What is supposed to do?
Important, I think, especially on Lair. Think about top floor as well. Very, very difficult site to attack into. This makes it a bit easier to open up the breach. Do still have the mirror that will need to be dealt with. So the canisters from Ambi can delay. Interestingly, no Azami being brought to the round from Shopify
Where are the
Rebellion.
mirrors coming from then? Like, where are the mirrors placed? There's no mirror on the operational wall.
Entry into ults for Zaka. Secondary hard breach to open up an angle towards that mask wall. Where Anaton can then throw through the secondary breach to hopefully open up said wall. Spoit will play it aggressively with the mirror window placed. Anticipating this ops push. Every round so critical, so vital.
It's not just every round, it's every moment. I feel as if there's going to be key moments over the course of this final map that will determine the outcome.
Well, Surf got one on Clubhouse and got another on Border. It's been Surf's series for Shopify Rebellion. Has he got another 4K clutch in him on Lair? Straight down below Medical with the skeleton key of the buck. And so far, the checklist is just being worked on slowly by CAG. Get ops control. Try and open up mask, eventually then mezzanine, and look for a mask plant. That's going to be the aim of the game. Double nitrocell available, plus an added 3 gas babes still up for Canadian. Throws out 1, as I mentioned it. Still a mirror window in pocket for Spoit.
Yeah, slow wind up in this round for CAG. Shopify Rebellion, though, looking settled. Double smoke for Canadian. And triple
It's going to come down to the wire.
Still remains, or at least double for...
Kag is playing this very, very slow.
Information gathered, so you do have a read on the hold R6 side.
Sequential breach.
The final hard breach will now be deployed.
A little bit of damage on display, by the way, towards Office. He'll fall back. It's going to be Surf that goes down first to Anaton. Sharif then finds the kill through the floorboard.
Wow.
Oh, what a head drop from TD. That is such a tight angle, and he goes straight into Mark. Retsim will fall. This top floor defense has been thwarted so comfortably. Canadian finally enough.
That's bomb down.
Gaspe found the kill onto TD going for the plant. He denies said plant. Surely Canadian couldn't do something so exquisite. Zaka gets on. Canadian now has to swing. Knows there's one at the doorway. Sharif covers perfectly. Oh, it's CAG on the attack of Lair that takes the opening round.
That was interesting.
Slow wind up, but then able to pounce. They accounted for the variables in that round from the defense, the lurk below, the positions horizontally, which was facilitated partially with information that was gathered earlier. Some sharp shots were required. And CAG delivering
no problem,
in
Abel.
round one. And if that's what we can expect here from CAG over the course of the next few, then
they won the opening round.
Dude, I don't even know how Surf and Rexon died. Like, how'd they get?
Rebellion, so don't get too excited.
I wish I could have seen that.
I'm getting excited for the next side of choice, though, from Shopify Rebellion. It's over to Dorms for round 2. In my opinion, one of the more dynamic sites that we see in the game right now. It's really intriguing, the tug of war that we typically see on this site. Shopify Rebellion will contend with holding above control because planning against the vert is a challenge, but then you risk compromising positions elsewhere. And then CAG on the opposing side, well, they will pose the question, are we going to go direct? Use a Capital
Who won on bank? No, border. SR did.
And try to dislodge this defense that is situated above. I think they're going to go for the latter, given some of the attacker repicks that did come through. The Capital out of play. They'll bring the Blitz, though, in for the clear alongside Solid Snake.
The bunks and briefing for the second round. Shopify Rebellion not opting to repeat top floor.
This location. Watch
yourself. Sharif, who started very slow on Clubhouse, has started to get going. He's 25 and 18 now.
Not seeing anything here.
For reference, finished with 11 kills on Clubhouse, but started so quietly. All talk about the rush. Anaton into the Nitrocell, though, from Ambi.
You know what? That's the Blitz. That's the Blitz. So you know what?
Swing from the window.
Oh my gosh.
Wonderful kill onto Canadian. And has another in his sights. Surf continues to peek at the doorway to his demise.
Oh my gosh.
To follow. Rexon and Spoit close by to each other, but the round is almost forfeit already. As Chibisu holds at this doorway. Spoit on the other side. And Chibisu lets him know he's still there. Sharif found Rexon. It's only Spoit that remains. He is corralled, surrounded, and shut down.
Oh my gosh. This is map 3, yes.
CAG with a 2-0 dominant start on Lair.
Yeah, this is a great start. These opening attacks from CAG have been very difficult to fault. Shopify Rebellion are put on notice.
Oh my goodness, Super's seen enough. He's called a timeout after 2 rounds. If that doesn't tell you how dominant of a start this is from CAG, I don't know how else to spell it. That is an incredibly early tack timeout from Shopify
his
Rebellion.
own Mira. Wow. Where can you watch this, Jaden?
I think the question that needs
Go
to be answered is,
Twitch or YouTube and search up Rainbow, RAINBOW, and then the number 6, and you should find the broadcast.
We pose the challenge that
if Shopify loses this, they do go home.
Here on map 3.
They go home.
Still early days.
Dude, I need them to lock in too. There's no way, bro. They need to lock in. Super needs to do something. Thank you, no problem, dude.
Rebellion have been caught on their heels early here on Lair.
Tactical timeout will expire. I was just looking.
You got the glasses on, man.
I was looking towards Sparky. I just wanted to see again. He's got the mouth covered.
Gotta keep that.
He gets a free early talk.
Dude,
as well.
I hope SR wins too. You know, it'd be bummer. It's like it'd be like watching a team like G2. You know, not make it.
But you know what? I think it's the right call.
I see what you did there. Super early.
And it is the right call. Those first 2 rounds are so dominant from CAG that you have to just remind the boys what's at stake, calm them down, and settle. Round 3 coming up. And boy, it feels very pivotal early.
Yeah. I didn't quite envision map 3 getting off to such a positive start for CAG.
Me neither.
Shopify tested. And an intriguing extension from them up above on the vert to try and prevent CAG from establishing that checklist early on. That's facilitated by the Mirror in particular. And positionally, some of these defenders currently off-site on the first floor. I presume CAG are eager to get some vert control, notably with the sledge in play. They also have that Solid Snake once again to facilitate map clear.
My location is clear. Looks like their security's up.
I feel like SR, you're definitely right. I feel like SR, even if they do go down, I feel like they can, and probably I'm gonna be so real with you, will make a comeback, but against a team like CAG, it is embarrassing. It is. It's eye-opening.
That would just put Shopify Rebellion immediately on the back foot. So I'm sensing Shopify Rebellion will actually be more conservative based on their lineup and their position. I don't think they're really going to fight first floor to maintain it. It'll be more of that poke, prod, fall back, play positions like Blue Stairs.
Well, this is quick.
Quick indeed. Anaton towards Blue Stairs. Griswold Mine thrown out from Rexon. He has been pinged as well. Here comes Shareep. Nitrocell from Canadian. If that can connect onto Anaton, it'll be huge. It does connect, but only damage. Doesn't find the kill. Keeps Anaton alive on the blitz. 90 seconds left in this third round. So crucial.
I heard another. Is there another? There isn't a before.
Here comes Anaton though. They've got Spoit inside of Armory. Flash easy. Here, kill clear. Man. Spoit caught napping.
I love that. The Nitrocell was keeping him at bay, but the Thatcher from CAG proving ultra effective. Ambi over towards range. He's cut off.
Ambi takes a peek and realizes he needs to get out of here. Good damage onto Anaton. Really good clear from Ambi. Can he get out of here alive? No. They've got the cutoff. And they bring it back to a 3 versus 3, and still plenty of time remaining for CAG, but they do lose the blitz. Enemy device close.
Couple of bolts remain for DD. And there is a lack of plant denial here for Shopify Rebellion. They'll need to be cautious in the final stages of this third round.
And also somewhat a lack of utility after this belt from DD. Final seconds of this third round. Mirror dealt with. Vault over. In towards Lab. Pistol out. Doesn't connect.
Don't know what he's doing. Okay, 3v2.
Shareep and
that guy's still above. He's gonna drop the hatch.
We'll need to find the kills. Shopify Rebellion seem like they're gonna finally get around on the board here for Lair. As Shareep drops, it was a 1-for-1 trade. Leaves DD needing to find 2 kills in 4 seconds. Spots 1. That'll be a kill. No, not even. Cool. Canadian wins the battle. Shopify Rebellion.
Good time out from Super. Who's not winner for EWC? I see. Instead of wildcard, I have DZ. I see M80 DZ, Warface. That's all. Those are my 3 teams. And sleeper teams, you know, if SR
utility that had remaining kind of
wins this, so sleeper teams like, you know, SR, Furia,
got exposed, got caught
Falcons.
Hit a sharp shot,
it's honestly like about it. That pistol play was a throw. It was a clip. I don't know what he's doing.
The blitz triple down from Shopify and Azami from CAG.
Whatever.
Yeah, the Azami, by the way, was only first played in that round Lab, but it is also very strong top floor too.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's a very solid band.
I feel like the mirrors aren't working. Like the mirrors have no. Shopify keeps on bringing Mira. They're not like the mirrors. They're not able to play off them. They're not working in their favor. Yo, Sigma, I'm not rooting for CAG. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Must-win territory for Shopify Rebellion, and they just won. Not super clinical, not super clean.
They're gonna have Ambi roaming downstairs to pick off the buck.
Not feeling too unhappy about the result. They know
the score, it's tied, as in the series is tied 1-1. This is map 3, and CAG is up 2-1 on this map right now.
Round 4, top floor again. This still, though, in my opinion, needs to be a must-win for Shopify Rebellion. This site in particular.
Rayora in play for Zaka.
Best of 3.
Yeah, Rayora Glaz is interesting.
Very interested to see how this little comp is going to play out. Presumably a set play that they have prepared.
Well, will it be open up mask, Rayora gate on the doorway? I mean, you can also go for a backside hit as well. But right now, things shape up towards Ops will be the play early on for CAG. By the way, 3 straight opening kills for CAG here on Lair, just to keep note of. Oh, here we go from below. Sharik with the Zofia looking for the impact trick. No, but he also didn't have information, just went for it. At least does open up the floorboard. Canadian.
One thing I've noticed is CAG is liking to go really quick.
All 3 smokes. Now forced to contest.
Oh my god, Rexon is just jumping from below. Canadian needs to be ready. He needs
nice,
lovely
Canadian
headshot onto DD to shut down the Solid Snake. But Sharik knows there's another one directly above him inside a storage. He'll hold the angle at the doorway. 6 kills early on for Sharik. 5 as well, by the way, for Chibisu here on Lair. I said on border, he needs to stand up, and boy, he has. Canadian needs to be so careful.
I feel like Canadian's just going to walk through this vert.
Yeah, could be susceptible to vert if his positioning is off.
By the way, only 1 smoke grenade remaining for CAG if they want to play off this Glaz with the smoke. Especially now with Rexon dealt with.
Yo, watching Canadian, oh man.
So when that smoke gets thrown out, you have to play off it if you're CAG.
Wait, Redento, I'll answer that question after the round.
Shopify have been drawn into R6 side, so I like this rotation from Zaka. Has a bit of space to play off now over towards Ops.
He's got all of it. But there is Surf still over towards Mask, and he's had some big plays in this series. Bit of damage onto Zaka. Wards him off, sends him back towards Ops. Sharif opening up the breach from the other side.
Uh-oh, why is he reloading?
Needs to be careful, but the DMR can play this angle. 40 seconds remain. Again, no gas babes, but there is still a Nitrocell, most importantly with Spoit. If they do go for a Mask plant, Spoit can still stop that.
Oh.
Damage onto Sharif. A bit of counterplay.
Good swing from whoever that was. Canadian. Wow. Good swing from Canadian.
Set defense. Spoit shuts down Chibisu. Shopify Rebellion flip the script. They get aggressive.
Wow. Nice. Nice.
2 straight rounds as we are tied on this 3rd map. Much better from Shopify Rebellion. They didn't just sit and
yes, when Mingo is playing in T1, you could see Mingo in T1 probably next year, maybe. If some team picks him up, or if he what's it called? If he places first in CL. And do I think he'll last? Yeah. Why not? I know he's a controller player, but you put him on a DMR, or you put him on a DMR and F2. I think he could definitely last. He'll have to adjust, you know. Everybody has to adjust going from T2 to T1.
Another good round from Surf in particular.
But Mingo's the truth for roller. Let me say that.
Here at the Esports World Cup.
He definitely has it. This is map 3, and they're playing there.
Which is normally a concern, but if anything, in this kind of context, it's not been a problem.
2-2. Still 4 straight opening kills for CAG, but not able to convert.
They're playing SR's playing tag.
Was won by CAG last time.
CAG giving up on the original plan though, so they'll repick back into the direct hit. So expect greenside pressure, Capital for the vert.
No blitz
and
this time.
And of course the ROUs from DD to help mask that plan. It means though, Surf on the Warden and Spoit on the Solace are the 2 key stakeholders in the round for the defense.
Who's on CAG? Zaka, Shiri, DD, Chibisu, and Aniton.
If it's unsuccessful,
ooh, Lair's not their best map. They're 4-4 on Lair.
The backup plan is very limited.
SR's best map is Fortress. Everyone knows not to play that map with, against SR.
Globally. Shopify Rebellion very early into this round will kind of know what's coming at them based on positions and drone.
Yes, whoever wins this map will continue. Sorry, Angel, I didn't say that earlier.
Catch them off guard. So CAG's execution.
And whoever loses goes home.
I think you need to be near perfect for the remainder of this map. Both teams, to be honest, there's not a lot of room for error. I think if you're Shopify Rebellion, it's just a matter of just holding on. Put the scoreboard pressure onto CAG and they will mentally crumble. So the first ROU out from DD. Will he follow up with a plant attempt?
Oh,
He will.
wait, they're going for a quick plant. Do they know?
Doesn't quite work. Sploit has info.
Well, they deny.
Oh, they're smoking it. Nice, nice, nice.
DD able to escape. First attempt unsuccessful for CAG, but they don't lose the sends. There is still an ROU available for DD.
They're gonna go for it again?
Complete second go at this, guys.
It's rare. This is really rare. Can CAG capitalize on the reattempt?
Sharif has to be mindful. Floorboard above being low. Takes a bullet to the shoulder. They don't have to rush this. There's still 60 seconds. ROUs again have been sent out. This time, Anderton full health. He's picked up the diffuser. He's at the bomb chassis. Is he spotted? Sploit has to hit the shot. He can't get it through the floorboard. Play will be successful for CAG. Sploit couldn't hit the shots. The angle not favoring him. And now the retake attempt needs to be swift. They've got 30 seconds in a 5v5 post-plant
Oh no,
retake.
man.
Towards green stairs. Big battle. Won by Sploit. Makes up for the earlier miss. But they need to be quick with their movement. As Chibisu looking to block off this push down the stairs. Looking to win the battle.
Nice Sploit.
Clutches up.
Who's defusing? Canadian can't.
Sharif, 12 seconds. Time is expiring so quickly before the very eyes of SR. And again denied. Rexon falls. There is no time. CAG will take the fifth
my
round.
gosh,
And with
man.
that the lead.
He couldn't get Sploit couldn't shoot through the floorboards, bro, or the metal.
We saw the
Oh my gosh.
work. That might be the first I've ever seen. As we said before, if your first attempt
Richie
on
can
that
definitely go
attacking set
pro,
doesn't
but
pan
Mingo's kind of solidified
The
and made a
reattempt
name
is
for
so
himself in
challenging.
T2, whereas Richie's
Shopify
kind of bounced
Rebellion,
around teams
Sploit
and he hasn't been successful, so it's going to take
quite get the
longer
ping out
if
on the
Richie
plan.
goes pro, you
Then
know?
the follow-up spray didn't quite land with the beams in the way, and whilst the fight back in the post was still strong, it wasn't enough. Great play outside breach in particular from CAG. A stressful round for both teams, but CAG now in the lead.
They have the chance to extend a round of this half. We return to basement. I think arguably the best site that maybe Shopify Rebellion looked on back in round number 3.
10 seconds remaining.
Funnily enough, that was the first time that Shopify Rebellion got the opening kill, but
5 seconds left before
at a giant asterisk is that opening
Yes,
kill
this
was
is the
post-plant.
decider. This is the
In a
decider.
5v5. Not often you see that on Bunk's briefing.
Yeah, CAG took game 1.
So lab we go. And a pretty different lineup for Shopify Rebellion defensively. Last time they brought the Yala. They had the Azami, of course, now banned away. They had the Mirror. They don't opt to bring that, nor the Mai. They go with the Solus again, but this time Ambi will take that away from Sploit. Sploit will go onto the Thorn. We see Thorn for the first time in this half. Fenrir as well brought out. Add in the Melusi and the Goya, and it's traps everywhere. So Anaton onto the Twitch needs to get to work.
Oh, he's been working hard. He's on the grind.
Nothing
Still has a shock drone in pocket as well, which will certainly be consequential in this particular round.
9-2 for Sharif. Huge performance from him in this series. 32-20. 4-2 entry with a 131 EPS. The next highest is Surf with a 108. That is a gigantic golf. Sharif has been by far and away the MVP of this series. Will he maintain that though? Heading into the second half. As Anaton thinking about the push up yellow stairs, opts against it.
Matix, thank you for the follow.
Battle. I put the curse on Sharif. He loses out. Ambi stays alive. Eats the Dugger Payload.
Oh.
Oh my goodness! That's the biggest whiff I've ever seen.
Oh my gosh!
Saka
Oh
needed
my
to collect that
gosh!
kill onto
And
Ambi.
Sharif's knocked. Oh my gosh!
Speechless. How
What?
does Ambi survive that?
Ambi's one shot too. He just needs to land
ramifications will that have in
one.
this series?
Oh my
They got the
gosh!
revive as well onto Sharif. It would have been a 5 versus 4 for CAG. A giant fumble.
Oh god! Oh gosh! Why is Canadian up there? Why is Canadian doing that? Have I watched Bleach? I haven't. No. I haven't keeping up with the current. Oh my gosh.
It's a good enough kill onto Rexen, and that's all that matters.
How have they gotten themselves back into this round? It's advantage CAG. Ambi low
But
on
Bleach
HP,
is my favorite anime
and
by far.
potentially limited denial for Shopify Rebellion. Although keep in mind with the Goyo's preset side, that could pose a challenge. And Spoit
Is Ambi ratty?
hiding in Armory.
Or Spoit?
Still have calls available. In fact, one going out now onto Spoit, as you said, towards Armory. Not really anyone though to play off that. He'll eat the call. Well, he's gonna answer the call. 20 seconds left. Jibisu can call again. Sharif with the radar gets a bit of information. And remember, Ambi's very low on health.
Oh, TCSG, bro. So it's so powerful.
3 versus 3.
So OP.
Heading
Surf
into
has no
red
idea.
time. Up close. Surf's got a couple more coming his way, but he's ready
Oh
to
my
run
gosh, that's the
right
power of the
highway
TCSG
again.
right there.
3 from Surf.
That's the power of the
Offside.
TCSG right there.
Nothing Everton can do.
Oh my
We are all
gosh.
tied
You see how
on
broken
lead,
that gun
3
is?
apiece.
Oh my gosh.
After 6 rounds of action.
Surf just is that guy when you need
What's the other team
somebody
after this
to
game? There's no
side.
other games
He
after
is
this.
him.
This is the last game of the
One
day.
of
User, thank you
many
for the
big
follow.
moments for him
I mean,
so
like, I
far
could
at the
watch
Esports World Cup.
Fnatic
All 3
versus.
maps, Surf has had
I can't
a
pronounce the name.
gigantic
Alula
moment.
Club or whatever, but
does it
Fnatic's gonna take
again.
that. It's gonna be like a waste. Plus, I've been streaming for 5 hours. I'm gonna eat.
What a half.
2-minute break.
Finley,
I
thank you for
it's,
sharing the live.
needed, not just for the boys on the in the server,
Bro,
but for
3-3
us as well
split.
up
You don't
here
want
on
to see a
the desk.
3-3 split when defending Lair, but honestly, with what I've seen,
during this halftime break,
SR will take all they can get. How did they win that last round, dude? That was just a sell from CAG. Between the sledge and the... You couldn't even clear the Goyo.
To be fair, from that timeout of Super, Shopify Rebellion then won 3
Yeah,
of the
they
next
did.
4 rounds.
Yeah, they surged.
They did.
So they
That is
were able
right.
to respond. Of course, CAG do still
Yeah,
hold
they
their
peaked one
tactical
Goyo,
timeout
and
for the second
dude, it was a
half.
4v3, by the way. That's crazy. That,
But just big moments. In every
and then
single one of
obviously,
these rounds, nothing
Canadians
has
not
been
even
easy
taking those
for anyone
gunfights. But look
inside
how
of the server.
strong the TCSG
And again,
is.
Serve with
It's just so
multiple
strong.
bodies coming towards you. It's very
It's just
easy
too
to
strong.
Get overwhelmed
That gun's
in
way
these
too OP.
positions, but he has shown time and time again, he's cool, he's calm, and he's collected. But what a stressful moment now for these two teams. 40 seconds left. We've got on this halftime break. At 3-3, someone's esports World Cup dream will be coming to an end very quickly.
It will.
Yo, this is a tough series. Very
Final
tough.
messages now to be relayed. Quick discussion as to any sore points in the first half, but just reiterating the plans then for
Bob.
the next handful
Bob
of
Macaroni,
rounds, which
thank
will
you for the follow.
determine each team's fate
Thank you.
at this event.
So Lair, by the way, in the APAC North region for stage 1 was defend decided at 52%. And the reason why I don't really want to look at global, I'd rather
Well,
look
Chester,
at
I mean,
what
that's just the
region
nature
is.
of you
That's
know,
what matters the most.
big
That's where
tournaments and events
CAG
like this.
should be more comfortable on defense going into this
The games are
second
after
half.
these.
Now for North America
The only
League,
game that will be going
which,
on
as we've
after this
seen,
is the
has sometimes very
Fnatic
different
versus
numbers compared
Alula
to
Club.
other regions. Lair is even
But
more
I think I'm not going to watch
defend-decided
that
at
because I think
58%.
Fnatic's winning that.
Doesn't bode well for Shopify Rebellion.
I think Fnatic's
They're on
winning
the
that,
wrong
but you
side
can
here
watch it
coming
on
into
the.
second half. That's the way to frame it.
I bet you this broadcast will
But
switch to it.
52, 58%. There's still big
I
margins
mean, I
the other
could
way.
watch
they can
it.
still win this on the attack.
But I need to do some things.
I wouldn't be surprised actually if it ends up 3-3 and we go
Baron, thank you for the
overtime.
follow.
Why not?
May as well. We've gotten this far. As the bands roll through, will it be double shield?
No.
No, not quite. So the Monty Grim combo from the side of defense. And then
Mirror are honestly some very, very strong bands. What it does enable is your Kaid. Kaid is a very strong operator here.
Yep.
You can also double down with Bandit if you want, but I don't think you need to. I think Kaid alone just gives a little mini game to be dealt with for Shopify Rebellion.
It enables the info gather, right? And we saw that pretty effective back on Club, notably the Valkyrie.
I think
Maestro
SR
was
needs to
never gonna get
change.
banned,
If
but
SR
just need to note that CAG sometimes dabble in that as well.
If SR changes anything, they might shy away from Canadian.
The question on side of
But
Shopify,
do I
though,
personally think SR needs to change? Not really.
info,
No.
info, right? We're gonna see the Deimos, we're gonna see the Snake, we're gonna see the Dockerby, as expected.
Okay, DZ is just SR's kryptonite.
shaken by that.
And then Falcons. I mean, they're both really good teams, you know.
The information to facilitate that.
I think if you're CAG,
they just combat SR's playstyle very well.
Shopify Rebellion, you're happy with the last couple of rounds after being down 0-2 to begin with.
Shoot, here's the Canadian on the Ying shotty.
Scoreboard suggests it at 3-3. Both teams.
Unfortunate rage. It is, but
Ambi immediately onto the solid snake.
At least you got one. At least you have one, you know.
One last reminder in terms of who's been the best in this series: Surf 27-18, Ambi 23-19, Rexing 21-20. The only three going positive for Shopify Rebellion. The only one
that's
going
crazy.
positive
You pick CAG
for CAG has been Sharif 32-21, Zaka 21-21. The next best.
Like you saw the vision. That's crazy.
But all that matters is this map right now. First minute expiring.
What's this map called? This map's called Lair.
Canadian on the Ying, so the Candelas can help clear out positions to get Mez control and then eventually into sight. DD will play on the Tachanka to deny the mask plan. How is Ambi dead already? Chippis over towards Mezzanine has found a very early kill in this round.
How did Ambi die?
Not ideal for the attack of Shopify Rebellion. While the Solid Snake is not completely important to the plan for attacking this site, you're losing a top player in Ambi.
Yep. That's gonna hurt. But Shopify Rebellion's ability to fight and to problem solve has been good over the course of not just this series, but the entirety of the event. So don't count them out. Midpoint though, and it's looking tricky. Bit of control over towards Ops. As Canadian feeds info on the opposing side.
How did Ambi die?
Of the map.
I don't know how he did that.
A lot of stall out on offer here from CAG though. The Tachanka, the Goyo, even the Zodo from Chibisu.
Anderton still has Kaid Claw, by the way, and just replaced it. Has still that Nitrocell as well. Spray falls to Chibisu. He's found a second one from Master. Vulcan canister popped. Just in case Shopify Rebellion wanted to push in, and indeed they do. They do want to push in. They're going to go off this. Canadian through the smoke criminal. But then caught in the back from the pistol of Chibisu, who's found 3 important kills in this round. They spot Surf trying to push through the doorway. They deny him. Rexing by himself, dead at the window. With that, CAG take the lead.
CAG's your favorite APAC team. That's why you're upset with the whole situation with them. Yeah. Still W prediction from you. They're playing right now.
Jake, don't give the APAC fans
this is live.
Too much false hope. Not just yet. We're not there.
Just stating what's happening. That's all I can do.
It is.
Lincoln, thank you for liking my live.
It's also the strongest, typically, site on the map for defense. Shopify should not be rattled. CAG, though, I think can take confidence from that. They played really well across the board, afforded themselves the early advantage.
Here, thank you for the follow. Thank you. User, thank you for the follow. Thank you, guys.
He finds the kill. Where's everyone else?
Yeah.
Are they
Ooh,
not
this is
on the
interesting.
same page? Was that not the script play?
That's kind of the
Was
point.
that just a hero play? We don't know. But
got a Hail Mary at that point.
Yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't work.
No.
So basement for the 8th round. Big round from Chibisu, by the way. He goes up to 9 kills. Did say coming into this map of Lair, Chibisu, Sharif, they're the ones to watch. They got 19 kills
Chibisu's
combined.
9-4, Sharif's 10-3. Those guys are carrying CAG right now.
Rebellion, while they've had an even spread, there's not one player in particular that is having a really big pop-off game. So if you go back to Clubhouse, it was Surf 14-9. You go back to
lock it
Border,
in.
which they won. You had 2 players double-digit. Here right now,
yeah, so they usually go to 7.
It's not looking good, but it's 3-4, and there's so many rounds still to work their way back into this.
Yeah, long way to go. Eyes on Ambi at the moment. Rough start to the second half for him. He'll be wanting to extract info on that Solid Snake, gather info for the push. Is the only dedicated info gatherer this round out for Shopify Rebellion. And when you consider the setup here from CAG with pretty heavy presence off-site, we'll see if that ends up compromising their ability to clear the map.
Pass something for the follow, like the cross was in your name.
Which they are going to go for. That's signaled by the Ram. Spoiled as well for flank watch once they obtain that control. But gathering that in the first place here for Shopify Rebellion may pose problems. Sharif's second floor server. Chibisu has presence
stomping for Rexing.
And has the support of that clash.
That would be crazy.
Ambi's been involved in the last 2 opening engagements when you're playing the solid snake. Likely to put yourself in that position. Drone's being dealt with. Slow round, pacing-wise. Halfway through already, still 5v5. No real shots taken from either team. Sharip still top floor server. That may be unknown to the attack. Spoit creeping down the missile hallway. Hulk canister spotted at the door. He'll be aware of that. Shopify Rebellion, though, a very cool card collected. It's Surf that gets the following kill. Now they are going to follow up on this and look to flood the site.
Yeah, flood the clash with an air jab.
And Sharip needs to be very mindful. He's still top floor, needs to make his way back to site and help out his teammates as quick as possible. And boy, does he. Big kill onto Surf, but Rexon steps up, shuts down Chibisu.
He can go for a plan now.
Instrumental for CAG. Advantage still with Shopify Rebellion, but here comes the clash of Anaton to try and get in their face. He finds two.
Nice. Good round. Good round from Shopify.
Oh, big round for Shopify Rebellion. Sneaking up on them
took the initiative. Hell yeah. Then you stop putting Canadian on the screen, it hurts your eyes. That's hilarious. Yo, please stop please stop saying that message, please.
To knock the clash out of play, but
if you want followers, gain them from your gameplay and your posts, not through sympathy.
And it was almost enough for CAG.
It's never gonna go well. Look at that. Oh, he flashed the Goya. I didn't know that. Okay.
And unfortunately couldn't sustain.
Came down to a 1v2.
Nice. Okay, so he's 4-4. This is a tight. This is a very like
1v1
tight, interesting series.
That would have been really dicey. Canadian going positive at 6 and 5, but no longer top fragging as Ampi has also got 7 kills to his name. And it's been back and forth now since the 4th round, 1 to 1 to 1 and so on. Neither team gaining a lot of separation.
Hiding so they don't know that they have a cage, but Surf's still bringing the Thatcher.
There was a period where CAG
is Spoit on Ambi's team. Yes.
Shopify Rebellion on board.
Yes, this is map 3 in the BO3. And Cam, I don't think this is one of SR's top maps. They're 4-4 on it in the past games. Lincoln, thank you for the follow.
Even as you can ask for.
The webcam that I use is the
who can just edge out that number 5?
Hold up.
And feel a little safer going into
costs like $120. It's a Logitech webcam, the 60, whatever 60p one it is.
Site. Round number 9.
And Master R6 will open up after this round as well.
Favorable for CAG. Capitao in play, expectation for Shopify to go for the flood with
Logitech Brio.
That coverage.
There you go.
CAG well prepared with the
Ultra 4K HD webcam.
Combination
something like that.
Above on 2nd floor. Both
to the waterproof blanket hoodies. Thank you. That is a graduation gift.
They're all chilling.
For when I graduated high school.
What we saw in the first half.
His full hands
it only makes its appearance for Pro League.
And wait. It's 4-4 at the Esports World Cup, and they're just chilling. But now the chill time is coming to an end. Breach opened up successfully, and on the rotate they go.
Yeah, probably going to rotate across for green control. Ambi with a bit of a preamble has Sky Bridge and the track stingers on the gridlock to help facilitate that map control. Is Anaton eager here to actually progress forward and get a little aggressive?
So we'll deal with the Kaini Claw from the Thatcher of Serve, so the exothermic charge from Spoit will be successful. They're going to stop the other one as well. So wall opened up again. This is some really good check work from Shopify.
I wonder what type of execution is going to happen here.
Breaches opened up.
I have options.
Everyone's on Vert. What type of slant
pressure
can you get off?
CAG. 60 seconds.
Can you go for maybe a fake?
Scanning as well with the Solus to try and find out where Canadian is. He's over towards Bunk. Smoke's going out. Gas babe as well from Zaka. Canadian is into the site and will go for the plant on the fuse. DD, big battle. Canadian is still sticking this. Not just thrown, but it's not the right spot. There was a ping. Canadian was pinged. He will be dealt with, but the plant will be successful for Shopify Rebellion. CAG have the extra number, but they still need to retake, and they need to do so quickly.
Yeah, 30 seconds. They need to move fast, but Shopify Rebellion in position.
Big kill from Surf. CAG will need to flood and flood quickly. Ambi's retaken back up above towards Skybridge. Anderton shuts down Rexon. Need to start moving towards this kit and look to stick it for the counter diffusers.
Someone's defusing.
Halfway through. Now
hello.
3/3, almost the whole way indeed.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's incredible. DD with the big man play.
Bro, are we serious?
Oh boy.
Oh my.
How often do you see a retake on that side?
Hi, Cameron, thank you for following. Bro, okay. So I mean, like CAG did the same. CAG did the same plant, but it wasn't in the cubbyhole, so he couldn't long arm it like when CAG did that.
Well, I think there was a disconnect on the comms there, and DD Man went for the wrong position for plant denial initially. But the risk that you run as the attack,
bro,
if you go
they
for
had
the
that.
tuck plant there, which
that
is
was
more
such a bad.
protected
He's not
from the
supposed to
vert,
plant like
it's less
tucked, you know.
exposed to the exterior
He's
breach.
He's not supposed to
Surf tried
plant
play
tucked in like
position,
that
got
bunker,
overwhelmed, and
in
they
that
didn't
cubby
have a
hole.
line of sight there onto the counter diffuse.
So Master R6 now follows into the 10th
I don't
round.
know what was, I don't know what is
have
happening.
their tactical timeout. Super has already used his for Shopify Rebellion. Round 10 coming up, back to the top floor, the best defensive site, and CAG have number 6 in their sights.
Jeez, dude.
But Guz, it's that hurdle. And boy, do these APAC teams, most especially CAG, love a good stumble when it seems like maybe they can finally get over it.
Yep.
This is crucial for both teams.
Both teams with everything to gain, but equally everything to lose in this series. Shopify Rebellion getting knocked out by an APAC team, or CAG losing and falling short at another international event. Whichever way you spin it, it's going to be a disaster for the loser of this matchup, an elation for the winner, and an opportunity to go on and do damage.
Well, if CAG win this, there will be as many APAC teams in group stage as North American teams. Not that that really means anything. It's just a fun fact. I don't know. That's not really
it's a fun fact for us.
That's a fun fact. They've still got to win it though. We know CAG love a good fumble. Shareep, not gonna lie, you hold your breath in those moments as he made his way up main stairs. But he gets back safely onto the Roteros for Rexon. He's had a quiet one. It's fair to say 2 and 8. But while he's been quiet up to this point, don't discount him from still having a say.
Hey, I mean, he's had a really good event and has had good impact moments. So numbers for me are relevant from his perspective.
He was number 1 rated
What's
coming
Split
into today.
Do? I wonder.
Yeah, but if he has the opportunity presented to him, needs to capitalize. Obviously, more of an emphasis and focus on utility for now, and then gun up once his jobs are done. Jobs are done on the Roteros. Canadian with the util set here, potentially on the cap.
Well, triple nitro still up, plus Shamika launcher, plus double gas bay, plus 3 Zoto canisters. Halfway through the round, CAG are littered with utility.
Yep.
As you said, Shopify Rebellion now need to draw this utility out. They do begin to do so, but damage taken from Surf on the Blackbeard. 1 gas bay remains for Shareep. This pace needs to continue though for the attack up main stairs through the fire for Ambi.
Reloading.
They lose Surf though to the Nitrocell Azaka, so the Blackbeard is gone. They lose that forward pressure pushing in, no shield up, but at least Ambi took some semblance of control towards main stairs, but hasn't quite got to the mezzanine, but Point now has. Radar information, good information acquired from Ambi.
Holy
Next
info.
kill, so critical.
That's gonna help him out so much.
Drawing out this utility, being able to make a play. Some information now for Shopify Rebellion, but 40 seconds remain.
Spoit doesn't feel comfortable right now. You can see the flames, the pressure. Look at this again. He just doesn't want to commit with the blowtorch. Struggling to open up this wall into mask, which is the primary plant position. Still, Shamika launcher available. Still, double Nitrocell available. This could be the moment here and now as Jibisu will play the master desk. Zoto canister thrown out, but he will fall. Big pick from Ambi. Spoit as well, stands up, shuts down Shareep, still a Nitro up for Anatin, 2 bullets in the Shamika launcher.
It's Spoit dies to this, no?
Spoit on 1 HP, and so is Canadian. Radar up, but put your gun up, Andy. You need to kill them all. You got 5 seconds, or you're facing elimination as Anatin fights 2. He's got the big guns for a reason. It's 6-4, baby. APAC might just send Shopify Rebellion home.
Oh my goodness. The stall out there from CAG was spot on.
Bro, what am I watching?
Shopify Rebellion did not draw out enough utility fast enough in that round.
What am I watching here?
Stall out, a classic stack up.
Said I think Stomp It needs to go to NA now.
Through the door. And I mean, to be fair, they still did a pretty good job to fight themselves into a decent position, but not good enough.
Oh my gosh.
To send Shopify packing.
Well, I mean, Shopify Rebellion, they just look so stalled out for so many large periods of that round, guys. And you could see as well, wanting to open up Mask with the
Dude, I was literally about to ask where the Thatcher was. Thatcher's banned.
Couldn't actually do it anyway because of the Shamika launcher. CAG had them in their back pocket there on the top floor, but top floor now
they can bring a Habana or someone with EMPs.
For Shopify Rebellion to force overtime. The good news is they've already won basement. That's already happened back in round 8. And honestly, Bunk's briefing doable as well. So there is still a path forward for the North American team. With top floor gone, they can very much win 2 straight, but boy, they will need to be perfect.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
I don't think anyone's gonna get perfect pick'ems if CAG go on to win.
I don't know why they decided to bring the Mav. I'm gonna be so real with you there.
Rebellion were a certainty.
The Mav brought nothing. Bringing Mav did nothing that round. Did nothing.
Well, it comes back to why have you left Kaid up on the board, and in the end, that claw was still up. You're forced into the Maverick. Things are a bit messy. Let's come back to bite Shopify Rebellion.
Don't worry about your man.
But again, basement. They won this site last time. Can they do so again?
Starting shock drone.
Small change up in their lineup. They drop the Ram. They drop the Nomad. They bring the IQ and the Dockerby instead. And a decent change as well, too, for CAG. They'll bring the Solars this round. They'll rely again on the Kaid. Didn't bring it, actually, for Lab back in round 8. Razor Bloom activated. No damage dealt. Good bait from Spoit.
Spoit's been doing some really good info gathering over the course of this second half. I feel like every time I'm looking at his card or POV, getting active with the info that he's been able to relay to the rest of the team and trying to take some space and make plays. This round, no exception. Oh, Chibisu looks hungry, though. Up to 11 kills. He has turned it up here on map 3. A little dormant, back on border.
He's on the move as well.
Form here on Lair.
Shopify Rebellion know that they need to be perfect, but CAG also now know they're afforded the freedom to go for, a flanking play, be a little aggressive themselves. They don't have to just sit back cowardlessly. They can actually be aggressive on the defense. Nitrocell for DD.
Is there a flank cam set? Right? They've got to have a flank cam set, right? Someone shuffling cams too.
On the other side for Shopify Rebellion. This could be huge. Thrown out, shot out.
And on radar now.
Can they follow up quickly? It's Chorito that finds the opening pick onto Surf. Shopify Rebellion lose another entry battle. Make that 4 from the last 5. Big swing. Rexon wins. Oh, Spoit! Team kill! No, but Canadian does at least get rid of Zaka. Spoit, though, is also still down on the floor. Not the time for a TK.
Did Spoit get knocked because of the team kill?
He's done. It's down to Unk. Canadian, you need to salvage this. The young and the old with Ambi. 30 seconds leaves them little time.
And they combine payload to go out, but it's Sharif up close. 14
He's
kills.
locked in as he edges closer to the monitor. CAG edges closer to knocking out Shopify Rebellion.
Oh my gosh.
Crush their key as he crushes their hearts.
Oh my gosh.
We'll go to group stage. Shopify
Patrick
Rebellion,
and thank you so far. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. What a result from CAG. All of that hard work from Shopify Rebellion up until this point.
No, VP doesn't play today. I can show you the schedule, but the bracket's not out.
I do believe in magic. I do. What a performance. I mean, that is hard.
No, Split lost. Split goes home. Split goes home.
With expectations
this is the bracket for tomorrow. It's all BO1s. All BO1s. 9, 10, 20, 11, 40, and 13, and 1 o'clock for me.
The best team in play-ins and
but they haven't done the brackets till the games are over.
At this event, Guz. What a performance!
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you who's having a roster change.
From here,
yeah,
I can't explain
that roster's getting.
I mean, obviously,
somebody's leaving. Somebody's getting kicked. G2 doesn't play. G2 is not an EWC. This is the first major where we don't see like Spoit or
they played well yesterday here
or stomping in it in a major. Am I gonna stream it? Yeah, I'm gonna stream all that stuff tomorrow.
Exactly. Like.
What we said,
but I'm off. I've been streaming for 5 hours. I need to eat. I need to eat. Thank you guys so much for coming out and watching this. That's insane watching SR lose. Texas, Timo, thank you guys for the follows. Thank you guys. Wow. Wow.